Kusuke already wanted very much to give a retort like, "How can you say something like, 'let's reap their neck,' with such a lovely smile," or just, "where did this abiscate something came from?" But the most shocking thing for Kusuke was that Rana had discovered him when he already even used his skill to kill his presence. She had discovered him. And then,
"Do you like beautiful Uini-san with rabbit ears on their head? Kauski-e, a biscuit of Rapid Fang Shadow Claw, has arrived!"
it seemed that a love that budded in Battlefield really existed. The claw and fangs of Kosuke began to become even more well executed. It was to the degree that anyone who knew him might suspect that he had received some kind of other strengthening. He went on to take the head of all the apostles. On the other hand, nearby such classmates, there was one other person who was making a strikingly great contribution. It was Aiko. At the rear, she kept glancing at "You Can Do It, Agitator," compilation of lovely speech learned case by case that was handwritten by Hajime, while in a certain interval she encouraged the allied force so that their morale wouldn't plummet using words that the classmates felt like they had heard from somewhere. She was also raising her voice for the sake of her own battle.
"I command in the name of Hatayama Aiko. O transient life, stand up once more and destroy the enemy."
Right after she said that, several of the apostles that should have been defeated already were standing up in a swaying motion, and then they attacked the apostles who were supposed to be their ally with a force that looked as though they had recovered their original unrestrained spec. That was the effect of Aiko's soul magic. She reproduced a pseudo-soul from her own soul and manipulated it to possess the flesh of the apostles. This magic combined soul reproduction that created a transient soul and necromancy of darkness magic. Aiko, whose vocation as farming master was the only non-combat vocation among the classmates, if Hajime was excluded, became aware of her own powerlessness. Since Hajime departed on his journey, she became strongly conscious of looking for a way of fighting for the sake of protecting her students. There she thought hard of how to make use of the soul magic that was her only advantage, and the result that she reached was this magic. It was really ironic that what gave her the hint was the betrayer Ares' necromancy and soulbind. The aspect where this magic was making use of corpses also caused a fierce conflict in her heart. Still, Aiko took the plunge in developing this magic. That time at the sky above the God Mountain, she had already stopped staying at a clean place while only making her students dirtying their hand. Besides,
"Until he return, we absolutely won't lose."
yes, for the sake of the man who she gave her heart to, despite understanding that such relationship must not happen, she absolutely wouldn't lose. Because she wanted to meet him one more time.
Good grief, Ai-chan. Her motivation of hiding it already dropped to 0, isn't it?
If Ai-chan mentioned he, then there is also one person it can possibly be, isn't it?
Sonobe Yuka and Miyazaki Nana grinned a bit at each other while glancing at Aiko.
Nagumo-kun is seriously a demon king. It should be impossible to even make one's own teacher to fall for her student.
There are also several girls in class that look like they fell already. A real harem is formed right in front of our eyes. What a sight! Well, exactly because of that, they can think of something like me too, though.
Normally, just by looking at his relation with that child named Yu, anyone would draw back already. Like, when you see a girl that is too earnest toward a boy, you will give up then, something like that. I wonder if this is also the attraction of the Demon King. We too have to be careful. If not, we are going to get charmed inadvertently too.
Isn't that right?
This time the two of them smiled wryly, and then they looked up to the sky together. There, they could see the figure of their female classmate who had earned the most kill point in this battlefield. She rushed through the sky freely, using 2 large swords, or black-silver flash, or black-silver feathers, or magic. She used them all, depending on the situation, to overwhelm the apostles. 4 jet-black wings mixed with silver radiance spread on her back and dress armor with black tone covering her body. Her hair that was fluttering from the caressing of wind was also black. That figure, with an appearance that was worthy as a fallen angel, which was slaughtering the apostles who looked like angel, no matter how anyone looked at it, that person should be called as a general of a demon king. Despite so, the angel side was the force that was trying to devastate the mankind. and the fallen angel one was the force trying to protect the mankind, it was really an ironic story. That rampaging fallen angel, which was Kaori, was clad in silver-black light while moving with a speed that left afterimages trailing behind. Right now, she was cutting down one more apostle. Two apostles who aimed at that moment swung their large sword horizontally. Kaori blocked those using her twin large swords and black-silver wings, and then she rotated with fierce momentum. Immediately, the two apostles were repelled away, and their lives came to an end when black-silver feathers pierced their forehead without delay. Just how many apostles had she slaughtered with the addition of those two, Kaori wondered.
There is no end to this.
Kaori complained like that unconsciously.
Then give up and fall.
The one who replied was an apostle. When Kaori noticed she was completely surrounded in a sphere shape, she was literally buried from all directions without any opening left, and then at the next moment silver flashes were fired. The apostles ignored the possibility of friendly fire against their compatriots in front of them, and fired simultaneously without any reservation or mercy. They all aimed at the center of the formed sphere encirclement and fired. However, Kaori was unshaken.
I don't know any words like giving up, you know.
Kaori made such frivolous talk before, attempted to make a breakthrough from the front in a straight line. She used her twin swords as a shield and charged to the torrent of light. The apostle, whose gaze met Kaori's, was convinced that Kaori would break through, and she readied her twin large swords. Right after that, Kaori, whose whole body was smoking, came through. Regardless of her state, the glint of her eyes didn't weaken even by a little bit, and she approached the apostle rapidly with fierce momentum. And then, she shot out black-silver feathers, aiming accurately at spots like shoulder or ankle in a dirty method. Similarly, the apostle fired her silver feathers in the attempt to offset the attack. However, at that moment, chain of light stretched out from below her feet and constricted the apostle's movement for an instant. The restraint was immediately disintegrated and dispersed, but that was enough. The black-silver feathers caught the body of the apostle and broke her posture greatly. Kaori arrived at that timing. She drew back the large sword on her hand to the limit, and in an instant she dealt a stab in Godspeed. Gi-gi-gi! The sound of fellow large swords scraping at each other resounded, but in the end, Kaori also had the momentum of her charge, which the apostle was unable to neutralize, like that she was then skewered by Kaori's large sword. But it seemed that it was still within the apostle's expectation. The handle of the skewered sword, the hand of Kaori that grasped there was gripped tightly, and the apostle restricted Kaori's movement. There, silver feathers rushed in. The attack intended to bury the apostle together with Kaori.
Even though she is your comrade, but you all treat her too lightly.
Kaori, who whispered that while making an exasperated expression, prioritized it giving the finishing blow to the apostle before her eyes without feeling concern against the rushing silver feathers. The eyes of the apostle opened wide slightly.
Although currently their specs were limited, but their disintegration ability was still working in full. Because Kaori had the same flesh with the apostles, she would be able to resist the disintegration if she activated the same ability. But even so, she would still be overwhelmed by the amount of attack and bore damage to the degree that couldn't be ignored. Kaori herself should also understand that. Despite so, just why?
That was what the apostle pondered. Right after that, the body of the apostle was bisected by Kaori's sword. Almost at the same time, Kaori was swallowed by many silver feathers.
She is supposedly able to trace our experience, but after all, she is just an imitation in the first place. What a foolish act.
That's not actually true.
The words that one of the apostles who fired the silver feathers whispered were immediately replied to. The eyes of the apostle narrowed quietly from hearing that voice, which didn't sound uneasy or agitated at all. Ahead of the apostle's gaze, she could see the figure of a wounded Kaori at the spot where the silver feathers were fired at. As expected, she could be damaged, but she was merely putting up a brave front. The apostle who made that judgment deployed innumerable silver feathers to deal the finishing blow wordlessly. The other apostles were also deploying their feathers at the same time, so Kaori, who was at the center of the attacks, looked like she was drowning in a sea of stars. But just before those silver feathers could be fired, the apostles reflexively stopped their movement completely. The reason was because the wounds of Kaori were healed in the blink of eye before their gaze, with speed and vividness that resembled Yue's automatic regeneration. Even the wounds that were pierced by a silver feather or the gaping open hole returned to their former unblemished state. Not only that, even her clothing returned to as good as new. The apostles couldn't see her using magic. Apostle body also wasn't provided with a function of automatic regeneration. The bewildered apostles gazed fixedly at Kaori, and they noticed, behind the forelock that was swept by the wind, on Kaori's forehead, there was a cross crest shining silver black that was carved there.
That is...
Holy crest of the fallen. This is my magic. I used this before the opening of the battle. It's not as great as Yui's regeneration. However, even if I'm wounded, it will activate by itself and heal me. Really a convenient magic.
Metamorphosis and regeneration composite magic, Holy Crest of the Fallen. By carving a cross that shouldered the role of a magic circle on a part of the body, this magic would activate regeneration magic in a prescribed time. This magic could even be called as a powerful version of auto-regen. Furthermore, by using metamorphosis magic, the holy crest that was like a tattoo could be erased.
However, if we continue to fire saturation attack, sooner or later the damage should surpass the healing. Your magic power is also not unlimited.
Hearing Kaori's words, an apostle intentionally said out words to pull herself together. It was unclear whether the apostle was trying to persuade herself with those words, or if she was seriously thinking so. Kaori made a fearless smile. It was a provocative smile that was something Kaori from before would never make by any means. The influence that she received from a demon king somewhere, or his wife, was keenly conveyed through that action.
You have two misunderstandings there.
What?
Kaori's atmosphere made the apostle ask back with her greatest possible vigilance. Towards such apostle, Kaori prepared her twin swords and spread her 2 pairs of wings widely while leaking out her words in a small volume.
First.
At the next moment, Kaori's figure vanished and appeared right behind the apostle. She was in the stance of swinging out her sword.
If I will it, then I am able to avoid any kind of saturation attack.
Too fast.
While the other apostles surrounding them were bewildered, the apostle who Kaori conversed with until just now was gazing in astonishment with half her body sliding down diagonally and blood spraying everywhere. Kaori swept her large sword to shake off the clotted blood. The apostles who witnessed that returned to their senses and fired simultaneously. But
Godspeed.
Kaori's figure had already gone by the time they fired. At the next instant, 2 apostles were bisected and fell toward the ground. Even when the apostles moved their gaze to that spot in shock, just as expected, Kaori's figure was already gone by the time they looked, and another apostle at a different place was bisected again.
Spa? Space teleportation?
One apostle raised a questioning voice, but right after that, she felt the wind gently stroking her body, and a diagonal split appeared in her field of vision. Like that, her consciousness...
No way that's true. I am not in possession of space magic, just so you know. This is merely me moving at high speed.
Nonsense. Something like a speed that we cannot detect is just...
I can produce such speed. More accurately, I am merely shortening the time, though.
Saying that, the apostle who talked with a shrill voice from shock was instantly cut apart by Kaori. Regeneration magic Godspeed, a magic that shortened the time affecting every single event. If the time for an attack to reach an opponent was shortened, then it would become a Godspeed attack. If the time for traveling was shortened, then it would be possible to move with a speed that could be mistaken as teleportation. If the root of regeneration magic was traced back then, it was a magic that interfered with time. It was merely that the usefulness of this magic stopped at regeneration, as the limit if used on the human body. Since Kaori obtained this magic from Meljin, she had trained in it all this time until now. It was the first Age of God magic that she obtained, and something that fitted her perfectly, who had the role as healer, so her attachment to this magic was also especially all the more. As the result, just like her success in creating the Hour Crystal, Kaori also became able to directly interfere with time, although within a limit. Her possession of the body of an apostle was also a factor in her mastery of this magic. Of course, there was also demerit. This magic consumed a vast amount of magic power for every single use. That was the reason why Kaori didn't immediately use it right after the battle started. Seeing her brethren got exterminated one after another by an overwhelming speed that they were powerless to do anything against. An apostle changed the aim of her argument. Perhaps it was also her scheme to make Kaori got agitated even just by a little.
Indeed, you are strong, as to be expected from someone who serves that irregular. However, a war is not something that can be influenced by an individual.
What do you want to say?
Look at the surface. Even while you are facing all of us, the people are dying continuously. It seems there are also places that are putting a good fight, but in the end, they are humans after all. They cannot avoid the accumulation of fatigue and damage. Before long, they too will be reduced into mere corpses. We are still arriving here from the holy precincts, you know? There is nothing that you can protect. Everything is just a pointless struggle.
Kaori stopped moving and looked back at the talking apostle quietly. And then she gently smiled at the apostle who was pointing the point of her sword at her, while proclaiming mankind's death, and opened her mouth.
Your second misunderstanding. Something like the amount of damage, or something like the amount of magic power. Just who are you saying that to?
What are...
Even if my body's changed, I am Shirasaki Kaori. I possess the vocation Healing Master, and I am the healer of the Demon King Hajime-kun's party, you know.
Saying that, Kaori held her large sword in reverse grip and pointed the tip to the surface. That sword which had been added with improvement by Hajime so that Kaori could go all out in exhibiting her ability as Healing Master shined brilliantly in black-silver color. And then,
Mighty breath of heaven turning.
right after that, a single black-silver drop fell toward the ground from the tip of the large sword. 2 layers, 3 layers. The black-silver waves surged above the Allied force. Then, at the next moment, a soldier of the Allied force that should have died already opened his eyes with a snap. And then he raised his body with a bewildered look and touched all over his chest that should have been slashed open. When he realized there was no injury there, he tilted his head further. There were also others, people who were gouged out by silver feathers or killed by elemental magic, woke up one after another. And then when they understood that their body was somehow alive with their wound healed, they immediately stood up and rushed forward in order to assist their comrades who were fighting the apostles. Not only the people who had died, naturally even the people who were still alive but got wounded were also healed in the blink of eye.
What? They are revived?
From above, the apostle who confirmed that situation exposed her shock as though the claim of the apostles that they were emotionless was just a lie. Soul and regeneration composite magic, mighty breath of heaven turning. This magic picked out which were the allies using soul magic, and carried out convergence fixing attachment of the souls that were in the process of dispersing. Moreover, it performed healing using regeneration magic. As expected, in the case where the corpse didn't maintain their original shape, like being bisected until the body become in pieces or the head was gone or the time of death had gone past 10 minutes, the effect of this magic wouldn't work on the corpse that was in those states. But other than those cases, all the allies inside the radius of 4 kilometers with the black-silver drop as the center would have revival and healing performed on them by this army-use recovery magic. Even with just those properties, this magic was already like a joke. However, the show of Kaori's true ability didn't stop just there.
Divine binding of layered usurpation.
Different from the large sword that was held in reverse, grip its tip pointing below, The other large sword was held in front of Kaori's chest with its tip pointed straight above. And then, along with that proclamation, the readied large sword became clad in silver-black radiance. It was like a black hole that swallowed the galaxy, and it exhibited a result that didn't contradict that appearance.
My strength is leaving.
Even though they were already had their specs shaved off by the choir right now, but right now when they felt that their strength was shaved off even further, the apostles showed their agitation. Looking carefully, radiant lights were leaking out from all the apostles in the range of several hundred meters around Kaori, and then those lights converged toward the large sword Kaori held, like a meteor shower. And then, right after the lights were absorbed by the large sword, magic power was overflowing from Kaori's body. Not only her consumed magic power recovered, it even looked that the magic power she possessed grew a lot more. Not only that, through the tip of the large sword facing the ground, a silver-black drop fell to the ground once more. Silver-black ripples were spreading below once more like before, and the result, the movement of the Allied force soldiers, was obviously becoming better. The sharpness and power of their movement, and also their reaction speed, were increasing.
I just stole the strength of all of you.
Such thing.
It's possible, as you can see. I am a healing master. Transferring magic power to other people is also our role, though it takes a bit of time to seize the magic power of you all. You found...
Saying that was easy, but to actually do it was another matter altogether. Soul and light element composite magic, divine binding of layered usurpation. This composite magic designated its target using soul magic, and then it used sublimation magic to light element magic, divine transfer in order to transfer magic power to other people. It plundered the magic power of the seized opponent, forcefully to recover one's own magic power, and then that magic could also be reused for things like ally strengthening and so on. Of course, normally even using sublimation magic, stealing magic power from Apostle without even touching them was impossible. What was helping Kaori in using this magic was the twin large swords her hands were holding. Demon Sword of Circle Calamity Anima Erunt, Holy Sword of Gospel Belrexion. The demon sword plundered the power of the opponent and turned it into its food, while the holy sword made that power into unlimited power to share with the ally. These two swords exhibited their maximum strength when they were used together. A demon sword and a holy sword that exclusively assisted Kaori in her use of mighty breath of heaven turning and divine binding of layered usurpation.
Even so, all of you cannot win. We the apostles are infinite. No matter how many little tricks you all play, no matter how much you all struggle, in the end, only the destiny of ruin awaits you all. Because that is the great will of the god.
Human won't perish. Surely it will be the same result no matter what kind of world it is. Just like how a boy without any considerable strength crawled up from the bottom of the abyss by himself. Even when humans swallowed by difficulty, they will surely find out their path to survival. You see, human just doesn't know how to perish. As long as there is just one person who wishes to live, wishing to protect someone, their determination will force something like a mere destiny to yield.
The gaze of the apostle and Kaori crossed.
Then, please show me the proof of that.
With those words as the signal, the fierce battle was restarted once more. The apostles attacked Kaori in a group, and Kaori exterminated them who attacked her. If she saw the allied force became exhausted, she would heal them. In a certain interval, she would perform revival. When her magic power decreased, she would steal from the apostles. Sometimes she would carry out support bombing toward the surface. At the other places, too, the dragon race people were holding back the apostles with fierce efforts. On the surface, too, every single person were continuing to fight to the death. It was unclear just how much time had passed. Even the shadow of the sun had already gone from the reddish-black world. The people was gradually losing their sensation of time. If they didn't have Kaori's healing magic, perhaps the allied force would collapse already since a long time ago. That was just how endless the force of the apostle was. Even so, the allied force soldiers believed that Hajime, the sword of goddess, who stepped into the holy precincts, would bring an end to this for them. With that belief, they mustered their willpower. There was already a lot of soldiers who met their end because the revival didn't make it in time. Gradually, the sensation of being pushed back by the violence of number began to rule over the Allied force. But at that time, suddenly one soldier who looked up at the sky above God Mountain whispered with small volume, "Did you reach into Greece?"
Boy, what the hell is that?
Ahead of that soldier's gaze, there was the scene of the miasma reaching toward the surface with an obviously growing momentum. Right after that, the muddy miasma overflowing from the crack of space increased in force all of a sudden, and then the miasma fell and covered all over the surface of the collapsed God Mountain. Without stopping, the miasma flowed and headed toward the fortress. Ahead of the miasma, there was the capital. It passed through and touched the grass plain in front of the fortress. Just like the dust cloud that was produced when God Mountain crumbled, the black miasma approached them with a terrific force like an avalanche. Reddish-black lights were materialized in succession inside that miasma. Right after that, a great number of roar rose, and countless monsters leaped out from inside the miasma. It seemed that it was the second wave of the monster army. Furthermore, several thousand apostles also flew out all at once from the crack in space.
Oi, oi. A battle force augmentation after this far. Bring it on. This is a time to say something like that, but you... This is really bad, huh?
With a body that was dyed bright red from the blood spurt of the enemy, Gahard's expression turned like someone who just had bitten a bitter bud. Not to mention the other soldiers, their expression were turning into despair. Even though it was already absolutely the limit facing the apostles who were assaulting them without any pause. But after this long, tens of thousands of monsters swarm and several thousands of apostles were coming again. Perhaps this deadlocked state would crumble for the worse like this.
First and Second Division, concentrate at the front. Don't let the monsters ride the momentum and charge into melee battle. Stop them in place.
A formation was immediately formed by Gahard's command. The earthquake was spreading, the air was rumbling. The sound of the monsters' charge and the roar's shockwave were getting closer. Looking at the overflowing large swarm of monsters while taking along an avalanche of enormous miasma behind them, damp sweating was flowing all over Gahard's body. The dragons and Kaori were also held back in place by the similarly overflowing apostles. The cheat group from another world was also having their hands full with protecting the choir squad. The distance was approximately 1 kilometer. The expressions of the Allied force soldiers were convulsing from the excessive pressure. Perhaps this is hopeless. Unintentionally, anyone was giving off that atmosphere. It was at that moment.
Alpha destruction!
The ground vanished, along with the monsters.
Kappa destruction! Kappa destruction!
A voice of a woman resounded thrice. That voice resounded with clarity even at the battlefield, which was filled to the brim with noises. But rather than that voice, Gahard and others were shocked even more by the spectacle happening before their eyes. The leading pack of the advancing monsters was completely vanishing into the bottom of the earth altogether. They were unable to even raise the scream of death agony. Right after that, the voice that excessively reverberated and excessively irritated the listeners, the cause of this phenomenon showed her appearance sluggishly from a gate that opened at the plain in front of the Allied force.
Yahoo! Appearing when the situation is in a pinch, the World Idol Melody Chan has arrived. Aha! Isn't this the greatest thing? Just as expected me, a woman that can read the mood. Everyone of the Alliance falling in love with me is no goody, no.
What appeared was a giant golem, and a really tiny humanoid wearing a smiley mask, clad in a milky white robe riding on its shoulder. Mildy's appearance, that looked like she was screwing around a lot, was taking a pose that felt like Kyarum Rix toward the Allied force army from the giant golem's shoulder while making Tehehe Pero expression. The smiley face mask was somehow looking like that by some unknown mechanism, including Gahard's. The time of the Allied force army was stopped. Everyone, without exception, was having a genuine confusion of just what in the world is that, while at the same time their expression was turning into an indescribable irritation. There an explanation came from Liliana toward the Allied force. According to her, this person was a helper that Hajime and others called for. Putting aside her annoying speech and conduct, this person was really quite useful. It was unknown what she had been doing until now, but she finally arrived right now. Something like that.
Jeez. Everyone, what a tough crowd, all of you. Perhaps this is hopeless. You all seem to act pointlessly serious like that, so I tried to enliven this placey. Yet now you all are making Milady-chan's goodwill to go to wasty. Milady-chan is extremely angry here.
The irritation gauge of Garhard and everyone else almost exploded with that. But, even while acting screwing off like that, Milady pointed one of her hands at the approaching miasma behind and said a word.
Severance catastrophe.
The star of catastrophe, created above the miasma, immediately began to swallow the miasma with outrageous force. There was also the figures of monsters that were mixed inside the miasma there.
Gaze, daring to be a nuisance of Milady-chan is something unforgivable. Punishment to me. Demolish yoke.
The gap between her screwing around voice and her chanting voice was absurd. A voice of absolute zero resounded only in that instant of chanting. The result from that was different from before. The feet of the monsters left the ground all at once and they flew beyond the sky with a preposterous momentum. Gravity was the resultant force from gravitational pull and centrifugal force. Therefore, those who had their gravitational pull severed would be flown away to the beyond. The 10,000 monsters were curb-stomped by a lone person while helpless to do anything. Even the monsters who escaped the range of the large-scale magic were exterminated by the rushing giant golems and night golems, one after another, before the monsters could reach the Allied force. The Allied force didn't know that this person was one of the Liberator, but even so they greatly comprehended that this was a helper that Hajime relied on, that this person was similarly a monster-class character. The advance of the monster of the ground was managed by Milady and her golems, and then the monsters who broke through that was somehow managed by the Allied force, like that relief was slightly spreading among the soldiers. But that relief was immediately crumbling right after. The apostles who overflowed from the crack in space before this gathered into a single cluster. Their number was approximately 1,000. The 1,000 apostle that formed their ranks like a single spear completely ignored the attack of Kaori, or the dragons, and began to descend in a straight line. Naturally, anti-air artillery was also fired from the surface, but even while the apostles were falling, one after another, like scattered flowers, they relied on their number and kept advancing without hesitation. They were heading toward the choir.
I won't let you...
All hands! Stop that apostle swarm!
With desperate look, Kaori and Adol exerted all their strength to crush the large spear made from apostles. Several hundred apostles were blown away in their descent to the ground. But even so, the swarm of apostles that completely became a single cluster couldn't be broken up completely.
No good. Run away.
Kaori, who was unable to oppose that pressure, raised a scream while getting blown away. Right after that, the large spear of apostles was emitting silver radiance like a divine spear that was thrown by God while stabbing at the barrier of the choir squad. And then, before the people in the area could do something about the divine spear, cracks were spreading on the barrier that was protecting the choir squad. Finally, the barrier was completely pulverized along with a thunderous sound. The powerless members of the choir squad were vainly scattered to death before that tremendous might. At this moment, the wedge that bound the apostles was broken. The apostles of God exerted their ability in full. Bloody wind was sweeping over the battlefield. Here and there, silver lights were bursting up. The Allied force soldiers that were making their resistance in those areas were instantly turned into a lump of meat in an instant. Their heroic war cry was turning into a mere scream.
This is only a stopgap measure, but demolish yoke.
Milady was maintaining the picture of hell behind her, while exercising the magic that cut loose the target from gravity toward the battlefield. The targets were easy to understand. The conspicuous silver magic power. She was only selecting those as her target. Right after that, the apostles were simultaneously blown away to the sky. They were spinning while pulled, until the distance of a kilometer from the ground instantly. But, for the apostles in the strengthened state, who had recovered their specs, this magic was really nothing but a temporary measure against them. They immediately fixed their posture. There, the apostles who turned into the divine spear gathered. They didn't stop there. As though to invite despair for mankind, a great number of apostles were coming out further from the crack in space. The reddish-black sky was filled to the brim with apostles to the degree that they could be mistaken as stars in the sky. And then, the apostles of God, as though to declare that fighting bit by bit was troublesome already. It even seemed to say that right now they would forget all the humiliation of the apostles of God being killed. They would merely rely on the overwhelming violence of number and began to focus their silver magic power. The protection by the Great Barrier was already gone. The anti-air artillery and sniping attacks were shooting down the apostles with certainty. The dragons in Kaori were also exterminating the apostles, who weren't moving because of their concentration in focusing their magic power, and they were falling like flies from the sky. However, the apostles didn't pay them any heed. They abandoned their dignity, they didn't give any care of the damage done to them, they were merely focusing a light of destruction for the sake of destroying the mankind. No matter how many of them were killed, the apostles' number were replenished one after another. Their number that was focusing their magic power was just too many, that the rate of the Allied force annihilating the apostles couldn't catch up. Right now, if the Silver Sun was fired, the result wouldn't end with merely tremendous damage toward the Allied force. The result that arrived would be the defeat of mankind.
I won't let you. Absolutely.
Kaori glared at the sky with a gaze filled with determination while lifting both her hands above. In anticipation of the situation, the crystals that were placed in certain places on this battlefield reacted to Kaori's will. Those lights connected to each other with lines of light and formed a single, enormous magic circle. Kaori's exclusive use, large-scale protection barrier stone, Shutsengel. This artifact assisted the barrier magic of Kaori, who wasn't a barrier master, to deploy a large-scale barrier that was even more powerful than the Great Barrier, using an enormous magic circle that covered the whole battlefield.
Perish.
Indomitable holy severance.
When the Silver Sun was fired, a super large-scale protection wall covering the Allied force was deployed at the same time. The Silver Spear and the Black-Silver Barrier collided. Kaori's scream burst out. The impact felt like she was stopping a comet in its track. The pressure felt like it was crushing her. Her black-silver wings were flickering. Her altitude was gradually dropping. The Black-Silver Barrier was holy severance that was enchanted with disintegration ability. Therefore, it neutralized the Apostle's disintegration ability and changed the attack's nature into mere bombardment. But, even so, it was a full power bombardment, formed from several thousand apostles. It caused cracks to form on Kaori's barrier by pure might. Kaori was resisting that, using regeneration magic that instantly restored the barrier. Her magic power was flowing out from here in the blink of eye. Kaori gritted her teeth while maintaining her altitude and the barrier desperately. The apostles didn't circle behind the barrier to attack from the rear. Perhaps it was because of their minimum dignity as apostles of God. They were merely adding to the silver bombardment continuously to smash the resistance from the front.
All hands, deploy barrier. Don't let that girl shouldering this alone.
Adol's angry voice roared. The dragons gathering behind Kaori laid out their barriers, one after another, to layer with Kaori's.
This should lighten up the burden more or less. Calamity Sky.
Milody's gravity magic created gravity spheres around the part of the barrier that was directly impacted and weakened the bombardment by scattering its might. Other than them, the people on the surface that could use barrier magic, with Liliana and the classmates in the lead, all of them deployed their barrier and supported Kaori. The people who couldn't use barrier magic were also desperately supporting Kaori by using another effect of Schutzengel, the effect of transferring the magic power of the soldiers to Kaori. In that way, they were sending their magic power to help. A few seconds passed, or perhaps it had been several minutes. The world of thunderous roar and flash that felt like an eternity finally announced its end. At the same time, the barriers were also dispersing.
We endured.
Kaori, who had endured through the disintegration bombardment of several thousand apostles, were breathing heavily. Her complexion was obviously looking exhausted. The dragons at her surrounding were also the same. Liliana and others, and also the Allied force soldiers on the ground who had mustered their magic power, were also in similar state. The expression of everyone was turning grim. Even so, they had pulled through, thinking that Kaori was smiling while she was going to activate divine binding of layered usurpation. A silver sun was illuminating the world once more.
We, the apostles of God, are infinite. And we said that.
Not only their number, their magic power was also infinite. The glaring apostles were whispering so while creating a new silver sun. Kaori's magic power recovery wouldn't make it in time. She wouldn't be able to endure if they were attacked one more time by that. Not only Kaori, all people of the Allied force who looked up at the sky also realized that. Despair, resignation were filling the heart of them all. The silver sun was falling down from the sky. It was the end, everyone thought like that. But Kaori quietly lifted both her hands with her breathing still ragged. Her strong gaze that didn't show anything like even a speck of resignation was staring still at the light of direction directly. A fire was burning in her soul. She scraped up even the fragments of magic power still clinging somewhere inside her. She didn't abandon her will to fight. She didn't give up. It was unclear just how many people among the soldiers of the Allied force could see her figure. If they could see her, then surely they would shed their tears from that noble and beautiful appearance without any doubt. Just like Adol and others, whose heart was stolen by seeing that gallant figure from right beside her.
Even just a second longer is fine. We are going to survive!
If they could only just survive a second longer, at that time, perhaps that person that she loved the most would bring the end to all of this. No, surely he would end all of this. She believed that. That was why, even at the verge of death, even just for a fragment of a second, she wouldn't give up. The whole world was dyed silver. The barrier that she could deploy looked so frail, like a toy. But, for a second, without any doubt, the attack was stopped in that second. At the next moment,
Fufu, see? Just as I thought.
Kaori made an expression that was enchanted from affection and unequaled trust. Ahead of her gaze, there was the scene of the silver light dispersing with a puff and the swarm of apostles slumping powerlessly. Right after that, like a marionette that had its controlling string cut, the apostles stared at nothing with lightless gaze, and they were falling to the ground like flies.
This is... No, wait. What in the world is that? Don't tell me, is that holy precincts?
Even while feeling bewildered from seeing the falling apostles, Adol's voice was caught from an even stranger situation. Ahead of his gaze, there, space itself was shaking. The sky was in an abnormal state where various sceneries which were projected like video recording were appearing and disappearing. It was as though there were several different worlds at the sky above. The sky looked like it was going to crumble and fall off any time now. That situation was like the prelude of the world crumbling. Furthermore, the atmosphere was starting to rumble, which spurred on that bad imagination even more.
Hajime-kun, Yua, everyone.
Kaori too felt deeply moved only for a brief time. Her expression immediately changed into a worried one. Looking closer, the crack of space was also trembling. It looked like that it might vanish any time. With her state that had run dry of magic power, Kaori flapped her silver-black wings to head toward the trembling space while maintaining her consciousness that was going to sink into darkness even now. There was a person who caught her shoulder tightly.
Leave them to me, to the one loved by everyone through many months and years, this Milady-chan, Kai.
Saying that, Milady Rayson stopped Kaori with an extremely gentle voice that ran counter with her tone. Platinum light poured down. The radiant pillar of light quietly stretched from empty space to the ground, toward a chalk-white round pillar. And then, when the light touched the summit of the gigantic round pillar where 7 or 8 people could stand with room to spare, at the next moment, it vanished completely without warning. There was a shadow of a person kneeling on one knee after the light vanished. It went without saying that it was Hajime. Hajime looked around with a dangerous gaze. In that place, similar to the richly colored space where they arrived at right after entering holy precincts, there was a chalk-white path that stretched straight deeper inside, with the pillar where Hajime was standing as the starting point. However, the surrounding wasn't richly colored like the first space, but closed in a darkness that was like an abyss. The chalk-white path that was stretching in a straight line looked extremely visible. At the end of that chalk-white path, it was connected with a stair that led to above. "This is not a mineral, huh?" Hajime whispered a little in his heart while looking beneath him. He used Transmutation's derivative skill, Mineral Appraisal, to investigate the chalk-white path, and didn't receive any reaction back. He also used his sensing skills at the surrounding darkness, but there was no reaction. Well, there was only one path. There is no meaning in sparing some thought for the unknown or trap after this far. Hajime began to walk calmly in the quiet space that was too silent. In the first place, Hajime had no problem with doing something like erasing the sound of his footstep, but right now he was consciously not erasing his sound. Regardless, not only Hajime's footstep, even the sound of his clothes rustling or the sound of his breathing couldn't be heard at all. It was as though the surrounding darkness was thoroughly absorbing all the sounds, leaving none behind. In that world without sound, Hajime stared straight ahead while advancing. He walked while thinking of her beloved who was waiting ahead. Fury toward his enemy and sorrow toward his beloved mixed inside his eyes. Those eyes were filled with abyss exactly like the surrounding darkness. Hajime's legs approached the stair. Looking up from below, he could see the top of the stair being enveloped by faint light. Without pause, Hajime unhesitatingly threw his body into the light. His field of vision was dyed white. The space where he came out at was white everywhere, whether above or below, or everything at the surrounding. As far as his eyes could see, there was only pure white, which made him unable to grasp any sense of distance, despite the certain sensation that he felt by stepping on the ground. But when his gaze lowered, there it became difficult to be aware of the ground's existence there. It felt like he would fall below without any end in sight.
Welcome to my domain of its deepest area.
A voice called at Hajime, who was looking around. It was a lovely voice that sounded clear. The familiar voice of his beloved sounded pleasant in his ear like a flowing stream. But right now he felt something slightly cloudy in it. Surely it was because the will contained inside the voice was rotten to the core, Hajime thought. A scowl was slightly appearing on his eyebrows. At the same time, a veil of faint light shining behind him suddenly vanished. And then, the existence of Hajime, who was clad in clothing that had black tone, looked like a drop of ink that dripped on a pure white canvas. Suddenly, the space ahead of Hajime's gaze was swaying. It was as though the curtain of the stage was raised, the swaying space was cleared, and behind it there was a tiered platform with a height that was nearly 10 meters. And then, there was a young beautiful woman sitting on the throne installed at its peak. Wavy hair of radiant golden threads, white and smooth exposed shoulders, voluminous twin hills peeking out from the largely open chest part, long and slender beautiful legs stretching out from the slit of the dress. Despite being slender on the whole, the woman also strangely looked sensually fleshy. Her legs were crossed, and she was resting her chin on her hand at the throne, with a faint smile on her lips. That appearance looked like the personification of the word bewitching. Reasoning sent flying. Just by a fleeting glance sent by this woman, there was no doubt that they would then prostrate themselves before her with a tremendous emotion that was similar with faith, an overwhelming beauty to the degree that would make anyone unconditionally felt that was right there. But Hajime's face was still expressionless. He was staring straight at that beautiful woman, who for some reason had the appearance of adult Yue. He was only staring fixedly, without any particular emotion that could be seen on his face. Surely that was because, in contrast with the beauty of that appearance, repulsiveness and ugliness could be felt from those eyes and smile that seemed to expose what were inside. Whether the person himself was aware or not of that was unclear. Yue's body, Ehitorujue, that took over that body, was grinning broadly while his mouth was opening once more.
What do you think? While I was seizing this body, I was also trying to make it grow while I was at it. I can brag that the result is quite something, I think.
Etoruje said such thing, with a tone that obviously sounded like he was enjoying this, to that Hajime was intentionally sighing deeply and shrugged lightly. It would be perfect if only the filthiness inside not oozing out like this. Your score is -100. Everything is wasted just by you being the one inside there. This has already gone far past ugly. If you don't notice it yourself, then how about I lend you a mirror?
What impudent talk! But I understand you know. In your heart, you are not as calm as your appearance. Your blood is boiling that your beloved lover is played around freely with like this, right?
Isn't that obvious? What are you doing acting all wise like that? A warning from me. It's better for you to not open your mouth too much. After all, the more you speak, the more your lowliness get exposed. It was a well-executed poisonous tongue. During that exchange, Hajime's expression was still expressionless, without change. That indifferent tone elegantly indicated that what he said wasn't sarcasm or anything, but something that came from the bottom of his heart, which caused Ehitorujue's eyes to twitch in reaction. And then, with a smiling face that was obviously a mask no matter who saw it, he opened his mouth softly.
I command in the name of Ehitoruje, prostrate!
The divine statement was spoken with extremely natural tone. It was the manifestation of God's will that made anyone obeyed without Gestian. Once this foul play caused Hajime to struggle on the ground desperately, and now hearing this once more, Hajime staggered in place, and he responded with a shot. The bullet was blocked by a barrier in front of Ehitoruju. A ripple was spreading in the air.
Divine statement has no effect at all.
Just how many times you had used that in front of me, huh? You think a petty magic trick like that will keep working forever? Ehitorujue's eyes narrowed toward Hajime, who was pointing Donner's muzzle straight at him. But his composure didn't crumble by any means. Instead, he held out his hand that wasn't supporting his cheek in an inviting gesture. Immediately at the areas around Donner and Shurigan, Treasure Warehouse IP, all the artifacts that Hajime carried, the spaces were warping like jelly. But the spaces immediately returned to their original shape with a snapping sound, as though there was something that got repelled away.
I see. So you came here with countermeasures prepared.
Rather, you thinking that I will come without doing that is the crazy one.
Don't get cocky, irregular young boy. You really showed much arrogance just by defending against divine statement and heaven existence.
It doesn't matter how you are looking at me, shitty bastard. PII say it. One more time, the words that I told you at that time. With a click, Hajime fixed Donner's aim at the heart of Ehitorujue while declaring clearly and loudly, PM, taking back you. PII kill you. It will be the end with that. The white space didn't absorb the sound. Rather, it made the words echoed powerfully with dignity. The expression of Ehitorujue that was bombarded with those words warped evilly, showing how he would enjoy trampling on that determination. During that, his crossed leg went down and he lifted his resting cheek before he suddenly stood up. And then, while glaring down from above with the throne behind him, an immense pressure began to leak out. Platinum magic power was painting over the white space.
Very well. This will be the last entertainment in this world. Let's play for a little bit then.
Ehitorujue's body was gently floating up. He lightly spread his hands while his abundant golden hair was undulating. The sleeve of his black dress flapped. At the same time, the platinum magic power light converged rapidly with Ehitorujue at the center, and it formed a shape on his back. What appeared on Ehitorujue's back, while shining brilliantly, was 3 layers of ring halo. The size of those halos, with the floating Ehitoruju as the center, the first halo had a diameter of around 2 meters, while the third halo had a diameter of more than 10 meters. Countless light spheres were slowly being created from those halos. The number of those spheres really should be expressed as the number of the stars in the sky. But, in contrast with their splendor, the pressure emitted by those spheres was absurd. Every single one was obviously hiding a power that could easily destroy a human and could possibly change even the geography. The figure of Ehitorujue, with gigantic halos behind him, served by countless stars and clad in platinum light, would make anyone comprehended. Truly, if anyone who didn't know of the ugliness inside saw him then, he was indeed emitting divinity that was worthy to be revered as God. In response, Hajime was, "No holding back. I'm going all out." Resplendent crimson light burst up. A whirlwind of magic power that spiraled wildly flapped Hajime's black coat and wrapped his body in crimson color. Even in front of Ehitorujue's power, his one eye didn't show any sign of faltering. Unnoticed, it was shining with clear crimson, like red spinel. It was Limit Break's last derivative skill, Supreme Break. At this moment, Hajime's specs swelled up 5 times over in one go. Then he activated Sky Step's last derivative skill, Light Speed, which reinforced his perception ability to a different magnitude. At the same time, countless crosses were lining up mid-air behind Hajime. On the black fuselages that should be called as a color of darkness, a red pattern was carved. The total number of those crosses was 700. New type versatile offensive drone, Crossvelt. While being 2 sizes more compact than the crossbit until now, it was clad with sinister crimson light that made one felt a lump of ice sliding down their spine. Perhaps that spectacle should be called as the grave markers of the enemies slaughtered by the Demon King. You two will be added to this funeral procession. The current Hajime, who was wordlessly asserting that was emitting unprecedented rage and killing intent, while being silent, he was emitting might that was truly worthy for a person who was trying to achieve god-slaying. Dazzling platinum halos and countless twinkling stars, violently wild crimson storm and dark funeral crosses. The two sides resented and bemoaned each other while the space between them creaked, where they were about to swallow at each other. Ehitoruye pushed out one of his hands with an elegance that looked as though it had been calculated thoroughly until his fingertips.
Now, this is the beginning of the game. First, dance for me!
Right after that, a lot of light stars rushed toward Hajime. And it wasn't something that simple. The great number of platinum lights from the halos behind Ehitoruje were flying out with a motion that was depicting geometrical pattern. The meteor shower of light would even make anyone watching to feel a certain kind of artistic galaxy from it. There were lights in a spherical shape, then there were also lights that drawn a curve like a blade, and also lights that were approaching while rotating like a boomerang. A dance invitation from you, son of a bitch. I refuse. Full burst. Hajime snorted at Ahito's invitation and gave his order. At the next moment, all the crosses pointed forward simultaneously, and the 700 crossvelt fired all at once. All of the bullets fired were electromagnetically accelerated. Furthermore, all of the bullet heads were a special bullet that released multi-stage shockwave concentrated to a single point, burst bullet. The platinum meteor shower and the crimson bullets filled the space to the brim. That scene was just like a war in Middle Age, where both armies were yelling war cry just before they clashed. Those two armies that were even more atrocious than death god clashed and destroyed at each other right in the middle between their commanders. Thunderous roars and violent impacts and flashes were surging out to the degree that one could be deluded to think that it was the birth of a star. A great number of meteors were flying off. Bullets clad in crimson were extinguished. The meteors and barrage of bullets were struggling for supremacy with their destructive power.
How? So you can endure this? Then how about the next move? Don't you die so easily, okay?
Ehitoruje made a smile that displayed his joy, and then he waved his arm elegantly once. Then the brilliant radiance of the halos behind him intensified. Right after that, Zuzuzu lights in humanoid form manifested. The silhouettes of person that were formed from light itself were also carrying 2 large swords made from light in their hand, giving them resemblance with the apostle.
Their ability is at the same level with the apostle. However, amidst the illuminating attack of these halos, can you also deal with these attacking apostles of light that are moving independently in the end?
Even while he was saying such thing, the apostles of light were created in large number. With Ehitorujue at the center and the halos behind him, the number of the apostles of light had already easily surpassed 100. But, in front of such view that could be said as despairing, Hajime only snorted, and then he spoke, the soul of language to summon his own army. Battle of Resource is the domain of Transmutation, Master. You are still using these old puppet dolls even at this stage. Aren't you two behind the time? Come, Grim Reaper. Crimson magic power overflowed from the treasure warehouse too. The magic power that swelled up together, with an intense flash scattered everywhere like explosion wave. Although only temporarily, but the space that was full of platinum light was dyed with crimson. Like that, a beat later the flash settled and then…
This is a golem army, is it?
Ahead of the murmuring Ehitoruge's gaze, a great number of monsters swarm clad in crimson light could be seen. However, their body was formed from mineral that looked even harder than steel. Behind their sharp fangs there was gun muzzle, while doors or missiles were attached on their back or stomach. Their claws were vibrating in super speed, where everything that they touched would be torn apart. The body of the golems were overflowing with bizarreness. Hajime's exclusive one-man army, Grim Reapers, wolf shape, great eagle shape, spider shape, large turtle shape, large monkey shape. There was an abundant variation of the golems. It was an army of living golem. Their numbers easily surpassed 100. Furthermore, they were fully loaded with hybrid weapons inside their body. These were the massacring army of the Demon King who knew no pain and no fatigue. Ehitoruge, whose corners of the lips were lifted up, and Hajime, whose eyes narrowed in absolute zero, let their command resounded at the same time.
Apostles of light, exterminate the unsightly monsters!
Death gods, tear apart the useless puppets. Right after that, the light apostles flew out while shooting light beams. The metallic monsters roared while charging forward. The light apostles who were moving in high speed that trailed after images behind were surprisingly followed by the mechanical wolves who rushed through the air with rippling wave in their wake, and after images similarly trailing behind. And then, the wolves deployed a small type Gatling gun from their back, and also firing a cannon from their widely opened mouth. The large eagles that ignited their thrusters and climbed up in one go were trampling the battlefield by scattering cluster bombs like heavy rain from high above. The large turtles were letting loose large amount of missiles from their back, transforming into fixed batteries. The light apostles who approached near to aim at the turtles were blocked by the large monkeys who were forming a wall with the large shield they carried. And then the spiders charged through the gaps and carved apart the shell of the apostles using the sonic wave they generated. Naturally, there were also Grim Reapers that were done in by the light apostles, but each time a Grim Reaper got lethally damaged, they would self-explode that swallowed the surrounding. Even at a minimum, they would bring their killer to accompany them in death.
To rival my magic with amount of resources, it is really something unthinkable for a human. However, if I to said in reverse, even the specialty of the irregular can only rival me at best.
Don't yap, you worthless god. Hajime fired off Donner and Schlag, cutting off Ehitoruge, who was speaking ridiculously. There were 2 sounds of gunshot, but the flashes that cut through the air were 6 streaks. Inside the clashing fierce storm of destruction, those bullets slipped through swimmingly and sniped the caster Ehitoruge. With such hard sound resounding, the bullets were halted before the eyes of Ehitoruge. The positions of the stopped bullets were before his head, heart, and his 4 limbs. While those shots were a sniping that was like threading through the eye of a needle, but not even a single shot shifted for even a millimeter from their target. It was a special move that fired bullets through a space overflowing to the brim with shockwave and barrage without any deviation at all. The first bullets emitted shockwaves consecutively within an instant to a pinpoint spot. They were burst bullet. The shockwaves that were directed to a pinpoint spot made a fatal crack on Ehitoruge's barrier just with 1 shot. And then, the second burst bullets right behind those first bullets that were fired with the same trajectory pushed in as though pile-driving the first shots and pulverized the barrier right away. Faster than a resounding sound of pulverization, the magic bullets of simultaneous attacks on 6 vital spots approached to pierce Ehitoruge. Ehitoruge quietly lifted his hand toward that, even if he did something like that. The electromagnetically accelerated bullets should be unstoppable. It was obvious that a bullet would easily bite a hole into that palm and bore into the heart. Behind it was how it seemed to be. But…
So you broke my barrier. Furthermore, your personality that unhesitatingly aimed at your lover's heart, even though she possesses automatic regeneration, you are making me enjoying this irregular.
The palm and chest of Ehitoruge, who was saying such thing with the corner of his lips raised, didn't seem to receive any kind of damage. The cause of that was surely the small whirling black sphere generated ahead of that palm. Most likely it was gravity magic severance catastrophe. It swallowed the bullet and then crushed it with its supergravity. His delicate control that could do such thing, also his reaction speed that could sense electromagnetically accelerated bullet and stopped it, were absurd as expected. It was unclear whether it was because he planned to play around or perhaps because of his dignity as a god that considered being touched was a disrespect to him, that he didn't rely on the automatic regeneration. Even during this few moment of offense and defense, there was a meteor shower that slipped through the barrage of Crossvelt and reached Hajime. The light stars the size of a fist rushed at Hajime. Hajime was in front of the swarm of lights that completely filled his field of vision, however. His expression showed no unease at all. He shortly breathed out. At the next moment, the swarm of light bullets passed through Hajime's body, while meaninglessly passed through Hajime as though they were attacking an illusion of him.
How? That's splendid!
What was the cause that made the light stars slip through, which made the enemy spontaneously praised in admiration? The cause was nothing special. Hajime was merely evading the lights in high speed with the necessary minimum movement. That clothing, that was just how barely he was evading the lights, by seeing the attacks through until the millimeter degree. For ordinary person, Hajime looked like he was not moving, but with Ehitoruje's perception, the reflected spectacle was as though Hajime's body was making many layers of shadow clones, blurring in the same spot to return to their original position.
Well then, how about this?
Immediately, several stretching lights that were moving with an irregular motion, like twisting snake, were fired from the halos. It didn't stop there. Huge light bullets with diameter around 2 meters were spewed out in large amount like soap bubbles toward Hajime. Hajime clicked his tongue. Hajime used ground shrinker and Air Force TP leap away from his spot. The light whips powerfully struck the place where Hajime was standing, just an instant before, while the light bubbles were flying off all over the place, leaving not a single gap in space. Crossbelts were flying in all directions, and the Grim Reapers were commanded to aim at Ehitoruju from all angles. However, just by a single wave of a hand, Ehitoruju pulverized every machine that got close to him. Hajime's eyes were narrowing from seeing that scene while he made his treasure warehouse 2 shined. Right after that, a huge weapon was gripped in his hand. From a glance, it was the Gatling railgun Metsurai with 6 rotating barrels. However, its size was completely different. It was enlarged by 2 sizes bigger. Furthermore, looking closer, all the 6 barrels, each of them consisted of also 6 barrels. Super large electromagnetic acceleration Gatling cannon Metsurai disaster. It was a Gatling cannon with 6x6 rotating barrels where each barrel had the same size with the barrel of the original Metsurai. It fired off 72,000 rounds per minute. This weapon went even beyond being evaluated as a monster, an outrageous weapon where the idea of creating it could even be called as stupid. Hajime pulled the trigger of such outrageous weapon. Such strange sound like the air itself was rupturing, was resounding. Metsurai disaster that instantly generated a squall of cartridges, pulverized everything in its line of fire. The meteor shower, the light bubbles, and even the light apostles, just like scrap papers before approaching Ehitoruju. The approaching attack was already like a muddy stream of crimson light, a storm of destruction in the same meaning of natural disaster that swallowed everything in its path.
That's something dreadful. But what meaning it has if it doesn't hit? Great vortex of white end!
Ahead of Ehitoruje's 2 hands that he stretched forward, there was platinum light whirling. That sparkling vortex looked just like a silver river. Right after that, the crimson muddy stream of magic bullets that broke through the likes of common obstacle like they were nothing was split into 2 in front of Ehitoruje as though a single stroke had bisected it, and then the attack was swallowed by 2 silver rivers at 2 sides. Naturally, not even a single magic bullet reached Ehitoruje. So even this doesn't reach. Good grief. A meteor shower rushed from the back at Hajime, who was swearing reflexively. Perhaps they were even teleported that the many light stars had circled behind Hajime without him realizing. They approached to swallow him whole. Sometimes with a movement that didn't even leave after image. Sometimes with a swaying motion like fluttering wind, Hajime was evading while using Donner and Metsurai Disaster. Added with crossvelts, he detected the gaps of the meteor shower and fired crimson flashes toward Ehitoruju. The mechanical monsters that were unfolding a fierce battle with the light apostles were also launching an attack at Ehitoruju if they found an opening. The platinum lights that beautifully danced boisterously in the white space and the rushing crimson lights that weaved in between displayed a view that should be called a superb, which would surely steal the heart of the viewer watching from the side. Amidst that view, without relaxing his offense and defense at all, while handling Hajime's shots and the Grim Reaper's attacks, Ehitoruju was showing a composed smile and talked to Hajime.
Come to think of it, irregular. How did you finish off Arifureta? He too was more or less my retainer that possessed divinity. Even if it was you, I don't think that he would be killed that easily.
The revolving light stars took a great detour while aiming at Hajime from all directions. Hajime was intercepting them with his Donner spinning like a wheel, while he snorted and responded at Ehitoruju. Ha! That snob is a god, you say? Don't make me laugh. He easily died while begging for his life unsightly. Even the monster in Labyrinths has more guts than something like that.
Ho! Easily, you say?
Light bubbles buried the space to the brim. Hajime stored in his Metsurai Disaster, and in exchange he took out Agni Orkan and launched Missile Swarm to the front. Terrific thunderous roars and flame blasts rose, and a hole was created on the light bubble's cage. Hajime instantly rushed through, and he aligned the aim of Agni Orkan at Ehitoruju and pulled the triggers. But at that moment, Ehitoruju snapped his finger. At the same time, suddenly thunders rained down from empty space. Those thunders that were focused and compressed to the limit already became spears made from lightning. If it had to be named, then it would be the lightning spear fired from God, the lightning divine spear. Without even any time to react using his perception skill, the sparking platinum spears that flew in lightning speed from Hajime's blind spot within a few meters easily pierced Agni Orkan. Just with that, the frame of the artifacts warped. In addition, the combustion powder packed inside the missiles caught fire, which caused a great explosion. Although Hajime had immediately thrown away Agni Orkan and withdrew from that spot, the missiles that boasted tremendous might even by their lonesome were exploding all at once. From really close range, in addition, the lightning divine spears were also rupturing, which scattered its compressed lightning to all direction. Hajime was unable to avoid getting damage. The blasts and thunders penetrated through his Vajra, and his clothing, which was tougher than it looked because it was made from tough metal and monster hide, which clearly told just how terrible the radiated force was. Cool! Lightning speed attack from random coordinate that is instantly invoked. As expected, this guy is still holding many hands yet. Hajime was whispering in his heart while groaning unintentionally. Ehitoruju, who glanced at such Hajime, continued his talk as though nothing had happened.
Nothing you could hide from me. I know already. You invoked a concept magic, right? The situation at that time could be said as extreme for you. Although not even in my dream I could imagine you would produce a concept so powerful that could even possibly defeat Arifureta. That was unexpected even for me.
Hajime, who lost Agni Orkan, displayed a look that pondered something for an instant. Then he scattered explosion hand grenade at the surrounding witch, blown away the light bubbles while he took out Metsurai Disaster once more. Like that, he held back Ehitoruju while he controlled cross belts and placed one of them above Ehitoruju's head.
Perhaps you have even created a concept of god-slaying. And then you was hiding that trump card close to your chest and holding the hope that you can do something with that you came until this far. Foo-foo, how cute.
Ehitoruju didn't even glance at the cross belt above him. Far from that, he didn't even close his mouth while swiping his hand overhead. Just with that, the crossfelt that was going to shoot was cut with an invisible blade and exploded. The loaded bullets scattered around lethally like a frag grenade, but even those were repelled at the space before Ehitoruju and didn't reach him. Hajime saw that happened, but he didn't even click his tongue. He closely observed the state of Ehitoruju, who was talking while basking in joy, and he quietly narrowed his eyes. Ehitoru, who didn't even pay any attention to such Hajime, then licked his lips smoothly.
By using that, it's possible to separate the soul of me and the vampire princess and kill only me. That's what you are thinking, correct?
So you find out. Well, I also don't have any mood to lie. My trump card is powerful, you know. That calm expression of yours is going to warp into terror and regret soon.
Fuha. So you still believe that the soul of this woman is safe? That figure of yours howling while clinging to a non-existent illusion is truly comical to the extreme.
Saying that, Ehito snapped his fingers once more. Right after that, Hajime's movement came to a sudden stop with his body pitched forward. The cause was obvious. The Metsurai disaster that Hajime held was caught in a distorted space. That space distortion was an A-square block shape that tightly pressed together. Metsurai was fixed at the center of that. Almost at the same time, a spear of thunder came flying once more from an empty space without any advance sign. Shit! While swearing abuse reflexively, Hajime tried to release Metsurai disaster by storing it into Treasure Warehouse 2. However, as though that action had been foreseen,
manifestation of perceived nightmare.
Hajime's neck flew off, his 4 limbs were plucked off, and his heart was gouged. Careful, they don't take kindly to people who can't handle themselves. Careful, they don't take kindly to people who can't handle themselves. A loud yell of fighting spirit surged. The source of the yell was from Hajime, who was thought to be dead. The scene just now was the illusion that was prepared by Ehitoruge. The illusion was so real that if the victim wasn't careful, they might die for real just from that. Hajime exploded the magic power in his body and used the momentum to invigorate himself, and blew away the illusion. But it didn't change that his consciousness was stolen for an instant. The compensation for that opening was his Metsurai disaster. The divine lightning spear stabbed. Metsurai disaster met the same end like Odmi Orkan. Strong. Hajime honestly appraised his enemy. Deployment of technique, the scale of invocation, power, every single aspect was easily surpassing Yue of before. There was also no sign of his magic power running out. The great number of meteor shower fired from his halos might be moving almost automatically. There was no sign at all that Ehito was having trouble in controlling them. The light apostles were also created without end, and even with all that, he was still rapidly invoking Age of God-class magic that was extremely powerful. If it was anyone else than Hajime fighting here, then they would instantly be killed inevitably. As though to further cornering Hajime, who had completely lost 2 of his prided artifacts, Ehitoruge opened his mouth exultantly.
It echoed quiet lusciously. The vampire princess. You, is it? The scream of your woman. It was really meltingly sweet.
Hajime's expression fell out.
With the ownership of her body stolen, she who had become only a soul resisted admirably. But the more she resisted, the more intense the pain running through her. Kukukup, it was visible for me, the figure of the vampire princess, enduring desperately with clenched teeth inside this body. But even that didn't continue forever. She couldn't endure and screamed. And then she felt terror, feeling her soul vanishing from the edge while trembling. Her last words were, Hajime, PM, sorry, fu-fu-fu. After that, she disappeared. Everything happened while she was tasting terror and despair. Do you understand, Irregular? The hope that you came chasing doesn't exist right from the beginning. Fu-ha, fu-ha, ha, 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 ha.
Ehitoruge raised a loud laughter. Indeed, Hajime's magic eye couldn't see Yue's soul. He could only perceive a silver soul taking root inside, melding everywhere. It was as though that view was displaying the truth of Ehitoruge's words. Hajime wordlessly threw several hand grenades to the air. He shot them all using Donner. At that moment, the light stars around the hand grenades dropped on the ground altogether. What Hajime used was Gravity Grenade. It had a special effect that created supergravitational area when it was activated. With that effect, the surrounding light bullets were felled. Hajime's hand was holding Schlagen AA. It completed its charging in a moment, and the 88mm sniping cannon 88, specialized in penetration, roared. The fired crimson flash charged straight through the barrage zone that was thinned by the gravity grenades, just like going through a no man's land. Ehitoruje lifted his hand. Barriers were visibly layered by 3 layers before him. The fang of Schlag and AA blasted the first layer of barrier, bit a hole in the second barrier after a moment of opposition, and smashed even the third layer of the barrier and assaulted Ehitoruje. But the 3 layers divine barrier had obviously decreased the strength of the shot. In that state, naturally, it was unable to ignore the effect of the 2 white vortexes staying at both sides of Ehito. The 88mm shell had its trajectory vainly twisted and got swallowed into the vortex of compression.
Damn a god! As long as I have automatic regeneration and you attack won't even make me feel itchy, but know that even touching me is an insolence.
And then, even while saying such thing, Ehito waved his hand in a complicated gesture with a wide grin as though saying that this was payback. Right after that, the space all around Hajime, including above and below, burst open. What was produced from that was a tremendous impact. It was a space rupture that was even more detailed and powerful than the quaking sky of 4 directions casted in the Devil King Castle. Furthermore, from behind Hajime, perhaps even using teleportation, a lot of light stars were already there unnoticed, moving toward Hajime. This, too, was also an overwhelming attack where there was no time to react and no place to escape. Hajime took out his variable great shield, Adion, to face this. The spherical shield instantly operated its gimmick and deployed to cover Hajime. The impact of space rupture from all directions blown away the first layer of Adion into pieces with one attack. The fierce impact was transmitted through Adion that caused Hajime's left hand, which was supporting it below, to scream. Storm of pursuing attack came right there. Light stars in immense number attacked one after another, not giving any time for the shield to restore itself. Adion, which was swallowed by the storm of light, looked shining just like a star. Even so, its hardness, that didn't allow penetration, should be called as an impregnable fortress. But even that defensive power was nothing more than an interesting sideshow for Ehitorujue. He suddenly lifted his hand and created a bluish-white flame on his palm. And then, he blew it off gently to fly toward the shield. The blue flame soared softly without any sound. It then impacted Adion, that was still receiving concentrated fire, like that the protective wall was easily penetrated. Right after that, Gee! Gee! Ah! A scream resounded. The gimmick of Adion was released, and from inside, Hajime, who was wrapped in flame, leaped out. Teleported meteor shower approached him in no time at all. The Grim Reapers defended Hajime as the substitute of their master, which resulted in a rain of scrapped steel raining down. At the same time, cross velts were also called closer from the surrounding to lay out barrier, but they too were pierced by lightning divine spears by the dozens and exploded to all direction. While clenching his teeth to the sacrifices around him, Hajime broke through the encirclement and compressed his crimson magic power with an expression that warped in pain. At the next moment, he converted the compressed magic power into impact and just barely blew away the blue flame and the rushing light stars. At the same time, Ideon that was left behind had its iron wall broken and light stars rushed inside from the opening. It then received attacks from inside and outside and got pulverized into pieces.
What happened with your big talk from before? You have turned into a really shabby appearance right now.
Ahead of his gaze, there was the figure of Hajime, breathing roughly with burn injuries here and there, every single part of his clothing damaged by fire. It also appeared that he had converted a considerable amount of his magic power into impact, to blow away the blue flame and light stars, so his magic power had decreased considerably. All element resistance and Vajra were reduced to mere consolation as protection in front of the attacks. Might, Hajime couldn't help but shudder from that. Ha ha, just now was Yue's.
No, it was mine. It seemed the vampire princess could use it, but from the beginning this magic was something that I used. It penetrates every obstacle and destroys only its target. It's called Divine Flame. How is it?
Hajime didn't reply. Rather than that, he was pouring his mind to convert his magic power into healing power to heal his damage even just for a little. If possible, he wanted to drink healing medicine, but whether Ehitoru Jue would allow that or not was unclear in the end. He couldn't show an opening after receiving a fierce attack. If Shaya and others were here, they would undoubtedly stiffen from shock seeing Hajime being cornered this overwhelmingly. In actuality, even Hajime himself couldn't help but smile bitterly inside from witnessing the true power of Ehitoru Jue, who had completely seized Yue's body. But, naturally, Hajime didn't let that show in his expression. In exchange, he struck Ehitoru Jue with a gaze of defiance and persistence.
Even when I told you that your beloved woman was already gone, you still don't show any sign of breaking free.
Obviously. Just why do I have to believe your words? If you like bullshit, then just talk to yourself until you are satisfied. Ehitoru Jue smiled wryly from the way Hajime talked. It was as though he was waiting for Hajime's recovery. He relaxed his attack and talked.
Your existence is truly irregular. Because of Freed's appearance, the balance of the game was almost broken, so in order to make it more enjoyable, I brought in people with power from another world, yet you become a strong person that not even my favorite could bear his fang to.
Why did you do something like Summoning Limited at just this time? A war game of human versus devil, the nasty game that Ehitoru Jue held. His words about Freed breaking the balance made Hajime slightly scowled. It was slightly surprising that Freed's labyrinth conjuring was something irregular outside of God's will. And then, about Great Labyrinth's conjuring, Yue's uncle Denreed also did the same thing 300 years ago. However, from what Hajime learned from historical fact, at that time there was no record of hero summoning being performed, and he also didn't hear any story about anything like that. Why it was only at this time such gestion was only something natural to be thought of by a person who got dragged into it. Though Hihime going along with Ehitoru Jue's story also had the purpose of merely buying time to recover.
Different from in the past, there was no capable person in this present era that was capable of opposing Freed UC. Never I imagined that other than the vampire princess, even the dragon race is also still surviving. Both of them were hidden skillfully. If there is no good pawn in this world, then nothing could be done except by providing it from another world.
Another world, huh?
Correct. Although the connection to your world is completely a coincidence. It was a result that coincides with me searching for a person with high affinity that could possibly become my vessel. Even for a god body, crossing the boundary of the world is not something easy. To say nothing of a soul without a vessel, even directly interfering with outside holy precincts is difficult. As the result, I somehow succeeded dragging down someone from above world, but, including an irregular like you, there were also a lot of extras coming along here.
According to Ehitoru Jue's story, Kuki was similar with Yue. He was chosen based on his possibility to become a vessel. Most likely Ehitoru Jue was using a magic like the Compass of Guidance to search, but Ehitoru Jue, who had no vessel that was a flesh body, could only wield his power completely within holy precincts. Furthermore, it seemed that his power was repressed in the earth because that world had superior rank, so his effort didn't go well. The result of that was the summoning of all the classmates. In other words, everyone else other than Kuki only seemed to get dragged in, unintentionally by God. There was no story more annoying than this.
Although, thanks to that, the best vessel that I thought had been lost 300 years ago was discovered. That's why this could be said as a windfall. Fufu! With this, I can exhibit my power in full, even outside the holy precincts. Crossing over to another world is also easy.
Most likely even the body of an apostle was insufficient as God's body because it would lower his divinity. If that wasn't the case, then he would not be this delighted from managing to obtain a vessel. Ehitoru opened and closed his hand, basking in joy. Hajime then asked something that he had actually wondered about all this time. Ehitoru Jue, what are you?
What a really abstract question that is, irregular. But no matter what is said, naturally the answer has been decided. I am the god that created and ruled over everything.
Ehitoru Jue introduced himself as the transcendental creator god and also the ruling god. But Hajime snorted to that. No, You are no god or anything. You didn't create this world. You are also not ruling over everything. You are Noda, supernatural existence that mankind imagined. You are merely an existence that is possessing power mightier than mankind.
Who? With what kind of basis you are saying such thing?
Perhaps he got his interest attracted from that, Ehitoruge then asked Hajime back. Isn't that simple? Your perception cannot detect Yue, who was at the bottom of the abyss, and also the dragon race, who hid outside this continent. Your strength only reaches this continent. Even then, it's only at the scale that doesn't reach the abyss. Power at that level is just too tiny for the creator, right?
Coo, to call someone like me as tiny. And if I am not a god, then what am I?
Hajime thrust his answer with an expression that vaguely looked like he was chewing a bitter bug. You're a human of another world, the same like us.
Because I am not a god, but I possess a mighty power, then I must be a human from outside world the same like you all. That's your reasoning.
Not only that, in the first place, it was already strange by the point of time that you know about the concept of outside world. Because there is none in this world, then search for a capable person from other worlds. Such idea won't come out unless you know about the existence of another world right from the start. Even in our world that is overflowing with fantasy entertainment, that concept is only a wild idea. If you are an existence in the level that is able to create the world, then I can accept that. But, just like I said just now, you are not an all-knowing and almighty supernatural existence. Based on that, it's only natural to think that you know about the existence of another world, by the same reason, like us. Hearing those words, Ehitoruge went, and nodded once. Then he began to clap dramatically.
Splendid. Perhaps that's what I should say. Indeed, I am a human from another world. Originally, one only reached the height of magic, although, through the passing many months and years, the gathered faith granted my divinity that sublimated my soul. Through that, there is no doubt that I am a god.
And then, he suddenly lifted his hand. Right after that, thunder boomed in empty air, blue flame exploded, strong wind stormed, the air froze, white smoke whirled. For Hajime, those were a sight he was used to. However, the dimension of the power focused there far surpassed what he had seen in the past. 5 heavenly dragons were created. They were the magnificent incarnations of atrocious tyranny that Yue created from the fusion of gravity magic and the highest class elemental magic. Those heavenly dragons were fiercely glaring at Hajime with dark red eyeballs. The presence of these heavenly dragons was clearly different with Yue's heavenly dragons. Hajime's magic eye detected materials other than the core of the heavenly dragon that was formed from magic. That pulsing dark red ore was clearly magic stone. It appeared metamorphosis magic was used on the heavenly dragons, which transformed them into a monster. Perhaps the material to form them was gathered by using space magic. Not only monster, there was also the presence of apostle from the dragons. Hajime was thoroughly knowledgeable of how troublesome these heavenly dragons were. Now these dragons were added with the function where they could move, independently separated from the caster's control to attack the prey. These caused Hajime to sweat coldly in his heart. A cannot overwhelm him in resource battle. Now, on top of that, there is also these troublesome newcomers in addition. Well, I already imagined that this won't be easy. If I resolved myself, I can do this. Ahead of the gaze of Hajime, who was talking to himself in his heart, the 5 heavenly dragons were coiling in the air with Ehitoruge at the center. That figure of the adult Yu, obeyed by the magnificent dragons, was exactly like a goddess in a legend. No, any goddess from any mythology would surely be overshadowed in front of the current Yu, who was obeyed by the heavenly dragons with halos behind her. There was no doubt that even the goddess of beauty Aphrodite would flee barefooted in front of her. The person inside that body, which made that divine beauty to be spoiled, opened his mouth with a repulsive grin.
Now then, Irregular, you have recovered a little, haven't you? We have to begin the game once more any time now. During that time, let's reminisce a bit about the past. You are going to struggle as long as you can, right?
It has been really a long time since I talk about myself.
Entertain me!
At the next moment, the 5 heavenly dragons simultaneously roared. Violent killing intent and pressured weighed down on Hajime. At the same time, the meteor shower from the halos also resumed coming. the white space was filled to the brim with the heavenly dragons turned monster and the torrent of lights. The heavenly dragons that were turned into a monster while being half magic body left the control of the caster and aimed at the prey independently. The emitted pressure far surpassed the heavenly dragon that Yue often used before. The 5 elements magic that formed those bodies were also evolved, where now they possessed a worthy wickedness that was clear to see.
My former world was a world where magic was the foundation. PM not boasting, but I remember that the development there was remarkable. There was abundant variety of artifact. People flew freely in the sky. They could get in touch with a faraway place. They moved using teleportation. Even their lifespan could be prolonged by a few hundred years more using magical treatment. Magic and technology that were based from that made that world abundant.
Pashi! That light sound resounded, and the figure of the lightning dragon vanished. No, that large body changed into a streak of lightning, and it moved with lightning speed. At the next moment, it appeared beside Hajime. Fast, but if it's only as fast as lightning, then. The dragon raised a roar of thunder while its open jaw rapidly pulled everything in the surrounding. Even the light stars were swallowed and extinguished inside there. Hajime, who was almost got pulled in, similarly like the light stars, immediately took out several gravity hand grenades to empty air. The gravity hand grenades that were easily pulled in exploded with a good timing just when they entered inside the mouth of the lightning dragon and generated super gravitational area. The lightning dragon that swallowed everything while approaching was flattened by the downward pressure that was suddenly generated and passed through below Hajime, who was hovering in mid-air using air force.
But what is waiting for the world that is overdeveloped is only their end. Our world, too, wasn't an exception to that. Something like a war of the end that happened because of exhausted resources, or sense of values, or possibly because of economical problems or different political idea. Those weren't the cause. The reason was something more, something that couldn't be helped. Do you know what it was, Irregular?
Eitoruge's questioned, however. Hajime couldn't answer. He had no composure to answer, because after he staved off the lightning dragon, the azure dragon circled right behind him and pressed hard on him along with an immense amount of heat. In front of him was the meteor shower. Below was a lightning dragon. At left and right were the storm dragon and ice dragon. If he evaded then, he would undoubtedly aim from right behind and forced to bear damage that would be hard to disregard. Therefore, Hajime took out the variable chakram, Orestes, to empty air. A kashun sound came out immediately, and wire that was divided into 3 parts formed a round-shaped gate. The azure dragon charged straight into the gate. Right after that, the azure dragon flew out from above the ice dragon that approached from the right side. Hajime had applied presence isolation to 1 more variable chakram and made it flew there. The suddenly appearing azure dragon collided with its natural enemy, the ice dragon, which caused the ice dragon to roar in agony. And then, the ice dragon glared at Orestes, which teleported the azure dragon and breathed out ice and snow. With that, the Orestes froze instantly as though it was bathed with liquid nitrogen. Right after that, it was impacted by a light star and was easily smashed. Regardless of the roar of the ice dragon and the sound of Orestes getting pulverized, Eitoruge's voice still reached Hajime's ears smoothly.
They arrived at the truth. The magic technology was developed thoroughly until they could interfere with the information of the world itself, to the material, to life, to the star, to time, to the environment. And then, no matter the era, researcher is always unable to restrain their curiosity. They fumbled with a technology that interferes with the truth spreading in the world like playing with a toy, and that became the cause that destroyed the world. Our world was killed by the curiosity of the people who handled magic.
Hajime neutralized the light stars using Crossvelt. Furthermore, he commanded the Grim Reapers to aim at Eheterujue. Eagle-type Grim Reaper scattered cluster bombs above Eheterujue. However, the squall of explosive was easily pulverized by the meteor shower fired from the halos, resulting in only sparkling particles scattering around. Hajime's attacks didn't reach Eheterujue at all. Eheterujue's expression didn't even show any annoyance.
The truth crumbled and the world was rapidly crumbling. The situation at that time was exactly like a picture of pandemonium in hell. There was nothing that could be done at all. Mankind had no other path other than destruction along with the planet, with the exception of a part of the arrived.
Ahemi took out all the Orestes that he could control in his attempt to deal with the 5 heavenly dragons, but Ahitoruge snapped his fingers while talking. Right after that, several hundred lightning divine spear rained down from the empty air and fried all the Orestes without leaving even dust behind. Furthermore, the lightning that was thoroughly packed inside the spears was released and attacked Hajime from all direction like a spider web. While reinforcing his body with Vajra, Hajime evacuated hurriedly, but he was unable to leave with no damage. His flesh was roasted, which harmed his nerves slightly. There, the Earth Dragon attacked him.
The arrived. These were the people who were able to individually operate the essence of what all of you called as the Age of God magic. Only they were able to discover the method to be saved. That method was the teleportation to another world. Fufu, isn't that laughable? After all, only the ringleaders who destroyed the world were able to escape from ruin.
Amidst the reverberation of Ehituruje's laugh that was filled with irony, a wire with oars attached at both its ends soared through empty air. The wire entangled around the approaching stone dragon and lightning dragon mid-air in many layers. Right after that, a fierce ripple spread from the oars. It was the binding artifact Bola that had been strengthened by really far. Operating together with the oars, the wire part that was also a developed model was fixed directly to the space, so the half-magic, half-physical heavenly dragons were also firmly bounded in place. The 2 heavenly dragons roared and rampaged violently to escape from the binding. Hajime took out Schlagen AA once more and fixed his aim using his magic eye stone and pulled the trigger. Spark traveled the barrel and Schlagen AA roared. The bullet then flew into the mouth of the lightning dragon and advanced forward without paying any heed to the lightning and destroyed the magic stone of the dragon. At the same time, 6 bullets that were shot from Donner along the same trajectory gouged further the hole inside the stone dragon's mouth that was hollowed by the concentrated fire of the cross velts. The bullets were instantly petrified and became brittle stone, but even so, the bullets advanced inside the stone dragon and the last bullet shot through the magic stone without getting petrified. The last bullet was a bullet coated with sealing stone. Hajime only had a bit of it remain because he wasn't frugal in using them for the weapons of Shia and others, or his large shield. This bullet coated with sealing stone was something that he needed to think carefully before using. Hajime splendidly defeated 2 heavenly dragons, but because of that, his feet stopped moving. The compensation for that was large.
Like that the arrived, including me, arrived in this world. At that time, we were surprised. After all, this world was so primitive that it shouldn't even be compared with our world. Mighty creatures with special power were running rampant, while mankind was hiding in shadow like cave or hole in the ground, while living barely scraping by.
Ehitoruchue had a distant look in reminiscence while waving his hand. Immediately, Hajime's legs were fixed in a place altogether with the space, even though he was concentrating on his story. But he perfectly grasped the instant Hajime's feet stopped, a compressed space in block shape that was the same like the fixed space which captured Metsurai disaster completely seized Hajime. No good. Unease showed in Hajime's expression. He immediately converted his magic power into impact to attempt to break the fixed space. But the opponent wasn't that sweet to let such opening escape. Storm Dragon roared while attacking the unmoving Hajime. Its jaw swallowed Hajime before closing with a snap. The wind blades and pebbles contained inside its body mercilessly assaulted Hajime. The damage went through to Hajime, who persisted using Vajra. Blood sprayed everywhere and graphic, unpleasant sound Gokibeki resounded. Inside the storm of violence that was equivalent to a torture, Hajime fixed the aim of Schlagen AA, along with a yell of fighting spirit, and tore the storm dragon from inside its body. Ehiturjue continued his talk without showing any care that the monster he created was killed.
In that kind of world, we, the arrived, decided to cultivate it. We exterminated the monsters that had lived since the ancient times and granted wisdom to the native people. The small village turned into town before long, and then became a city, and then before we realized it had become a country. At that period, we had already been revered as gods. We used a secret technique of the truth and converted the religious faith into power. We attempted to reinforce and sublimate our soul was also around that period.
Hajime smashed the storm dragon and blasted out from inside it. His body became soaked in blood, which made his appearance look wretched. But the ice dragon roared without even any time to breathe. Hajime threw all the bola that he had toward the azure dragon that was approaching from the opposite direction. He also held the dragon back further using cross velts, ordered the Grim Reapers for concentrated fire. Then he turned toward the ice dragon's open jaw and aimed Schlagen AA. Instantly, Schlagen AA was freezing with dreadful momentum from its tip. Coordinate attack, huh? It appeared the ice dragon was able to directly lower the temperature at the coordinate it targeted. It was an ability that the ice dragon Yue handled didn't have. Hajime was already unable to pull the trigger. The freezing kept moving with the momentum that almost froze even his artificial arm. Furthermore, with Ehitoruje's instruction, a meteor shower and light apostles rushed Hajime's left side with good timing. Although he was able to somehow repel back only the light apostles, using the suicide-bombing Grim Reapers and cross velts, but he was unable to neutralize the whole meteor shower. Hajime received a direct hit on his left arm. Although the armor of the artificial arm slightly decreased the damage he received, the Schlagen AA that he unintentionally let go because of the impact was sucked into the jaw of the ice dragon. Like that it was obvious how the artifact would end up. The Schlagen turned into little pieces at the same time when the pure white freezing ice dragon closed its jaw.
A few thousand years later after that, this world became greatly developed. But, as though in inverse proportion, one of the arrived and the one more person lost their will to live, regardless of how they had transcended the truth of death, they ended their own life. I was unable to understand that, but the last person who stopped prolonging his life said this: "It's already enough." In the end, the remaining arrived became only me.
Hajime threw countless grenades at the surrounding and immediately shot them. Right after that, a flame blast was generated in the air, which created a crimson flame wall between Hajime and the ice dragon. For an instant, the sight of the ice dragon was obstructed, but something like that was completely swallowed into its jaw instantly, like nothing. But after that flame blast cleared up, at the other side was a gigantic weapon. A Gatling pile bunker held by Hajime was there. At the next moment, a crimson spark crackled, and 2-ton giant stakes fired with a rate of 20 shots per second were fired and turned into flashes. The barrage of giant stakes that should be called as a crimson wall rushed the ice dragon from the front. Coupled with the gravitational pull by the gravity spot in its mouth, the giant stakes stabbed into the dragon's large mouth without any deviation. The freezing ability of the ice dragon was instantly freezing the giant stakes, but because of their force, the giant stakes couldn't be resisted. They advanced unstoppable and gouged in. And then one of the giant stakes hit the magic stone inside, and splendidly succeeding in destroying the dragon while raising scream of death agony. The ice dragon changed into mere mist and dispersed.
I became the last one. Since then, how many months and years had lapsed then? Was it 1,000 or 5,000 years? I don't remember anymore, but day by day I watched the humans came to me, lifting up prayer and offering, and then one day, suddenly I thought, let's destroy them!
Hajime directed the cannon turret of the Gatling pile bunker toward the azure dragon. The rushing meteor shower and light apostles were all blown away by the crossvelts and Grim Reapers. Like that, he turned toward the azure dragon, who even now was almost finished burning the many bolas binding itself, and he pulled the trigger. Just before he could do that, Hajime suddenly felt a chill and leaped away from that spot. As the cause, it appeared that his choice was correct. The place where Hajime was at a moment before was pierced by several dozen lightning divine spears. They spread immense thunders everywhere. It was just a hair's breadth. While trickling out cold sweat and blood, Hajime sent a sidelong glance at Ehitoruje. Ehitoruje was still looking at empty space with faraway look while talking about his path in the past. And yet, his attacks were still tormenting Hajime accurately, with superb timing, so there was nothing more irritating than this. After being toyed around until this far, Hajime confirmed that Ehitoru Jue was sensing him accurately, and he made a frustrated expression. At the same time, he decided that first he should slaughter the last remaining Azure Dragon, and so he was moving the Gatling pile bunker toward it. But, as expected, it seemed he had let escape the timing for a sure kill. The Azure Dragon that was restrained using all of Hajime's bola roared fiercely. At that moment, the crimson ripple was enveloped by blue flame. The lit blue flame traveled along the bola's wire before rushing all over everywhere, and the blue flame swallowed everything. Explosive sound resounded, and blue beams of light illuminated the space. Amidst that, Ehitoru Jue showed an ecstatic expression. With Yue's beautiful face, that smile emitted an amazing sex appeal, but for Hajime, it only made his blood boiled without end.
You understand, right? Just like how a man wants to defy a woman, just like how someone wants to step on fresh snow. Beautiful things, those precious things that you've desperately piled up, they give off their true beauty when they are broken. The pleasure you obtain from that is something that is really difficult to be substituted by anything. That time when I trampled everything that I had protected the whole time for several thousand years, let me taste its unimaginable sweetness. The people screaming, the shriek that asked for help from me, even now, that's the only thing that I remember clearly.
All the bolas were burned to nothing. The Azure Dragon resumed its advance with blazing rage. Hajime was going to make the dragon into the prey of the Gatling pile bunker right from the front. But then, the space all around Hajime shook. Omnidirectional space, blasting. While holding his breath, Hajime leaped out from the encirclement before the space could generate shockwave, a severe earthquake. Although Hajime at least avoided a direct hit, he got hit by the afterwave, and blood sprayed everywhere grandly from Hajime's wounds. Hajime unintentionally groaned and his expression warped. There was a flickering azure flame at the corner of his sight. Contrary to the approaching heat, an ice lump was sliding down his spine. He tried to use air force to escape while reinforcing his body with Vajra, but the meteor swarm whirled and danced boisterously in anticipation of that and blocked Hajime's path of escape.
Even though I have forgotten completely how long I have lived, only the pleasure I felt at that time when everything crumbled is unforgettable. Therefore I decided that this world is my toy.
Ehitoru's gaze finally returned back from the past. He faced Hajime, who was trying to break through the dance of the meteor shower using Donner and cross velts, and then he snapped his fingers. That was the signal for the explosion. All the meteors following Hajime like a whirlwind exploded simultaneously. The generated shockwave was equal with the hand grenade that Hajime used. Hajime immediately used cross velts to lay out barrier, and furthermore, the Grim Reapers used their body as a shield in their master's danger to soften the impact, even if just for a bit. Hajime, who was swallowed by flame blasts, and the light was swallowed by the fully opened mouth of the Azure Dragon. The jaw of Azure Flame closed with a snap. Everything that was touched would be mercilessly returned to ash by the hellfire of the highest class of magic. Thinking normally, it was impossible to survive after getting eaten by that flame. However, the torso of the flaming Azure Dragon, inside the Azure Flame, there was a shining crimson that showed Hajime's survival. There were 4 crossvelts around Hajime. They connected to each other using string of magic power and laid out a barrier of space isolation, 4-point barrier. But, in compensation for that, the surface of the crossvelts was melting down second by second. The 7 crossvelts that Hajime directly controlled were naturally enchanted with Vajra, and also coated with sealing stone. Yet even so, these crossvelts couldn't endure. It was something that he understood, but as expected, the heat of this dragon far surpassed the dragon that Yue used. Gah, don't underestimate me! Inside the stomach of the blue heavenly dragon, a voice that paused intermittently, yet filled with tenacious will, resounded. The astonishing thing was that even with the laid-out space isolation barrier, Hajime was still enveloped in a lot of flame. It seemed that this Azure Dragon had penetrating flame the same like the divine flame slipped into it. Scorched by that flame, Hajime was stepping forward while trickling greasy sweats, he took out Orestes, which made a gate that connected the inside and outside the barrier. Ahead of the gate was the Azure Dragon's magic stone. Donner fired Crimson Flash along with bursting sound. The bullet passed through the gate and pierced through the sea of azure flame. The magic bullet, coated with sealing stone, accurately shot the magic stone of the Azure Dragon. The magic stone became little pieces with an explosive sound. At the same time, the blue flame was dispersing.
Yes, everything is my toy, irregular.
A sinister sound that he had already heard many times from Ahituruge echoed, the sound of a finger snap. As expected, the dispersing azure flame wriggled like living thing. It intruded smoothly into the four cross velts surrounding Hajime. Right after that, gah! Hajime's short scream accompanied Agran flame blast rising up. The four cross velts ruptured from their inside. The penetrating divine flame caused chain explosions from the bursting bullet loaded inside, followed by crimson ripples, grand and countless shockwaves, and scattering divine flame tormented Hajime thoroughly from four directions. Hajime immediately scattered hand grenades. It was for the sake of drinking god water and forcefully making an opening. As expected, his damage had reached a level that he couldn't ignore, but the wind of death caressed his skin chillingly at that time. Hajime's instinct was ringing the alarm bell in full. Right after that, the crimson wall that bloomed fully at the surrounding from Hajime's hand grenades was pierced by a blowing down wind. Hajime obeyed his instinct's command and twisted his body, and right beside him, a dislocated space passed through. At the same time, his left hand that took out god water was fixed in space. It was a perfect timing that took advantage of the opening when Hajime took evasive action. The next move was also the same. The lightning divine spear flew out from empty air and shot down the god water. Dammy! Hajime raised his voice unintentionally, but it was already too late. The god water had been lost from Hajime's hand. On the same occasion, his artificial hand was also pierced and his palm dissolved. Hajime immediately repaired his artificial hand using transmutation while leaping away in order to avoid the rushing meteor shower. Shit, even though that's the last god-watered... A swearing leaked out. Ahituruge, who heard that, lifted the corner of his lips and then he lifted his hand before dropping that hand quietly, pointing at Hajime. Immediately, light swelled up explosively and light stars shot out from the halos like missile moving in an arch with light trailing behind. Hajime took out his Gatling pile bunker, aimed it at Ahituruge, and then he charged forward while firing. From above, like stars falling from the night sky, radiant stars were raining down. The Grim Reapers, whose number had decreased considerably before one knows used their body as a shield. Several crossbelts laid out barrier above Hajime's route. With those, the momentum of Hajime's charge didn't stop. Even while that was happening, like a countdown going down, the autonomic weapons of Hajime's Giality products were bursting, their fragments scattered everywhere. But, as though mocking that determination of Hajime, who was forced to make those sacrifices,
What do you think the devil and demi-human are?
Such gestin resounded from right behind Hajime. Hajime felt a shudder running through his spine. He used the intense recoil of his artificial hand to rotate at high speed and fired Donner behind him without even confirming anything. But there was no one there. In exchange, a presence appeared at Hajime's left-hand side where he was holding the Gatling pile bunker. Hajime opened his eyes wide while sending his gaze there. At the same time, a hand gently caressed the artifact. And then, just like what happened at the Devil King Castle, the Gatling pile bunker was easily returned to dust. The one who was there was Ahituruge. From his 3 layers of halos, in his back now there was only the first layer of halo. He skipped over even Hajime's perception, and his figure appeared in very close range. Teleport without using gate as expected, he can actually do something like that. Hajime's eyes narrowed from how one of the concerns that he harbored came true. It appeared that the magic which allowed the lightning divine spear to appear suddenly from the empty air and teleported the artifact he possessed, heaven existence, could also be used for teleporting the caster themselves. And then Ehito could also turn artifact into dust just by touching them. The figure of Ehitoruge vanished guiltily once more. At the same time, a chill ran on his back. Hajime fired bursting bullet behind from the elbow of his artificial arm, but the light emitted from the halo blocked it. Ehitoruge's arm was swung down without even paying any attention to Hajime's counterattack. Sword of Light attacked Hajime following the trajectory of that arm. Hajime rotated using the impact from firing bursting bullet and backstepped to evade. He took a distance of more than 10 meters within an instant, using his super speed, but a diagonal laceration was carved from Hajime's shoulder until his flank. Even though he should have gotten out already from the range of the sword, yet he was still hit. Hajime's face warped in pain while his severe gaze stabbed Ehitoruge.
No need to be shocked. This is called as Divine Sword, a magic sword that can freely contract and expand. It also can jump through space to attack. It can penetrate your defenses because it also has the penetrating ability like Divine Flame.
Hajime had been reduced to a tragic appearance that was obvious at a glance. Ehitoruge was explaining to such Hajime, who was breathing roughly while his hand was caressing along the divine sword. That composed expression expressed how Hajime's fang couldn't reach him at all. In contrast, Hajime was all tattered. His black coat that was weaved with metal fiber, which was stronger than even armor had become. Just like scrapped rag, the clothes under it was heavily soaked from absorbing blood. His skin that was visible from the gaps of the torn clothes was dyed bright red. His white hair was especially soaked with blood color from the fresh blood pouring out from his head. Just looking at Hajime right now felt painful. The blood trickling down his head was like tears of blood. Even the equal fight when the two fought a battle of resource was easily tilted completely into Ehito's favor when he used Age of God magic consecutively. The many artifacts that were the greatest trait of Hajime's specialty were also being mostly destroyed. What were left with Hajime was Donner and Schlag, Cross Velts, and then Grim Reapers.
It has become a little bit bothersome now.
Ehito swung his divine sword. Not even afterimage could be seen from his hand motion. It wasn't even clear whether he had swung the magic sword or not, but the result was obvious. The Crossvelts and Grim Reapers that had been decreased until nearly 50 machines were cruelly turned into small pieces before they exploded everywhere they were. What remained was only 3 Crossvelts that Hajime directly controlled. The army of Demon King had been completely annihilated. Even the crosses that symbolized death fell on the ground. Now Hajime only possessed mainly grenades of various kinds. Most likely Ehitoruge was intentionally aiming to destroy the artifacts in order to grant Hajime despair.
Well, such thing doesn't matter. Rather than that, I talked about devil and demi-human. What do you think they are?
Without even showing particular care about the several hundred artifacts that he had cut apart instantly, Ehitoruge repeated his previous question. It appeared the talk of Ehitoruge still wasn't over. He toyed around with his divine sword while staring at Hajime, who looked like he could fall any time with a wide, repulsive grin. Aren't they? Ha ha! The native here. Hajime answered the Gestian in order to recover, even for a little, in this second opening he was given.
No, you are wrong. The native people of this world are only the human. Whether the devil or the demi-human, they are the illegitimate children created by my magic technology.
So you even synthesizing?
Foo-foo, you have fast understanding. The devil and demi-human are synthetic organisms created by the combination of my monster and human. They are my genuine creation.
Why did you do such thing? Perhaps Ehitoruge surmised that unasked Gestian of Hajime. His tongue was moving smoothly to answer.
No matter how much I was trying to sublimate my soul using faith and secret technique, no matter how much restoration and improvement I attempted on the body, the long several millenniums brought my body to its limit. Naturally, I searched for new body, but there was no flesh that could accept the soul of God.
If there is none, then just make one, huh?
It really helps that you have a quick understanding. Devil has high aptitude with magic factor, and the demi-human has powerful physic. They each came from me combining human with primitive organisms that possess those essential aspects. I also tried creating the likes of dragon people by combining those two aspects, but they were a failure. They could only be used for side entertainment, like how the strongest race became persecuted.
Just how many sacrifices came out along the course of those experiments? Even Hajime couldn't help but sympathize with the people in the past, to say nothing of the fact that the reason of the persecution toward Tio and others was merely this guy venting his anger, knowing that caused Hajime's killing intent to intensify further.
In that process, I also created the currently existing monsters and apostles, but because of some unknown factor, in the end I was unable to obtain a body that could possibly become my vessel. Although some could endure to a certain degree, they would soon self-destruct.
So the holy precincts was because you had no vessel.
Fufu. Correct. This place is so I can continue to exist only as soul, and also a place where I can use my strength. Here I was enjoying the game while waiting. Extremely rarely there would be people with aptitude like Arifureta or the Liberators that were born.
Based on the truth that Hajime was told, it seemed that the people who were called his true ancestor, like Yue or Shie, were more accurately people with aptitude. Although even the people with aptitude in the past, like the Liberators, were insufficient as Ehitoruge's vessel. Hajime's eyes narrowed quietly. Like that, 300 years ago, you finally discovered it. Ha!
Yes, at that time my heart danced for the first time after a few hundred years. Although, my vessel was immediately hidden after that, even though at that time I had even personally granted her the title as Miko specially. You know, at that time I was driven by fury that I even destroyed several countries unintentionally while destroying the vampire country. After that, I thought of the possibility of another Miko being born once more before I was able to finally calm down.
Ehitorue swept his divine sword, the halo on his back, and the halos at the distance visible above the throne began to shine brilliantly.
Let me say my thanks once more, Irregular. You discovered my vessel and made me enjoy myself. Until this much, you have truly done a great service. As the prize, Paul consign you to oblivion personally by my hand.
Platinum magic power painted over everything. Hajime too also emitted his crimson magic power. He readied Donnerschlag and lined up the 3 cross velts behind him. A beat passed. The figure of a Hitora Jue disappeared. Hajime fired the ready Donner and Schlag as they were. The launched flashes passed through the last Orestes that was placed in front of the gun muzzles and reappeared behind him. Sure enough, there was Ehitoru Jue there. However, without any hurry, Ehitoru Jue surprisingly cut apart the bullets that came flying from Orestes with his divine sword. Although Yue was a prodigy in magic, but her close-quarter combat ability was lower than average. Based on Ehitoru Jue's feat just now, it seemed that because of the possession, the body's physical ability and battle skill were increased up like a joke. The penetrating divine sword stretched toward the frowning Hajime. The sword flash that was impossible to defend against was somehow evaded by Hajime bending backward. At the same time, the cross velts fired burst bullets wildly. Those bullets were shot down by the light stars fired from the halo. The spreading ripples of impact bloomed everywhere between Hajime and Ehitoru Jue.
There is nothing to feel surprised about. This is my original sword art that I learned for killing time. The twin large swords art of the Apostle is also based on my swordsmanship. I can do not only magic, you know.
Chi, so what?
Fufu! At first, I put distance and stole the artifacts of you who were desperately struggling, like plucking off your arms and legs. Next is close quarter combat. That's how it is. There is no hope for you no matter what you try, Peel. Teach that to you personally. How are you feeling getting overwhelmed with one hand by someone who was talking leisurely about the past?
Saying that Ehitoru cut apart the shockwaves themselves and charged forward. Hajime rapid-fired Donner and Schlag. The bullets that he used were living bullet. Furthermore, they were coated with sealing stone. But at the next moment, Ehitoru Jue's figure vanished as expected. And then he appeared instantly at Hajime's side. Hajime, who foreseen that, used the recoil of his artificial arm to throw away his body. Immediately following that, the bullets that Hajime fired before this flew out from the space around Ehitoru Jue. Hajime understood that Ehitoru Jue would teleport using a storm of flashes that aimed at the moment Ehitoru Jue teleported. No matter even if it was Ehitoru Jue, it seemed that he would get drilled through by the bullets before he could teleport once more. However, the moment the bullets impacted, the arm of Ehitoru Jue that was holding the divine sword vanished. No, that arm was moving so fast that it looked like it vanished. The sword moved flexibly, like a whip, and sword lines rushed around Ehitoru Jue as though a barrier was layered surrounding him. As the result, the bullets were wrecked into pieces. The sword was swung with a speed that even the living bullet's trajectory correction couldn't follow. Even the perception skill that Hajime had could only perceive the sword slightly as a streak of light. It was a terrifying speed.
To be able to read my movement in this short time, that prediction came from experience rather than sense, I guess. That's really something. But in front of my Godspeed, that is still too slow.
Godspeed, it was the magic that Kaori used limitedly, but Ehitoru used it with more refinement. It was beyond the pale that he was able to cut apart 20 shots of electromagnetically accelerated bullets that approached from a meter. Before this, when he instantly cut apart several hundred crossvelts and Grim Reapers, was surely also because his sword attacks that were done within shortened time.
Now then, how many artifacts you have left? Or else have you used up all of your plans? If not, then you can use them all. PII, crush everything you have and dye your brave face with despair.
Ehitoru used Heaven Existence. Instantly, he appeared right in front of Hajime's face. Q. The sword flashes that were swung while Hajime groaned were 10 times. All of those were evaded by Hajime, who mostly relied only on his instinct. But his dodging couldn't be called as perfect with how he was unable to defend, he was grazed, or even thinly sliced all over his body. The recoil of Hajime's artificial hand forcefully threw away his body to an angle that was normally impossible. Hajime rotated like spinning wheel while desperately taking distance. During that time, he randomly scattered a lot of grenades from inside Treasure Warehouse IP. Many of the grenades were cut apart by the lengthening divine sword and destroyed by the meteors from the halo. The grenades that weren't even allowed to explode were scattered as sparkling particles and fell on the ground. Ehitoru laughed disgustingly to that useless effort of Hajime, who couldn't even buy time while teleporting consecutively. He appeared and then vanished, appeared and then vanished, just like an illusion. It was like he was being omnipresent around Hajime. And then the divine sword that reached regardless of distance carved multiple layers in the air. Although Hajime avoided lethal wound each time that happened, wounds were mass-produced with certainty on his body. He also counterattacked with the combination of Donner and Schlag, Orestes and Crossvelts, but in front of the elusive Heaven Existence and Godspeed, Hajime was unable to inflict even one telling blow. The second and third layer of the halos and the halo behind Ehitoru were dyeing the white space with platinum light by endlessly firing meteor shower. However, naturally, those meteors were automatically avoiding Ehitoru himself and rushed only Hajime. Hajime was clenching his teeth while shooting back. He was staving off the storm of death sometimes with grenade, sometimes with crossvelt, and sometimes with Orestes. Amidst that, he was trying to somehow arrest Ehitoru's movement, but he couldn't reach. Hajime was being overwhelmed even in close-quarter combat, just like Ehitoru planned. Each time he was attacked, blood splashed while he was being rapidly cornered, just like a chess match.
What's wrong? Won't you use your trump card? God-slaying, if you use it while praying, perhaps you will be lucky and reach this body you know.
Shoo, shut up. Hajime was already holding out only by his guts. Even the vocabulary of the words that he returned to Ehitoru's provocation was poor, perhaps because Hajime was bleeding out too much, or perhaps because of the limit break that he continued to use. Hajime's eyes were beginning to strangely get out of focus and looked blank.
You don't look like you will take out a new artifact. Your body is also on the verge of breaking apart. Are you waiting for a favorable opportunity?
Ehitoru snapped his fingers. Lightning Divine's spear was flying out from empty air. Its target was naturally the heavily wounded Hajime. Even now it felt like his consciousness would fly away. His body felt like it would crumble down any time. Even so, he still somehow avoided a direct hit. Really, what an astonishing survival instinct. But even his resistance only went that far. The Lightning Divine spears that fired rapidly destroyed the last crossvelts and Orestes altogether. On the same occasion, the lightning the spears contained were also liberated nearby Hajime. Hajime screamed and then fell on the ground with a smoking body. Hajime bounced several times on the chalk-white ground before collapsing face down. Then blood dripped out. Hajime's tragic appearance that had been chopped up, beaten many times, and also grilled thoroughly. Just from a glance, he already looked like a corpse. It was hard to judge him as alive. Ayatoruje descended soundlessly in front of Hajime, looking at Hajime, who was licking the ground in an unsightly state, while wondering if it was the end with this. Ayatorije lifted up his divine sword in order to deal the finishing blow with an expression like a child whose toy was taken away. But ahead of his gaze, Hajime's finger twitched.
How?
Ayatoruje reflexively leaped out an admiring voice. Even during that time, Hajime's body was moving, and his body was rising up, while dripping blood was dirtying the chalk-white ground.
Even with the majesty of God engraved to your flesh and bones, you are still going to stand up.
I keep saying it. You are not a god. Rather, even compared to the human fighting on the surface right now, you're weak.
What are you basing on saying that? And with that heavily wounded appearance at that, even though not even a single one of your power reached me.
Ehitoru Jue made an exasperated expression, wondering if Hajime was still bluffing even after reaching this point of time. Indeed, your strength is astonishing. Since I got out of the abyss, I have never felt death this close.
If you understand.
But that's all. Hajime cut off Ehitoru Jue's words. The focus of his eyes was disappearing. However, anyone would understand if they looked from close by. Far inside the wavering eyes, a flame that would never be snuffed out was residing there. As though to display that, strength was filling Hajime's words little by little. Inside you, there is no will to overwhelm others. That's why no matter how much strength that you show me, my heart won't waver. It's like you are not scary.
Are you making excuse?
Toruje talked provocatively. However, this time it was Hajime who was talking with a distant look about the strong people that he met or he knew in this world. I know, even though she is the weakest race, yet with a single feeling, that fellow stepped into a deadly no man's land. Her face looked like she was going to cry. Even so, to be together, just for that little wish that rabbit-eared girl kept running desperately. Even though despair was thrust before her eyes, she just wouldn't break, a fellow that continued to believe in hope. With a single feeling, even when no one believed other than her, she didn't abandon hope. An earnest girl who in the end even chose to change her body to get close to him. For the sake of her comrade, in order to protect a fellow that can use her body as a shield. Just how many times had he been protected by her? Even though usually she would screw around, but when push came to shove, she would risk her life more than anyone, a wise woman with deep emotion. Even at the verge of death, a fellow that can think of her best friend as the most. Surely she was the most girlish among his comrades. Despite so, she would take up weapon for the sake of someone, even many times at the verge of death. The one who she would think at the end would always be her best friend. It would always be somebody else, a kind girl who was too kind. Even when the world changed, even when her own naivety was thrust before her, that fellow didn't cast away her own dignity. Hesitating, scared, distressed, hurt, even so, she didn't stop being what she determined as herself, the teacher who admonished Hajime, who only kept pushing on so he would stop and looked back. Even though she is just a little girl without any strength, that girl can risk her life in order to stop her idiot father. The time they spent together didn't even reach a month. She was also just a 4-year-old little girl. Despite so, she worried for her injured mother. She personally went to meet the father, who informed her of their parting and spoke out. And in the end, that child could convey her feeling without taking even a step back against her rampaging father. And then, even with her body taken, still, that fellow is continuing to fight. He believed, yes, he believed, at her strength. Hajime's gaze, the gaze of someone who had been overwhelmed until he couldn't move even a single finger and was almost died, pierced Ehitorujue. The person whom that gaze was directed at didn't notice himself. Of how the shining flame deep inside those eyes, that were peaceful like a calm water surface, yet dark like the abyss, was overpowering himself to shrink away with a step back. Even the monsters in the abyss emitted overwhelming killing intent and survival instinct. But there is nothing in you. You are empty. Surely since the time the things you have piled up together with your comrades were destroyed, you have been empty. Hajime stood up completely in his hands. Donner and Schlag were clutched tightly. Your words were loud and clear. In short, you don't learn anything since the past. You cannot even endure loneliness, however you are scared to even die. The point is that you are just a spoiled brat, right? The meaning of enough already that Ehitorujé's last comrade spoke was surely because he believed that even if they let go of the hand of the people they guided in this world, it was enough they would still be able to live prosperously. That person was surely thinking of their destroyed homeworld, that existences like them who had touched the truth weren't needed anymore, and then, seeing the activity of this world, surely that person thought that there was nothing left that he needed to the people of this world. Not noticing that feeling, unable to even sympathize, not learning anything from the past, scared of the fear of death despite being able to interfere with truth, and then, unable to endure the loneliness, he went into a rampage. In the end, the existence named Ehitorujé was still childish, no matter how long he had been alive.
Pho! Is this a scheme to make my mind waver with that kind of provocation? After all, it will be the end if your trump card fails to reach me. What a moving endeavor! But at this rate, your god-slaying cannot possibly work.
That was why he didn't understand the meaning of what Hajime was talking about. Exactly the same like how he didn't understand the meaning of the words of his comrade in the far past. Hajime slowly drew back one of his feet and took his stance. Even though he was already at the death's door, a supreme will was overflowing from that body. Perhaps. But right after that. That's only if I am still like before, yeah? Immense power burst out from Hajime. It was incomparable with his supreme break until now. A torrent of power that was equal with several times his former power whirled with Hajime at the center. It was just like a tornado of level F5. The crimson color got deeper into a deep crimson. The space was rumbling as though it was screaming.
What the?
Hajime, who he thought to be almost died just now, suddenly exploded out with power so great at this point of time. For the first time, Ehitorujé's calm expression crumbled. That was undoubtedly an expression of shock. Giving that expression a glance, Hajime stepped forward. No, his figure was erased. Where he appeared was right in front of Ehitoruju's face. Ehitoruju gazed in astonishment. Just by being fast wouldn't be able to surpass Ehitoruju's perception. No matter how much Hajime was strengthened, it would still be impossible by nature. But, even so, there were many ways to fight. Just who decided that an instant space teleportation was the technique exclusive for God. Ha!
No!
The hand of Hajime, that was holding Donner softly, shifted the hand of Ehitorujue, that was stabbing toward Hajime. At the same time, the bullet that flew out from Schlag ricocheted on the ground and aimed at Ehitorujue's heart. Naturally, Ehitorujue escaped with heaven existence. Instantly, a raging killing intent blew from behind him.
You bastard, as expected. You use heaven existence?
Who knows? I wonder about that. However, There were 20 streaks of flashes that attacked Ehito violently. Half of them were slashed by the divine sword, but he then judged that he wouldn't be able to deal with the rest of Hajime's acrobatics rapid shooting that Ehitorjue escaped using further space teleportation. But at his next teleportation, Ehitorujue saw it. Before his eyes, one floating bullet vanished quietly. At the next instant, Hajime appeared at that bullet's former spot. Yes, it was as though the position of Hajime and the bullet was exchanged. Special bullet, exercise bullet. This special bullet that was transmuted from combined space sublimation magic had the ability to exchange the coordinate position of the starting point and each bullet. Bullets so many like the number of stars in the sky had been scattered in this battlefield since the start of the battle until this moment, but not all the bullets were attacking the enemy. Several bullets among them were scattering to the whole area and floated mid-air to become Hajime's teleporting coordinate. Ehitorujue used his divine sword to intercept Hajime, who appeared in front of him. However, he struck empty air. The blade passed through a bit in front of Hajime. With a returning strike, Ehito attempted to shower Hajime with slashes, but when he noticed, Hajime had already slipped right in front of his face once more. Hajime rushed at the opening of Ehito's mind. He read Ehito's breathing and made his timing and distance to miss. Hajime also intentionally disturbed his presence to make it difficult for Ehito to perceive his state. He used taijutsu to give an illusion to Ehito's sense of distance. The more sensitive the senses of the opponent, the more these techniques could be used to throw the opponent's perception out of whack. Furthermore, illusion projection artifact Novum Idola. This artifact layered shadow on the user. It strangely shifted the user's position and enveloped the image, presence, magic power, etc. of the user. At the same time, it interfered with the opponent's perception and made them misrecognize the camouflage and the truth. Hajime's figure and presence that blurred in 2 or 3 layers, combined with Hajime's own taijutsu, realized a close quarter combat that was like an illusion.
You bastard! After this far, you still show new cards.
Ehitorujue's discarded voice was cut off. Seeing this person who had become that ragged, showered in words of humiliation, and made to snuggle really close to death, yet he was still preserving his cards until this time. As expected, it was beyond the imagination of even God. For example, even if someone actually was still hiding some plan inside their heart, but in a situation where it wasn't strange that they could die any time, the courage needed not to expose their hidden hand was already something that surpassed the realm of human. Hitorujue, who felt a slight shudder going through his back, unleashed attacks that were like surging wave. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Hajime's war cry reverberated. At the same time, a crimson flash exploded like a solar flare. Even when Ehitorujue swung his divine sword and fired meteor shower from his halos, his disarrayed perception couldn't capture Hajime. Hajime's attack was also becoming closer and closer to hitting before he noticed. That fact was already a godly feat that surpassed superhuman feat. No, perhaps it was more fitting for Hajime for this to be called as a demonic feat. Hajime bared his fang using everything that he had analyzed and pounded into his body from the battle until now. Ehitorujue teleported consecutively once more. However, Hajime, who was starting to grasp his teleporting habit, rapidly approached within 0, several seconds. Hajime wasn't using only the speed of the coordinate exchange in his discernment. His raw speed that was continuing to increase second by second was also progressively entering the realm of God speed. Even so, the sword flashes of Ehitorujue was impossible to defend against. Therefore, he possessed overwhelming advantage against Hajime in close quarter combat, was how it was supposed to be.
Wah!
This time it was Ehitorujue who leaked out a shocked voice along with the resounding hard sound. That was only natural. The divine sword that should pass through everything except Hajime was blocked by Schlag after all. With no delay, the right donner aimed at Ehitorujue. The fired crimson flash was evaded by Ehitorujue, using teleportation by a hairbreadth with shocked expression pasted still on his face.
Just what in the world?
It's only transmutation. Hajime answered concisely without telling everything. The cause that blocked the penetrating ability of the divine sword came from the transmutation that was done on Schlag. Soul magic neutralization artifact Delitionors. If the attack could pass through everything except the target using soul magic, then he only needed to enchant Schlag using soul reproduction to create a pseudo-soul in it. Originally, this was a decoy artifact that was produced from the assumption that the divine statement which forced a command on the selected soul and subconscious level couldn't be defended using Mility's artifact, but it was also sufficient to misalign the target of the divine sword. And then, the decoys that were applied with Delitionors weren't just Donner and Schlag. A single gunshot. The flying bullet knocked back the divine sword that should be in a state where its penetrating ability was activated. Yes, what was enchanted with Delitionors wasn't just Schlag. The bullets were also rejecting the penetration ability.
Irregular?
You talk too much, small fry. The impact from the divine sword getting knocked back forcefully made Ahito's posture to form a one-handed banzai. Ahitoruge, who was making a humiliated expression, fired meteors from his halo. But, as though knowing that move ahead, Crossvelt's and Donner's bullet barrage repelled them. Hajime smoothly closed the distance and launched a fierce round kick. That attack, finally, run into the solar plexus of the god that Hajime had no hope to touch before. The kick that had strong leg and impact conversion applied to it was extremely intense. Ehitoruche's body bent forward into ku shape and he was blown away.
Ku.
Hajime pursued, but as expected, Ehitorujue didn't intend to allow him going that far and used heaven existence to make his escape. Yes, he escaped, different from all his evasion until now. From the thinking that it was inexcusable for God's body to be touched, now he was purely escaping. Of course, Ehitoru-Jue had automatic regeneration. Even so, that he escaped was because his heart was shaken. It was an instinctual action. Because of that, the humiliation that was welling up in his chest was great. As though to display that, the expression of Ehitoru-Jue distorted grandly.
Your new artifact, that power! You bastard! You didn't fight me at full strength!
Oi, oi, what kind of gullible fellow would believe his enemy's words? Of course, that was obviously a lie. While unfolding an offense and defense against Hajime, who was saying such thing boldly, Ehitoru-Jue suddenly noticed that Hajime's tone didn't even sound pained at all and flowed smoothly, that his wounds from being tormented thoroughly had been mostly healed. What was the reason that Hajime was healed? The reason was the same with how his strength was increased even after activating Supreme Break already. It finally melted the capsule inside his stomach, the capsule filled with god water and cheapmate that Hajime had drunk beforehand.
What you said about the god water being the last was also a lien.
It was a really delicious water that is worthy to be called god water, you know? Hajime spoke indifferently. Toward such Hajime, Ehitoru-Jue took distance without fussing over close water combat where he was about to launch space-blasting and lightning divine spear. The humiliation of being fooled was oozing out from that expression. As though to promote that displeasure further, Hajime constantly closed the distance smoothly, not letting Ehito got away, while the divine sword and Schlag were locked with each other. Hajime Toruge asked from very close range,
Why only now?
Naturally, in order to obtain certainty. PM not underestimating your strength. There was only one chance for the god-slaying. Hajime didn't understand what kind of strength Ehitoru-Jue, who had perfectly seized Yue's body, possessed. Because of that, it was necessary to make Ehito show out his hands that Hajime hadn't seen before, in order to use that one chance with certainty. Ehitoru-Jue intended to play around with Hajime, but Hajime was also doing the same thing, albeit for a different reason. The strength of Ehitoru-Jue that surpassed the imagination was, to the degree that made Hajime felt the scythe of the death god, but by paying compensation of pain and many of his artifacts, somehow Hajime was able to confirm the battle strength and hands that Ehitoru-Jue possessed to a certain degree. Also, he became able to grasp the habit of Ehitoru-Jue. Ehitoru-Jue regained his footing from the shock, and his expression suddenly changed into looking amused and then he instantly invoked a large-scale space blasting that didn't even spare himself from being dragged into it. The space creaked and the meteor shower that was sweeping over all around was popping off. Among them, Hajime, whose expression distorted, was also included inside. It seemed that he endured using Vajra that had its output increased, but he bore a damage that didn't look light. Hajime vomited out blood while coughing. But Hajime immediately rallied himself and detected Ehi Torujue. Ehi Torujue had returned once more to his throne where 3 layers of halos were behind his back. It seemed that he was injured by his own damage, but he immediately recovered using automatic regeneration.
Then, whether you are really not misunderstanding me or not, the might of this true god will ascertain that.
Right after that, light exploded. The halos were releasing light so intense to the degree that would make anyone hallucinated that. And then, each halo were beginning to rotate while shining brilliantly. Even during that time, Hajime was approaching while slipping through the meteor shower that had been doubled in intensity. Right after that, a very thick beam of light was fired from the halos. If anyone saw it, then they would think that it was just like the heaven might that Kuki unleashed. Although the power and scale of this one from Ahito were in a different league.
This cannot be avoided, you know, Irregular. This light of ruin will continue to chase after you forever until you die.
Then P1 breaks frothily. A crimson flash with honed killing intent surged straight ahead. At the same time, Hajime scattered all the grenades that he had. Furthermore, a huge assault lance coated with sealing stone was deployed in the front. A mechanical sound was reverberating from that assault lance. The lance was spreading like an umbrella while it was elongating by 3 stages, and it began to rotate at high speed. Target Dispersal Assault Lance Lob Regenschirm. A 3-stage assault lance that rotated at high speed, with its surface engraved by sealing stone and particular unevenness. That was to say, it was a drill. The target that was touched would be pulverized and dispersed as though being dug out. Hajime floated it in front of him. He used it as a shield while spreading intense ripples in midair. Immediately after that, he charged toward the bombardment of true heaven might, along with a fierce impact. Kids, While the coated sealing stone was being broken in the blink of eye, Lob Regenschirm was forcefully scattering the god's might while leading its master Hajime toward the target's position. Hajime also used Vajra, magic power emission, and impact conversion as explosive reactive armor and charged through the light of destruction. Blood spurted out from the wounds that just got healed due to the after effect that couldn't be dispersed. His internal organs, his flesh, his bones were screaming. The crimson aura he was clad with and another red were scattered around him. Even so, Hajime screamed without stopping his advance. He wouldn't stand still even for an instant. Overwhelm back the overwhelming torrent. Crush the absurdity with even more absurdity, just like how he came this far until now. Tear apart all the obstacles.
You are breaking through even this.
Hitaruge saw Hajime, who was advancing inside the heaven might. He unleashed and got stabbed with that eye glint that was filled to the brim with tenacious determination and tremendous killing intent. And he prepared to run away once more. He was going to withdraw from that spot using heaven existence. He was taking that action, mostly subconsciously. But Hajime didn't allow him to do such thing. It was the grenades that Hajime scattered. The spaces at the center where the explosions happened were distorting like jelly. Shock waves were blowing violently due to the side effect of the spaces trying to return to normal. The cause of this was the space explosion grenade that distorted the space and generated shockwave. Originally, it was something that made use of space to attack the enemy using shockwave, but right now it was displaying a different effect. That was the destabilization of space. Whether the direct teleportation magic Heaven Existence that didn't use exact and delicate gate could be used in this place or not.
Another artifact again.
It seemed Ehitorugue himself understood well the answer. At the very least, it was something dangerous to the degree that made him spontaneously hesitating to activate the magic. And then, he was also unintentionally swearing from witnessing new artifacts appearing one after another. Using that opportunity, Hajime finally broke through the true heaven might. The Loeb Regenschirm was smashed up. Hajime himself was also worn out, but that terrifyingly sharply gleaming eyes pierced Ehitorujue that was right nearby. Ehitorujue immediately changed plan from escaping to intercepting. He was already materializing divine sword in one hand and swung it with god speed. The sword lines that were drawn within an instant easily surpassed 100. He was seriously serious. This was the full-strength swordplay of Ehitorujue. It didn't matter that his perception was shifted or whatever. That was irrelevant if he was just filling the space to the brim with sword slashes. Therefore, even Hajime appeared unable to react against that. Without even any time to put a defense, all the sword flashes passed through that body. There wasn't even any resistance that could be felt from the sword cutting through flesh. At the same time, the Hajime that should be cut dispersed lightly. From its shadow, Hajime leaped out.
Impossible! Something that only has small effect of shifting perception is...
Just who said that such thing is the effect, huh? Ehituruje's surprised voice was easily responded by Hajime. Illusion projection artifact Novum Idola fundamentally only had the effect of derailing the perception. But nobody was saying that was its whole ability or anything. Even if that was the only ability it showed, even when in a critical time. The corner of Ehituruje's sight caught a bullet that was transparent like a crystal floating there. Illusion projection assistance artifact vision bullet. Combined with Novum Idola, an artifact that completely projected Hajime's illusion, was put in the core of this bullet. The moment Hajime broke through the true heaven might, he predicted that a severe interception attack would be waiting for him, so Hajime fired the vision bullet to the front, while he himself drew back from Ihito's sword range. Ehitorujue, who had just finished swinging his god sword, in addition to the shock, became slow in reacting. With an intense step, Hajime threw away Schlag, and he turned his artificial palm toward Ihito. Right after that, the gimmick in the palm worked, and the 5 fingers there greatly elongated. Now it looked just like a skeleton hand of a giant. Hajime struck with that expanding mechanical palm toward Ehitorujue, and then, in a flash, the 5 fingers curled and restrained Ehitorujue's body. Then Hajime hurled himself forward, which carried them through the halos immediately. Good! Hajime roared, and then the gimmick of the artificial hand activated, which let out many spikes that pierced Ehitoruju's body like Iron Maiden. Furthermore, Hajime activated a space fixation that was limited to inside his palm and completely restrained Ihito. Ehitorujue immediately attempted to use magic, but tremendous magic power radiation came out from the artificial hand that was glued close to his body. The magic power cannon Glanzin loaded inside the artificial arm performed bombardment of pure magic power that stirred up the magic power inside Ihito's body, due to that Ihito was unable to invoke magic instantly. Furthermore, Ehitorujue was able to swing his divine sword just by reversing his wrist, but that too was beyond his power due to the anchor and steel thread flying out from the artificial arm which bound his body and operated vibration pulverization. Rah! Like that, at the end of dense offense and defense that happened for less than a second, Hajime succeeded in throwing down Ehitorujue on the ground. The gazes of Ehitorujue, who was held down on the ground, and Hajime, who was straddling him, crossed each other. At the same time, along with a kacha sound, something hard was pushed on Ehitorujue's heart from the opening of the 5 fingers. It was the gun muzzle of Donner. This is Czech, the god slaying that was born at the end of drowning in alcohol. Taste it to your heart's content. Instantly, a single gunshot. Ehitorujue's body twitched up. What was fired was naturally the goddess-saying bullet that picked only the god to destroy. The short sword of divine crossing, where the liberator's tenacity resided, was condensed, processed, and then remanufactured into a bullet. Finally, the trump card pierced through Ehitorujue. Behind the halos were crumbling down as though they were weathering down into dust. Silence filled the white space. The closed eyelids of Yegu givered along with her long eyelashes. And then, on the eyes that slowly opened, the worn-out figure of Hajime was reflected.
How unfortunate! Irregular!
Right after that, Hajime's left arm was pulverized into very small pieces, and his body was spraying blood while getting blown away. Those fragments that rained down in pieces raised metallic sounds while falling on the ground. By that time, a groaning voice resounded from a corner of the tiered stand where the throne was on. At the center of the crumbling chalk-white stand that was crumbling down with clatters, there was the figure of Hajime buried from his back, with his face distorted in pain. That figure became blood-stained, as though the healing by the godwater previously was non-existent. It didn't stop there. Even his artificial left arm became gone, and now he looked really tragic just from a glance. Gah. While vomiting blood by a lot, Hajime tried to aim Donner to the front. The blood dripping down from his forehead entered his eye, dyeing his sight bright red as though the warning of red alert was turned on in his field of vision. Inside that red field of vision, Ehitoruje, who rose up lightly without feeling the gravity, was making the gesture of snapping his fingers. At that moment, a fierce impact hit the right hand holding Donner. Hajime mostly wasn't feeling pain because his sense of pain was paralyzed when he was blown away by the impact, but he understood what was being done to him. At the corner of his sight, the 5 fingers of his right hand were bending to the wrong direction, because his partner that he should be holding was pulverized into pieces. The fragments of the broken Donner fell on the ground. At the same time, the treasure warehouse IP that Hajime fitted on the middle finger of his right hand was also rolling on the ground. Roll, with a cute sound that felt out of place. It seemed that the artifact slipped off when his right hand was impacted.
Splendid! It was splendid! Irregular! For your trump card to strike this me, that is worthy of praise. Although if a question of whether a trump card will always be worthy to be called as a trump card is asked, then the answer can only be no.
Ehitorujue walked closer, with a composed and thin smile. Normally his footsteps wouldn't make any sound at all, but this time, step, the footsteps echoed likely like the countdown to Hajime's death. Furthermore, a step each time Ehitorujue advanced by a step, the artificial arm and Donner, and then Schlag that fell on uslily distant place were wrapped by platinum light. The artifacts of Hajime was shaking, shake, in resistance, but before long they became unable to endure and their shape broke down. At the end, they were completely annihilated, not even leaving dust behind.
Are you wondering why? Certainly the bullet filled with the concept of god-slaying gouts my heart, yet why I can be calm and composed like this? Cuckoo.
Ehitorujue watched Hajime with amusement, or perhaps with ridiculing, while soaking in joy. Hajime didn't answer. Perhaps he didn't even have any leeway left to talk. Hajime only kept leaning on the broken stand limply with his eyes closed. Only his right eye with the eye patch covering it sliding off was slightly opened, but the magic eye stone wasn't created to obtain normal vision, so in reality Hajime was unable to see Ehitoruje's expression. But, without even paying attention to such Hajime, Ehitoruje's tongue moved smoothly. The unsightly figure of Hajime, whose plan to recover from the hopeless situation, to overturn the table with one attack had been crushed, was greatly pleasing for him. Indeed, if it was the me of the 1,000 years ago, perhaps I could possibly be destroyed by that, but during all that time, the secret technique to convert faith into strength to sublimate my soul has been continuing until now, you know. Naturally, the status of my existence is also rising up. Something that is only like the concept created by a human at best means nothing against me. Furthermore, right now, I have the body of this vampire princess. This flesh body itself becomes the protective wall that protects the soul taking root in it. Hajime's artifacts that scattered at the surrounding were completely annihilated. All the artifacts were thoroughly annihilated with care, including the Schlagen AA and Crossvelts that had been crushed previously, the bullet cartridges, and even the fragments of the grenades. Undoubtedly, Ehitorujue was intending to cut off all the hope of Hajime with thoroughness. Although Hajime already looked dead already with how he kept yeeing down without even any twitch, but perhaps this was only a simple entertainment for Ehitorujue without any regard to anything else.
Although, Even I didn't have the conviction that I will really end up safe from that, so I had no intention to get hit with it. Therefore, the attack just now made me a little uneasy. Truly, that is a brilliant achievement, to do something like making a god feel uneasy. You can be proud. Irregular.
Gyarit, Ehitoru's foot trod on the treasure warehouse 2 that was rolling on the floor, and then he stepped down forcefully while purposefully making a sound. A beam of light leaked out from the stepped spot. As expected, the artifact was surely annihilated into nothing there. With this, now the only artifact Hajime possessed was only his magic eye stone. It was unclear what was reflected in the eye of blue crystal peeking out from the faintly opened eyelid. Even though it couldn't show normal sight, naturally the eye artifact was able to distinguish the existence and the flow of magic power, so Hajime should be able to see how all his partners, the artifacts, were annihilated. However, even in front of that scene, where one of his important thing and then one more important thing was hinted to be lost, Hajime's expression was still unmoving. The effect of the godwater had gone, his left arm was lost, his right hand was broken, even his internal organs were beaten up so badly, lacerations were carved inside his body, and he couldn't even twitch his finger. It was unclear whether it was a dying figure or a figure that had given up on everything in despair. At the very least, what Ehitoruje was seeing was that finally Hajime's heart had broken, that he had fallen into the abyss of despair. Like a demon whose meaning of existence was making people fall, his expression distorted into a chuckle. And then Ehitoruje, who had walked before Hajime's eyes, bent his knee in front of him. He matched his gaze to the same height with Hajime's, and suddenly he swept his hand horizontally. At that moment, a pebble of light star pierced Hajime's both legs. Hajime's femurs were pulverized. Wind holes were literally opened there. One more of Hajime's power to resist was stolen. Then Ehitoruje's slender and beautiful fingertip softly caressed Hajime's chin. And then he lifted Hajime's head forcibly. Toward Hajime, whose left eye was opened slightly, Ehitoruje smiled composedly and brought his face closer to a kissing distance. And then, toyingly, he changed the path of his lips just before it came into contact with Hajime. And then he sweetly, repulsively, muddily and stickily whispered into Hajime's ear, while gluing close to him and half-embracing posture.
I break everything important to you. Your comrades that stepped into holy precincts together with you. Your compatriots that continue to resist on the surface. The family of your birthplace. Play, trample all of them underfoot. Toy them and let them raise agonizing cries.
Hajime didn't reply. He was merely staring, straight ahead at somewhere. There was no expression of emotion that could be seen from his body. He was really like an empty shell, as though his heart wasn't in his body anymore. Ehitoruje stared at the side face of such Hajime with an expression of ecstasy.
But you can rest assured, I will treat only this amazing body of the vampire princess courteously, because this is my important vessel. I'll handle it courteously, to every nook and cranny, to my heart's content, okay?
His beloved woman was used by another as he pleased. Those words, that were really hard to endure, made Hajime reacted. Suddenly, his broken right hand moved. That hand reached searchingly toward Ehitoruje. No, toward Yue's chest. Finally, I found you. A small whisper. Furthermore, it sounded hoarse that Ehitoruje, who was right nearby, missed it. For Ehitoruje, Hajime was already an existence that solely existed to torment, a toy whose every hope had been crushed to nothing. There was no way he could do anything from here on, and so Eitoru thought that small whisper was nothing more than Hajime's last lamentation, or possibly his pitiful cry that called on his beloved who didn't exist anymore. Like that, intending to taste the nectar that was the last despair of human, Ehito brought his ear closer to Hajime's lips. Hajime slowly opened his mouth. That was originally a chant that he didn't need to recite anymore. Be that as it may, it was Hajime's greatest weapon that was his lifeline, until now, the word that showed his only talent. Transmute. Instantly, Ehitoruje was about to say, "What are you?" with a scrutinizing, suspicious look, but he was unable to do that.
Gah! Gah!
Suddenly, countless blades flew out from Ehitoruje's chest. Metal blades grew out like a mountain of blades soaked in blood, biting and tearing flesh from inside. That happened not only in Ehito's chest, but within an instant everywhere on Ehito's body there were blades flying out. Furthermore, the metals that were adjoining each other would be glued together using metal fragments from that came from somewhere unknown as an intermediary, restraining Ehitoruje's body gruesomely. The strange phenomenon of blades flying out from inside the body caused Ehitoruje's thought to halt completely for a moment. That was just how shocking this surprise attack was combined with the conviction in his victory. The blades piercing the body and the sparking crimson metal fragments which came from somewhere were physically obstructing Ehitoruje's movement. Together, the sealing stone component that seemed to be included in the metal hindered him from using magic. Furthermore, the very strangeness itself was halting his thought. The opening that was made from those lasted only for a few seconds. But that opening was invaluable. This moment was exactly the timing that Hajime had waited eagerly for, the true critical moment that he was aiming for. Transmute. Once more Hajime yelled his own talent. This magic was merely processing metal, that was all it could do. Right now, at a glance, the metal that existed in this place was only the blades that flew out from Ehitorujue's body, no matter how. There was no way this magic could work on an opponent who overcame even the god-slaying. However, the broken right arm of Hajime, using direct operation of magic power, he forcefully moved that broken hand to touch a spot, his own abdomen. Immediately, crimson sparks surged, and at the same time, blood-soaked blade flew out from Hajime's stomach. Ehitorujue gazed in astonishment. His astonishment didn't come from the fact that Hajime was hiding metal lump inside his stomach, or because that lump was now piercing open his own stomach. He was astonished because he sensed the abnormal presence filling the flying out blade. His spine was having goosebumps. His instinct was ringing the alarm bell noisily. This presence was undoubtedly the same presence like what he felt previously, a presence of concept magic. In a world of instantaneous moment, Ehitoruju immediately tried to use heaven existence. However, the clusters of microblades stirring up inside his body obstructed his thinking and magic usage. Even his automatic regeneration was slowed down. In addition, the metal shackle that had sewed through both his legs before he noticed prevented him from physically jumping away. That opening, which was exposed for less than a second, was enough for Hajime's blade to reach. It was hard to understand because of all the blood, but the small knife that looked like toy contained god crystal. Its transparent blade was clad in a deep crimson light which was thrust toward Ehito, and then, accurately, the knife plunged into Ehitorujue's body. Instantly, the deep crimson magic power swelled up. At the center was Ehitoruju's body. At the same time, Ehitoruju's scream resounded. A scream of uneasiness and agony that was impossible to come from merely getting stabbed by a small knife resounded. The blades that came out from inside his body were annihilated by platinum light, and the restraint was undid. Ehitorujue then stepped back in staggers while holding his head and his body writhing in agony. Ehitorujue's body began to dokun pulsate. That was the beacon of the awakening, the yell of determination that original owner of the writhing body was raising.
Impossible! The vampire princess should have been annihilated completely!
Indeed, Eitorujue had felt the soul vanishing in annihilation. Eitorujue's face warped from the torrent of power welling up inside his body, trying to push him out while he yelled the gesture that expressed his bewilderment. The one who answered that was Hajime, while his body was unable to even wake up. His mouth was showing a fierce smile. You was a cut above you, that's all there is to it, isn't that right? Ehitoruje guessed from those words that was to say Yue's annihilation was actually a feign that she intentionally showed to him. She feigned using up all of her strength before vanishing, and then she concealed her own soul and lurked at the deepest depth of the body. She believed that in time help would surely come. By any chance, the scream that Ehitoruje heard might also be Yue's acting performance.
But why?
Ehitoruje writhed, and finally he fell on his knee while holding his head before unconsciously whispering his indescribable gesture. To that, Hajime pushed out his hand, and he answered while running spark on his hand. The bullet of Godslaying shook your soul and awoke Yue's soul. The blade of blood pledge severed your invading thought and granted strength to Yue.
What do you? Don't tell me.
Hitaruge almost leaked out words of bewilderment for a moment there because he didn't understand what Hajime meant, but he immediately made a shocked expression in understanding. Hajime, who saw that, lifted the corner of his mouth further. Concept magic, God-slaying. That was a magic that exterminated only the soul with divinity without giving any influence at Yue's body. However, Hajime followed the warning of Milady, who gifted him with that power and didn't rely on it. Therefore, he used it only for its special characteristic, with the objective of supplementing his true trump card. That was to say, the God-slaying bullet gave a not small effect to Hitaruge's soul, even though it didn't become a lethal damage, which created an opening and woke Uye up, and then it also further gave the opening for Yue herself to wield her strength. And then, Hajime's second blade, the true trump card, separated Hitaruju and Yue's soul with certainty. Hajime was faintly opening the magic eye in his right eye was in order to ascertain that. The words, "I found you," that he whispered faintly, was because he had caught sight of Yue's soul that lurked in the deepest part of the body. Artifact Blade of Blood Pledge, Blood Fia Resvi. That artifact which Hajime hid inside his stomach in round oar shape was enchanted with the concept of "Thy art forbidden to touch, don't touch my woman's vertical bar." That was to say, this concept magic forbade interference to Yue's soul and severed the intervention that was already there.
You are saying you are aiming for this right from the start?
If can overcome you using overwhelming resources, then that's great. But what is at stake here is the life of my beloved. Isn't it obvious that PM going to prepare 2 or 3 tricks for this? The power of Yue's soul was increasing in force second by second. It raged to chase away the foreign contamination from inside herself. "This is my body. The only one who can touch it is just Hajime," the soul screamed. The platinum magic power that whirled violently flickered, and the color of the radiance was changing to golden. That light was pulsating as though to display its determination and hit Hitarujue's soul hard. Hitarujue was hallucinating. A pair of eyes slowly opened, and those crimson eyes of the beautiful figure of the vampire princess pierced him. The immense trust toward her beloved partner was dwelling in those eyes. That look eloquently told of how she had been waiting for this moment. That meant that both Yue and also Hajime had the same feeling. Without using any will communication skill or artifact, they mutually understood what each other would do. Hitarujue thought. At that time, although he succeeded in hijacking Yue's body, but he overlooked Hajime and let him gotten away after receiving resistance from Yue. He wondered if since that time by any chance he was dancing above the palm that was the bond of these two. A tremendous humiliation and indescribable displeasure jarred Hitarujue's mind. Hitarujue then yelled with that raging heart,
Don't underestimate me, vampire princess. This body is mine. I won't let any seed of anxiety in the future get left behind. P1L pinch and crush your soul for sure this time. Then next it will be you, irregular. Ha ha! In front of my power, a concept of just this level will.
In actuality, even after being stabbed with Blade of Blood Pledge, the conflict between Hitaruje and Ye's soul for the leadership of the body was in a stalemate. That was just how immense the soul of God that had been sublimated using the secret technique of faith conversion. I thought you'd say that. But Hitarujue's words were cut off by a single sentence, by a light tone, as though everything was already within expectation.
What, tea?
Hitarujue's eyes snapped wide open. That wasn't because his words were cut off. It was because ahead of his gaze there was the figure of Hajime, still leaning on the tiered platform with his trembling right hand aimed at Hitarujue. And then, what was hard to believe for him, what he didn't want to believe, was that from the bullet clutched by that hand, there was appersense of a new concept magic that was emitted out.
So, something like that after this late. You don't even have artifact.
Ehitoruje couldn't move his body from his struggle against Yue's soul, but even with unease oozing out on his expression, he still yelled mockingly. Indeed, even if Hajime possessed a bullet but without Donner or Schlag, then he wouldn't be able to shot it. Hajime's legs were drilled through, looking from how those wounds were still not healed yet. He also shouldn't be able to directly strike it to Ahito, but Hajime was only too aware of such thing. Hajime, for the third time, chanted his greatest magic. Transmute. Vivid crimson spread. It was spreading to the surrounding space, and gradually the color was changing to thick, deep crimson. At the same time, the held-out bullet was glittering brightly in the hand, clutching it, and wind gathered. It was gradually forming a shape of something small.
Metal? Particle?
Ehitoruje whispered dumbfoundedly. That whisper was entirely spot on. In order to take back Yue with certainty, I estimated that at the very least 3 stages of a process are necessary. I told you already that I swore Pius certainly take her back.
But don't tell me in the middle of that fight then. You also aimed for this since the start.
Why, in the middle of an instantaneous battle that he was forced to do, Hajime frequently used weapons with time lag like grenades and the like until he used them all up. Why did the Grim Reapers and Crossfelts would explode everywhere even when they got hit by slashing attack? Just what was the metal that flew out from Ehitorujue's body? The answer was this: the metal particle. The metal particles that were unseen by eyes and floated in the air, made by disintegrating metal very finely, were filled into all the grenades, Crossfelts, and the Grim Reapers, and then they were exploded and scattered everywhere through the whole area. Among the grenades, there were also those that were filled with nothing but metal particles. Among the Eagle model Grim Reapers, there were also individuals that were only scattering particles all the time. In the middle of that battle, when Hajime judged that he couldn't overcome Ahito in a battle of resource, he made a crossvelt to be shot down above Ehitorujue's head, which caused metal particles to be scattered. Ehitorujue sucked in the particles, and after Hajime confirmed that he didn't notice that, Hajime moved on to the second stage of the plan. That plan was to give Ahito the impression that he was fighting desperately just to make his only trump card, the god-slaying hit Ahito. But in fact, he was sprinkling the metal particles that would become his transmutation material to the surrounding, for the sake of attacking and restraining Ehitorujue from inside his body. That was the second stage of the plan. And then, the reason that the transmutation, which should be unusable without touching the target, could now transmute by gathering metal from wide range, was because of the final derivative skill of transmutation, convergence transmutation. This was one of the 2 things that Hajime obtained at the same time, when he obtained the innermost secret of transmutation, the imagination composition that Hajime was awakened to at that Devil King castle. The effect of this skill was simple. It would gather the metal at the surrounding, and the user could transmute without touching it. That was all. It had a plainness that was fitting for a common job. I got overwhelmed in the battle of resource. You showed me the gap between us at close-quarter combat. I used all my trump cards and went further than that. All of my hands' artifacts were crushed. That was why. You thought you would win, right? Hajime's mouth that split like a crescent moon diabolically, and his words proof that Ehitorujue's conjecture was correct, exactly because he was convinced of his victory, exactly because he had endured the trump card and became convinced that there was an overwhelming gap between him and Hajime, that Ehitorujue glued close to Hajime's body so defenselessly like that. He was convinced of victory and showed an opening. While Ehitorujue was agitated and his mind split to handle Yua's attack, finally the converged metal particles took shape and became a tiny gun of a single shot. It had really small and simple make that couldn't be compared at all with Donner or Schlag. Nevertheless, the bullet that was loaded into it was a lethal fang. Hajime's fingers that should be broken were forcefully moved using magic power operation and fixed on the trigger. Ehitorujue was roaring, while annihilating the blades flying out from his body and the metal shackle coiling around his body, while also trying to move his body. Possibly he was trying to teleport away. But immediately the pulsation became a level fiercer and obstructed all of his efforts. Even the automatic regeneration's activation was stopped completely. It was as though the pulsation was covering for Hajime's attack. Surely that wasn't just the imagination. The blood-soaked Hajime, with a fearless grin even now, made the gun that looked like a small Derringer pistol sparked with deep crimson electricity. And then, TM having her back. That woman, every single drop of her blood, every single strand of her hair, and even every single piece of her soul, everything is mine. The crimson flash pierced Ehitoruje, who was screaming with a desperate face. What was fired was the artifact, Bullet of Blood Pledge, Blood Fia Bullet. The concept filled in it was, the knitted bond into this hand. TYM no good without you. This concept magic made the souls of Yue and Hajime that seek each other to resonance. It explosively strengthened Yue's soul. At the same time, it would forcefully tear off the joining of the foreign substance soul, rooting inside the body, while at the same time granting horrific agony toward the intruder that felt like the nerves getting directly broiled. A golden light exploded. That color was far warmer and more vivid than the platinum radiance of before. It illuminated as though enveloping Hajime, making him feeling hopelessly heartrending. It was the light of his beloved without a doubt. Right after that, two eyes opened as though awakening from the sleep. The striking rubies caught her beloved straight ahead. And then, like a flower bud that was blooming proudly in its full glory, or possibly like the sun that showed its face by driving away the dark cloud, she displayed a bewitching smile that emitted glorious radiance. Yu's body floated gently. She was blood-soaked, but such thing did nothing except promoting her glamour instead, with her figure that gave an adult charm, her abundant golden threads fluttering softly, both her hands spread wide open as though in welcome, or possibly it was her desire to welcome. She leaped forward, such figure, just what kind of words in the world that could possibly be used to express it. Hajime was merely with an earnestly affectionate expression. He gently narrowed his eyes while his hand reached slowly in order to grant the wish of his lover. Ye leaped to there. She dropped her waist above Hajime softly, just like silk floss, without letting him felt anything like weight. Without stopping, her face rubbed on his, as though she was pleading for the two of them to melt together into one. Hajime too circled his arm around Yua and embraced her tightly. Thing like the pain at his arm or stomach was so small like a hair strand compared to the pain of his heart when he was separated from her. Before long, Yue lifted her face that was buried on his chest. Those eyes were moist in a display of the emotion filling inside her. The breath leaking out from that lovely pink lips was so hot that it felt scalding. Hajime softly put his hand on the cheek of Yu that was dyed in rose color, while he gifted her with words overflowing with affectionate tone. I came to pick you up, my vampire princess.
I have faith, my demon king Sama.
Hearing the joking names they called each other with, both of them let out a chuckle smilingly. The kiss happened naturally. Their lips were merely touching each other, yet it was a gentle kiss that carried their whole feeling. The taste of blood was entertaining. Yu's small tongue swiped out and licked the clotted blood pasted on Hajime's lips. But at that time, as though trying to tear apart once again the two who were gluing at each other, a tremendous killing intent, along with an immense torrent of light, assaulted them. Immediately, Yue turned behind with only her upper body while pushing out her hand. Instantly, a barrier of light was deployed.
Annoyed?
Yue slightly leaked out her voice. Her eyebrows frowned mightily. Yue herself was also quite spent after chasing out Ehitorujue's soul, but this bombardment was filled with a force even more than that made Yue's barrier creaked along with the space. She didn't have any spare strength to use Age of God magic, while Hayame was wounded all over his body and couldn't move. Therefore they were determined. With that will, Yue continued to hold up the holy severance, and Hajime leaned close to her. There, words that sounded like curse, filled with madness, were resounding.
Kill, kill, kill! PM going to kill you! Irregular!
At the other side of the barrier, at the origin of the light bombardment, over there a human form made from light itself was floating. At the spot that seemed to be the head of that floating light human form, the mouth was irregularly distorted in an expression of rage. Even thought that figure was blurred, but they understood well who it was. Even though the voice was different, even with rage coloring the look, That oozing out vulgarity couldn't possibly be mistaken. That lump of light was undoubtedly Ehitoruju. Creak crack, the barrier that you deployed was cracking. The bombardment of light was unceasingly increasing in power in order to annihilate anything and everything.
This place is holy precincts. Despite my body as being only a soul right now, just overwhelmingly exhausted you two is no to fickle matter. P1 blast away irregular before the eyes of the vampire princess, and then plunder that body once more.
Ehitoruje's voice echoed through the whole space, seeing how Ehitoruje didn't use both penetrating attacks, like the divine sword or divine flame, or space-crossing attack, like lightning divine spear, that used heaven existence. The damage from the conflict against Yue's soul and bullet of blood pledge seemed to make Ehitoruje considerably exhausted. But even so, the light bombardment was still tremendous. That was surely the original magic power light of Ehitoruje. From a glance, the light was radiant in a display of its divinity. But it continued endlessly, just like a bombardment. Loud laughter that contained rage and madness were making the divine aura of the light to end in vain.
Come, stop your useless resistance and repent. Now that your last hope has been severed, there is already no meaning in anything that you do.
The light swelled up. The cracks on holy severance were gradually getting larger. It seemed that Ehitoruje's pride was greatly wounded from being done in by Hajime and Yue to the degree that he didn't give careful consideration for Yue's body state with his attack. He was surely thinking that he could just use automatic regeneration after he repossessed the body. Rather than that, he put more importance in creating a spectacle where Hajime got erased away in front of Yue's eyes, without her being unable to do anything. It appeared that Ehitoruje was convinced that such tragic future would come true. Hajime, who was wounded all over with his 2 trump cards, the concept magic used up couldn't possibly have any reserve power anymore, he thought. Even the Liberators, where they had 7 members before, could only create 3 concept magic. Hajime creating 2 concept magic could even be said as a miracle due to the strength of his feeling toward Yue. It's the end with this, just who was saying that's the case, huh?
Still bluffing.
Ehitoruje's words stopped midway. That was because behind the barrier he saw the figure of Hajime floating a diabolical smile, his lips splitting widely like a crescent moon. Even though Ehitoruje didn't have a flesh body, yet that expression made a chill to rush through his body. Yue.
Leave you to me.
The two were on the same page, even without knowing at all regarding the detail about the card that Hajime had. Yue clearly understood what it was that Hajime wanted, just like the back of her own hand. That was why excessive word was unnecessary. With the resoluteness that this would be the last, Yue roared her magic power and poured strength into holy severance. Metal particles converged on Hajime's hand. What he was transmuting was a single bullet. There was nothing special in it at all. It was just a mere bullet. However, there Hajime gritted his teeth audibly. And then with a pui, he spat out something. The last concept magic that he crammed and hid in one of his teeth.
Reject all existences. Anything and everything. Just disappear.
That concept magic which was thought to be lost together with the breaking down of the chain where it was enchanted in. Hajime somehow managed to use convergence transmutation to secure some of it, even though he could only gather about the amount of his pinky finger. He then processed it and put it at the back of his teeth beforehand. It was for the sake of this time. Hajime himself was surprised that the concept still remained when he gathered it, even after the chain turned into very small pieces. But surely that showed just how extreme the emotion of emptiness that he felt when Yue was taken away. It was a terrifyingly deep emotion.
That is vertical bar.
The reason Arifureta died wasn't because he was a god. He was merely got dragged into my rampage when I snapped because you all laid your hand on Yue, that's all. Something like the concept of god slaying. There is no way I can create something like that, don't you think?
You bastard!
Hajime corrected the misunderstanding that Ehitoruje had, that whether it was Ehitoruje or whether it was Arifureta, Hajime didn't oppose them because they were God that acted tyrannically in this world. They incurred the wrath of Nagumo Hajime. That was all there was to it, the reason that Eihitorujue and his conspirators got ruined. Being informed that implicitly, Eihitorujue lost his words, because he noticed that for Hajime there was not that much difference between him the god and the random monster that attacked Hajime, regardless of the overwhelming gap in power between them. But Hajime's attitude against Eihitorujue was exactly the same like how he treated all the opponents that came to crush him until now. That was, "You are the enemy, so he'll kill you." Truly, there was nothing special or anything in how Hajime acted against this god.
Don't screw, you bastard!
Eihitorujue talked with babbling words. The humiliation he felt was too great, and not only that, the concept that was now aimed at him was too atrocious. The black purpose that wanted to destroy Hajime right now without delay, and his instinct that wanted to run away right now, were struggling inside him. That hesitation became fatal for him. This is checkmate, small fry. With fearlessly crooked lips, Hajime loaded the bullet he held in his mouth into the Derringer pistol, and then he pulled the trigger without hesitation, along with some sharp words. The loaded existence rejection bullet became a crimson flash that was fired. Yue made the barrier to be able to be passed through with a superb timing. Regardless of the bombardment of light, the attack of destruction was annihilating what it touched from the outset. Although it was too late, Eihitorujue chose the option to evade, which displayed his unease, but...
Command under the name of you. Don't move.
Ridiculous.
After having her body taken over, Ye felt the flow of power inside the body many times over. She watched and listened to its result. For the genius of magic that was counted as a part of the strongest people in a war-torn era, when she was merely 18 years old, there was no reason that she would be unable to do that. Her magic power had already reached the very bottom, but so what, she scolded her mind, that was blacking out with her strength of will. She forcefully twisted her body that was pleading to her that it was the limit and squeezed out magic power. She also circulated the magic power that she was consuming for holy severance and activated the magic divine statement. Divine statement! Surely Eihitorujue never thought that his own magic would be used back on him, even in his wildest dream. Compared to the divine statement that Eihitorujue used, what Ye used was somewhat of a shoddy duality. However, it still splendidly restrained the target.
I am the god, Irregula!
A shriek. The crimson flash of ruin approached, even though there was no face, but it was clear to see Eihitorujue right now was showing an expression of terror. The impossible scene, the unbelievable reality, the sound of his path that he believed, without a doubt, would continue for eternity, was crumbling fragilely resounded. However, no matter how much he was denying reality, no matter how godly he was, even though he yelled how absolute he was, emotionlessly, heartlessly, irrationally, the murderous roar that the monster raised destroyed anything and everything in this world. That was the reality. Therefore, the crimson flash pierced through the torrent of light, erased the shriek, smashed the gruesome future, and penetrated the mad god's chests. Soundlessly, the crimson flash disappeared toward the faraway white space. The torrent of light dispersed. Eihitorujue trailed his hand on the hole, gaping wide open in his chest. And then he raised a wordless scream while his hands moved as though tearing off his chest, or possibly desperately attempting to plug off the hole, exposing a state that even made anyone felt pity to him. Ridiculous, such thing, impossible. Although he leaked out words that denied the reality, his body of light was still crumbling with the hole on his chest as the center of the breaking down. And then, at the end, with one more whisper of, impossible, the light humanoid form that was Eihitorujue melted into empty air and vanished. The radiance of holy severance melted into the empty air at the same time before Yu limply fell down and sat on the ground femininely. Hajime slowly lowered down the small gun. Silence wrapped the area. Other than the slightly rough breathing of Hajime and Yue, there was no sound at all. Yu earnestly lifted up her eyelids that were trying to close even now while slowly looking back over her shoulder with a smile. Toward that, Hajime too returned a smile. It was at that moment. Yeah. To that, Yu held her breath. At the same time, a weird shrike that sounded unthinkable to come from this world resounded. At the same time, an invisible, violent impact became a storm that attacked the two. Unable to even resist, Yue was sent flying, sending her on Hajime's chest with her back to him. Haigem immediately circled his hand around Yue and twisted his body, covering her from the shockwave with his own body. That was the sound of the tiered gallery. Hajime was half buried into getting pulverized into small pieces. It was lucky that he wasn't pressed by the impact onto the chalk-white wall, but it didn't change that the abnormal shockwave was showering on him. Hajime kept covering Yue in his embrace while he got blown away like a leaf toyed by a storm. Along with the wreckages of the tiered gallery, he then got bounced on the ground many times before he finally stopped.
Oh.
Gaha, yeah.
WNHHSHDJA.
Hajime called to Yue while vomiting blood everywhere. Yue only got a little damage because Hajime covered for her, but even so, she seemed to be injured to the degree that she was unable to properly move. Both of them linked their hand together and somehow stood up by supporting each other. And then, they observed the surrounding while sweating coldly. Oi, what the hell is that?
Haha, looks like the holy precincts itself get affected.
Exactly as Yue said. Here and there cracks entered the white space. There were also spots that looked twisted like jelly, showing that the space was clearly getting unstable. At the distorted spots, sights of unknown worlds, familiar worlds, and the scene of the surface were projected and disappeared. The sceneries were repeatedly projected and vanished. And then, the source of the weird shriek and tremendous shock wave was... Actually, the last boss still has 2 transformations left. Is this something like that? Well, in a sense, this is a normal template, though.
He is already just a monster.
At the place where Hajime and Yue's gaze were directed, clad in muddy black miasma that was being spouted out from the distorted space, or possibly it was absorbing the miasma, even now the thing that was Ehitorujue was raising a strange, shrieking voice. As though getting attracted by that extremely unpleasant groan which rubbed the mind of the listener the wrong way, miasma was gathering endlessly from the distorted space at the surrounding. From inside the miasma they could perceive figures that seemed to be monster or apostle. But all those figures were being sucked into Ehitorujue without showing any resistance at all, while staring blankly into empty air. At the same time, intermittent words were spreading with echoes.
Don't want to die, don't want to die, Why Eno, you said I don't understand, don't want to die, turn now, everything go, I become God already, Ty, mistaken no such thing, I am thee, Zero Bay, everything break, smash, Toke ye ill, lament, gree, F.
But whether it was the feeling of not wanting to die, or even the feeling of wanting to become alone and destroy anything and everything, it was something that he really didn't want to acknowledge, that he felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart, but Hajime could understand those feelings completely. Those words were an obsession to life, a deep resentment toward others, a childish self-righteousness, a vulgar self-conceit, merely an inexcusable outburst of anger. His heart changed at the bottom of the abyss. Thinking that other people were worthless, he pawed on the ground to survive, even by slurping blood and flesh. When Yue was stolen, he rampaged wildly and even created a concept that brought about extreme destruction from his empty feeling. That is, by some chance, if I wasn't able to meet Yue and others, that might be me. The lips of Hajime that were going to murmur that were blocked by the slender index finger of Yue. And then she silently shook her head and gently denied it with a whispering voice.
Hajime is different from that. Even that thing surely had people who thought of him, someone that he ought to reach out to, and also someone that reached out to him. The result of not looking back on those is that.
Yui's crimson eyes gently squinted.
The path Hajime has walked until now, that is Hajime's everything.
Even when his heart changed, The scream that was raised at the bottom of the abyss reached him. Even while saying that the matter of this world was inconsequential, in the end, he saved a lot of people. The path that he had walked like that stopped Hajime's rampage. That was why, even though the two might look similar, but the two of them were completely different. That was why, Yue said, "Don't look down on my Hajime." She told that. Conveyed that to him. If that's what US said, then that must be so. Hajime made a wry smile from basking in sentimentality in the middle of this absolute great crisis of all place, and also from being scolded at this very late hour. Toward such Hajime, Yue also smiled gently. Even while they were doing that, the thing that was Aoteruge continued to spout out his selfish emotion that was unbearable to listen on. On the contrary, its soul was absorbing the miasma and the ruins of monsters and apostles with terrific momentum. Aoteruge was obviously losing sanity, thinking from how the space was getting unstable. The cause wasn't only because of the previous shockwave. Obviously, the cause was from Aoteruge's abnormality. In other words, that meant that the bullet of existence denial had certainly granted a lethal damage to Aoteruge. Even so, he didn't vanish in his rejection. He took in the miasma and the monsters into himself to compensate for his vanishing existence. This was surely Aoteruge's garnished desire of survival and the strength of his obsession for control. Aoteruge, that could vanish any time, was holding out only with his tenacity. However, Hajime and Yue didn't have any way to give him the finishing blow. Their magic power had dried up, they were wounded all over and unable to even stand up properly. The trump cards that Hajime prepared had been all used up. Hajime could do nothing but smiling bitterly toward that fact. Truly, this world's difficulty level was a bit too hard to be expressed with the word of fantasy, which was packed with dream and hope. But, at that time, the miasma that was covering the area around Aoteruge ruptured and blew off. The thing that was Aoteruge was still enveloped in whirling black mist, but now his full figure could be seen clearly. That is seriously a monster, huh?
Rather, that looks pitiful.
The impression of the two was frank. What was there was a lump of meat. Flesh, bone, and skin of several races were haphazardly combined with limbs jutting out from the wriggling meat lump. Several tentacles were undulating, looking extremely grotesque. That figure would make people lost their sanity and felt like vomiting just by its appearance. The thing that was Aoteruge, which was reduced into that meat lump, suddenly shrieked. A storm immediately blew violently. Black miasma whirled. Invisible shock waves that centered on the meat lump blew away the chalk-white ground. The shockwave was emitted radially without any direction. Even so, it hit a force to the degree that even Hajime and Yue, who were already thrown to considerable distance, were blown away even further. Hajime and Yue were blown away while leaking out agonized voice. Even then, their linked hands didn't let go no matter what while they struck the ground. Hajime shrugged in exasperation even while his expression distorted from pain, and he gave instruction to Yue. Yue, suck my blood.
Bat?
It's fine. Hajime's words made Yue hesitated. Hajime said that it was fine, but there was no way that was true. He was already bleeding to the degree until one of his feet was already inside the grave, or possibly it had already surpassed even that. The wound on his stomach and also the wounds on both his legs weren't treated yet or anything. Hajime had tightened his muscles and held back his bleeding, but he was in a state that it wouldn't be strange for his heart to stop any time from bleeding too much. He was holding on to his consciousness, and even now he was racking his mind in order to survive, to kill his enemy. He was able to do those thanks to his tough body that could be earnestly titled as a monster. Even so, his condition was really on the brink. If here Yue sucked his blood, that might really become the finishing blow for him. At far away, Aoteruge was raising a roar that shaved on sanity once more. The space fiercely distorted each time with the shockwave destroying the chalk-white world. Furthermore, the undulating tentacles could also be seen wandering, searching for prey. At this rate, it was clear they would die without doing anything. Even so, Yue was still hesitating. To that, Hajime showed her a smile. That smile was the bold and fearless smile that always made Yue's chest to tighten. His canine was bared, his eyes gleamed fiercely. The ally gave immense trust to that smile, and the enemy was granted with a traumatic shudder by that smile, the smile of the demon that made the vampire princess as its slave. Didn't I tell you? This is the template. Do you think that I didn't foresee this kind of situation?
Hajime?
Indeed, all my trump cards are used up. However, there is still the prepared finished product, see? Yue already didn't have any word. Ah, truly, this person that I loved was really diabolical. Such feeling throbbed loudly in her chest. Yue leaked out a feverish breath, and she nodded briskly. And then, while she felt the sensation of Hajime's arm that was embracing her tightly, she put her teeth on his neck. The flowing in blood recovered Yue's magic power for just slightly. No, at the next moment, a terrific pulsation came. Dokun dokun, a really slight amount of blood that normally wouldn't do anything for her, was now restoring Yue with a momentum that was far surpassing the effect of blood pledge contract or anything else. The reason for that was 1. Yue exclusive artifact Nagumo Hajime, blood that had the effects to sublimate Yue's blood pledge contract by several levels, to make the skill limit break be possible, and then with the iron content of the blood abundantly bestowed with the ingredient of cheatmate, such blood liquid was flowing inside Hajime's body. By assuming a situation where he lost all his artifacts, where the taken back Yue was in exhaustion, and in addition the bullet of denial existence was unable to kill the opponent, Hajime prepared himself to be the exclusive artifact of Yue. Exactly like the naming, this artifact was a secret treasure class artifact that brought about power and recovery which surpassed even the Godwater limited only for Yue.
Nana.
Feeling the extremely sweet and burning pleasure from inside her body, Yue unintentionally leaked out a heavy gasp. But as though sensing that recovery of Yue, countless tentacles shot out with a blur from Ehitoru Jue. The tips of those tentacles were sharp. What they touched would surely get pierced in one attack. Yue separated her mouth from Hajime's neck, and she directed one of her hands like a shield toward the approaching tentacles. Immediately, the space before her eyes distorted. The tentacles rushed there, but all of them didn't reach the two. It was because the distorted space swallowed everything. No, more accurately, the tentacles were dismissed into another space. In order to build a reliable defense using little magic power, you made use of the unstable space. You didn't have the power to create a gate using space magic from zero that shut out the space. And so, in that case, she just needed to create a gate to a different world using the space that was already shaking. If it was only expanding a hole in space that was already open, then it wouldn't consume that much strength. After Yue confirmed that the barrier of space dismissal had displayed a reliable effect, she moved her gaze to Hajime once more. Hajime's eyes were beginning to lose focus slightly. As expected, his limit was coming just by sucking the slight amount of blood just now. His face was growing pale. Even now his consciousness looked like it would fell off any time along with his eyelids. He was in a state that was barely clinging on consciousness by concentrating on the pain of his wound. To Yue, who was supporting his body, Hajime talked to her with a hoarse voice. Nevertheless, strength could be felt from that voice without any sign of giving up. Yue, you can recover me. To a certain degree, right?
None.
I have no card left, but if there is none...
It just needs to be made.
Understanding Hajime's intention, Yue manipulated the space while continuing his sentence. To that, Hajime made a faint smile and continued. Destroy that guy.
The concept will be created right now, but with only the magic power of me alone, it's still insufficient.
With metamorphosis, magic, make me...
Subordination, because there is blood in me.
Hajime grinned widely, this plan that made her wonder just how far he had predicted, and then the great recklessness in it. Yet with his tremendous faith to her as the premise of the plan right from the start, made Yue unable to say anything anymore.
The material?
My eye. Obeying Hajime's instruction, Yue's slender fingers were held aloft above Hajime's right eye, and then the fingers plunged in all at once. A groan slightly leaked from Hajime, But Yue unhesitatingly pulled out her fingers while her lips tightened into a straight line. On her palm was a small bluish-white crystal, the magic eye stone. Yue, please, say,
Nun, leave it to me.
like that the rite of metamorphosis began. In order to obtain the necessary magic power, Yue sucked Hajime's blood further, which weakened him more and more. Hajime looked really frail that it wouldn't be strange for his heartbeat to stop any time. But the moment Yue's hand touched Hajime's chest, fierce heartbeat sound resounded, as though an electric shock had just been applied there. Dokun, dokun. Pulsating heartbeat was increasing in strength, second by second. That was a magic that transformed Hajime into a vampire just like Yue. It had the same principle like how Tio transformed another monster into her underling. If a frail and delicate human that was different from monster was used, normally that human wouldn't come out of it safely, not to mention if it was a metamorphosis magic that changed a human's race, the difficulty was of the highest degree. From how Tio, who was an expert of characteristic magic dragonification, which had the origin from metamorphosis magic, needed the black slave whip for assisting her success, it was clear to see just how difficult this grand magic was. And now you, who wasn't particularly skilled at metamorphosis magic, was using something like that to a human target without any training beforehand. Yue was a rare genius, but this magic had the possibility of success existed only because the target was Hajime, who possessed inhuman toughness in body and mind. No, surely from the beginning Hajime, who proposed this method, was convinced that this would succeed. It was because of his trust from the bottom of his heart toward Yue. The meat lump of Ehiturujue could be felt approaching lumpingly from far away. That was surely the countdown toward their death. Because Yu split her strength for the metamorphosis magic, her control of the space became lax, and several tentacles began to graze their body. But, even in such an extreme situation, her beloved monstrous partner perfectly responded and bewitched her. Yu.
Come here, Hajime.
Hajime exposed his canine tooth with his pupil dyed crimson like Yue's, and he bit at Yue's smooth nape that looked so slender it felt like it would break when touched. And then, Hajime converted the blood into strength using the special trait of the vampire.
Ning-na.
Each time Hajime's throat sounded, a sweet, feverish breath escaped Yue's mouth. Even though she understood that strength was leaving her body, and even though she understood that now wasn't the time for that. More, yet she was thinking of something like that. Amidst the resounding, sweet, gasping voice, Hajime's magic power was recovering in the proportion of the amount of blood flowing out.
Not enough.
Yes, it wasn't enough. It really wasn't enough to create a concept magic no matter what. With an amount of magic power that was even far from enough for Hajime's complete recovery, it wouldn't be sufficient to create a concept for finishing off the monster of the holy precincts, which was getting close to them even now. The limit of the blood flowing inside her would reach the limit soon. She was also grasping the amount of Hajime's recovery. At this rate, they would have no other choice than putting a stake of sink or swim with their insufficient magic power. In addition, that stake would be won with a considerably bad odd. It's fine. Do you think that the artifact me which is dedicated to you is only at this level? Perhaps looking at the impatience displayed on her face, Hajime, who separated from Yue's neck, was saying such thing while he leaned forward to plunder Yue's lips this time, and then knew Yue's lip that was leaking small voice was wounded by Hajime's canine tooth. At the same time, Hajime's own lip also got cut. Like that, while they were kissing each other repeatedly, it came. Magic power swelled up with terrific force. The magic power that should be a step from drying up burst out from Yue and whirled in gold color. At the same time, a tremendous magic power that was unimaginable coming from the recovery amount just now also burst up from Hajime. With the two as the center, a torrent of magic power climbed as though piercing the heaven. No, it was actually piercing the space of holy precincts and pierced toward the heaven with violent blowing. Golden and crimson entangled with each other, as though expressing the relationship between the two people. They mixed with each other, forming a complete harmony that raged violently. Particle-style artifact, vow of entwined branch. Hajime's blood that was turned into an artifact, and the metal particle that Yue took into her body. This metal particle was actually an artifact that activated only when under the prescribed condition. The effect and activation condition of this artifact was the two who had tied the contract of blood pledge could then convert blood into power in a chain reaction, with the two of them turned into artifact for each other, and they exchanged blood with each other. The strengthening effect would continue endlessly until they stopped exchanging blood, kissing. The swelling power and the happiness of intermingling with her beloved, it caused Yue to moan while her body was trembling. Hajime was also in the same state. The vampire princess in his embrace was so hopelessly lovely that he slightly repeated the blood-tasted kiss. The former shadow of Ehituruge had arrived until right nearby them. It emitted an immense shockwave along with its tentacles. Toward that, Yue canceled the distorted space without even directing her eyes there. She did that because she understood that such thing wasn't necessary anymore. To display that, the golden and crimson magic power towered high like a protective wall. And then, at the next moment, the magic power released a tremendous shockwave that neutralized all shockwaves from the meat lump. It was the impact conversion by Hajime. Even during that time, the two were still gluing earnestly close with each other. The figure of the holy precinct's monster that was left alone, to be frank, was pitiful. Unable to forgive that, Ehituruge increasingly emitted an extremely unpleasant, strange sound while unleashing severe attacks. While repelling all of those with magic power impact, Hajime and Yue, who were accompanied by the tremendous magic power that already swelled up to the degree that it might destroy the white space, slowly separated their lips.
The silver bridge hanging down between the two looked really captivating.
The sweet atmosphere of the two already far surpassed the territory of being out of place, however. People who could obstruct them didn't exist anywhere in this world. Both of them kept hugging, their hands softly overlapped. Between them there was the magic eye stone that was partly made from god crystal, and the tiny gun that Hajime didn't let go at all even when they were sent flying. And then Hajime's trump card, commonness, was chanted. Transmute! Right after that, golden and crimson melted into each other, and light so bright as though a sun was created manifested. That beautiful and powerful radiance made the Ehituruge monster to writhe and draw back. It was as though it hated that warm light. The light was converging. At its other side, there was the figure of Hajime pushing out his hand toward Ehituruge with fierce eyes that glared sharply. A small gun was clutched in that hand. The terrible exhaustion was causing the worn-out right hand to tremble all over, unable to fix the aim. That hand was scooped out from below softly and supported by a graceful hand. It was Yue's hand. While snuggling close to each other, both of them readied a single small gun. The running sparks were crimson and golden. The sure-kill bullet that would end everything was buzzing, impatiently waiting to be fired. What was filled into that bullet was unmistakably a concept magic. Ehituruge madly unleashed its tentacles. It instinctually comprehended the mighty power that was aimed at it, but there was no way such random attack could go through the golden and crimson the two were clad in. All of those were easily swept away by the impact of magic power. And then, giving victory to a man with a kiss, that's really heroine-like, huh, Yue?
Nen, Hajime plucking off the victory at the end without fail is just like a hero.
Both of them were talking frivolously while aiming the brilliantly shining gun right at the middle of Ehituruge. Well, putting that aside, there is one thing I want to say to that.
Adam K.
For a moment, both of their eyes met. The fearless smile was floating on their respective face. The spoken words were the concept of the newborn concept, the words that returned the favor toward the repeated calamities that were wretchedly forced on them. And then, surely, these words also represented the feeling of the people that were toyed around by Ehituruge in the past. The scattered pains right back toward you. Now you really have done it, you shitty bastard. Soundlessly, a streak of light cut through the air. That stabbed right in the middle of Ehituruge without the slightest deviation. Concept magic. The scattered pains right back toward you. This magic returned all the pain and wounds that the target had given to other people until now. Just like the holy man that was once pierced by a holy spear on the hill of Golgotha, The thing that was once a god spurted out blood in a large amount from the wound opening. Although, the flowing out blood wasn't something holy like that holy man, but something muddy black which looked sticky and unpleasant. While the lump of meat was crumbling, the agglutinated mere shadow of Ehitorujue a beat later was... It raised a hair-rising shriek, and then at the next moment, flesh and blood exploded to everywhere. Silver magic power mixed with muddy black miasma climbed to the sky. That was undoubtedly the scream of the death agony of the mad god. The repeated inhumanity that had piled up for a few thousand years, or possibly tens of thousands of years, were all returned to its own body, although it had been reduced to a monster without any reasoning. It surely felt the pain of tens of thousands of years within an instant, where even the torment of hell would feel lukewarm in comparison. The flash that contained a shriek within pulverized the space, and it came out to the familiar dark red space at the other side. Without any doubt, that must be the last scenery of Ehitorujue, the god of this world. Hajime and Yue had no word. They were merely staring at the last light of Ehitorujue that was vanishing toward the empty space that was gradually getting smaller. The gun their hand was holding couldn't endure the burden and crumble into pieces. The palms that weren't holding anything now naturally held each other. Their faces looked at each other. The magic power was already dispersing, and the area around the two was Gaiat. Both of them had used up their stamina and magic power, and everything else they supported each other's body, leaning to one another and embraced the other party closely. And then they smiled softly. Perhaps because the creator of the place was gone, the white space began to rumble. The unstable space was gradually getting stormy. Here and there breaking down was starting. Hajime ascertained the state of the surrounding in themselves, and then he opened his mouth with a bitter expression. This is bad. This doesn't seem to be the time for looking melancholic.
Hajime, you can stand?
Chi, my legs, not just that, my whole body, cannot move satisfactorily. Yue, you?
Just sitting. Take my all.
Both of them looked at each other and smiled wryly. It appeared that the true pinch only came after they consigned the god to oblivion. My bad, Yue. The truth is, after killing Ahito, I planned to wait for recover, and then use the particles for creating gate key, but...
Daden, doesn't seem we will have that much time. There is not even a drop of blood left to exchange.
Yeah. Besides, the particles themselves are swallowed. By the unstable space, there is none remaining. At the worst case, I expected to use the bone of the arm or the leg to make one-time use artifact. But the crumbling of holy precincts was too fast that they wouldn't make it in time if they wait for recovery. That caused Hajime's expression to turn sour, as though he had bitten a bitter bug. It wasn't like he hadn't imagined it, but Ehitoruju's excessive obstinacy was, to the degree that made Hajime had no extra leeway, that he had to pour all his strength to defeat him. Because of that, the composure to spare some recovery medicine and also the blood for magic power conversion had run out already. At the very end, Hajime cursed inside his heart to himself, TM an idiot. However, there was not even a bit of despair in himself. To end, after coming this far, is unacceptable. We are going home, even if we need to crawl.
In and reason.
They lent each other their shoulder and advanced bit by bit, literally by crawling on the crumbling white world. They were walking slowly without any progress, but there wasn't even a drop of the color of resignation in their eyes. Even so, the reality was always callous. The crumbling of the surrounding was getting increasingly intense, approaching to swallow them altogether with their determination. Ahead of Hajime's gaze, there was a veil of light that appeared unnoticed. That was the exit and entrance of this space. The crumbling was approaching. Death was sneaking near. They desperately advanced toward the veil of light, but the veil of light collapsed before their eyes. Shit.
Hajime.
Witnessing the path of their escape vanishing into sands, a curse leaked out spontaneously from Hajime's mouth. The hand of Yue, that was grasping Hajime's hand, clutched tightly to soothe him. That was like that. We are blocked from every direction. What's left is only to gamble.
Leap into the crumbling space.
There was already no other choice but that. Just like what Shia and others almost did, Hajime and Yue would also aim for the scenery of the surface that became visible sometimes and leaped right toward the crumbling space itself in a desperate gamble. But no matter how it was unthinkable that they would have future by doing that, it was a mad attempt that wouldn't even be a gamble. If an example had to be made, it was something like someone who was holding a bomb was trying to skillfully use the explosion so they might be able to be sent flying to far away. Even before thinking about being sent flying, there was no assurance that they wouldn't be turned into small pieces beforehand. But, even so, they didn't have the slightest intention to give up.
I love you.
Me too. I love you. With a calm condition that was unthinkable to come from people who were in front of a crumbling space, both of them expressed their feeling to each other. At last, the safe spot also became gone. The crack was also entering into the spot where the two were at. Like that creak, an unpleasant sound resounded below them. Both of them resolved themselves, and they were going to leap into the space where the surface was visible. It was at that moment.
Joa! Appearing at a miraculous Timian, the beautiful warrior, Milady Ryzen Tanks, has arrived! The one who is calling for me is you two, isn't it? Isn't it?
Something came out. Hajime and Yue's eyes turned into dots spontaneously. However, without paying any mind to such pair, the intruder opened her mouth with jetting up tension.
What's with the thesis, even though I've come with great pain to save you two from something like a pink ship? Just where's the react man Nelly-chan is gonna cry in here? I'm gonna go hicks, glance. You know?
Annoying.
This is certainly Mildedy.
The staggering annoyingness finally lets the two to accept the spectacle in front of their eyes as reality. And then when they looked around, it seemed that the crumbling had been held back before they realized it. This is your doing?
Fufun, I guess. Something this much is really easy for the Liberator, Melody-chan. Although I say that, it won't last for more than several minutes, though. Except...
By any chance, you can escape?
But of course, see! I came here after tossing away Raditz-chan and others to the surface already seeks. What's left is only you two peon. As expected, me! What an able woman! Yes, applause, applause!
The smiley mask was sparkling with some kind of mechanism while saying that kind of thing, putting aside how annoying the words were. The two of them were seriously feeling admiration and gratitude to Milady, but at the same time, Hajime and Yue also became endlessly vexed. But Milady's next words broke the half-smiling face of the two.
Hoi, this is the degraded arrow world crossing, the last one of it. It's a defective product that is usable only in this kind of unstable space, but it should be enough for escaping. Next, a healing medicine for service. This should recover you to the degree that you can activate the arrow's ability Pion. After you two drink that quickly, go from here. Go! Leave the rest to Wanisanokai.
And you? You aren't going to get out with us? Glancing at the throne-degraded arrow of world crossing, which you caught, Hajime threw his Gestian at Milady, because from her speech it was as though Milady was going to stay behind in this crumbling space. That guess appeared to be correct.
Yep, PM staying here. If this kind of codswap space is left alone, the surface will also get swallowed and cause a chaining crumbling after all. PM going to straighten this up.
From how you speak, it's like you are going to die here. Thanks to the healing medicine, Hajime had recovered to a degree that he could indeed activate the artifact. He then asked with a tone that had turned somewhat smoother. Milady answered to that Gestian frankly.
Yep, the plan is for my super-secret X-Magic to guide the crumbling of holy precincts and compress it pom-pom. The space is on the verge of breaking down. If this body of mine and my soul are used as a medium to magnify my magic power, then it will be enough. That's why P-Land here.
Self-sacrifice? That doesn't suit you. Rather than that, Hajime, whose nerves were rubbed the wrong way by the resigned speech, was going to argue vehemently, but then a blonde, beautiful girl around 14, 15 years old appeared overlapping the Milady golem. It seemed to be the projection of soul. This must be the original appearance of Milady. In contrast with her joking around tone, that girl figure of Milady was putting an extremely satisfied and also gentle expression toward Hajime and Yue.
Magic always has a cost. My promise with my comrades, with my important people, let's destroy the evil god and save the world. Free! That sounds like a fairy tale and it looks stupid, but we exchanged that promise seriously. I want to fulfill it. That's all PUN. At that time, we couldn't do anything in Lost. Everyone became scattered, but thinking, even so, we created the Great Labyrinth. Right now, in this time, in this place is where PII used my whole strength for the sake of people. This is exactly the reason that I survived for this long, Mon.
Hajime and Yue listened quietly to Milady's words that sounded like a monologue. The reason Milady wanted to do this wasn't because she wanted to bask in the joy of cheap self-satisfaction. They comprehended that right now in this time, Milady was going to realize the feeling that she had continued to hold in her heart from so far in the past that they couldn't even imagine. Looking at such pair, Milady narrowed her eyes with even more and more gentleness.
Thank you, Nagumo Hajime-kun, Yue-chan, for granting our dearest wish, for using our magic correctly.
Milady, your magic is the most useful.
Kufu-fu, naturally. After all, it's me. What I said before was also like that, right? As long as you keep being you, you will achieve God-slaying without fail, I said.
You can just live following your wish. After all, your choice will surely be the best for this world. You also said that. Was my choice the best for this world?
Surprise! Of course, presently, after all, that shitty bastard has been blown away until beyond that world, and I am right here. And then this dreg of a life can be used now for the sake of people following my oath. Finally, I can head to where everyone is in peace.
Surely if this was a flesh body, then glittering things would be overflowing from the corner of Milady's eyes. That was just how intense the flood of emotions that Milady's words were filled with, which made them thought that.
No, both of you. Soon it will be the limit for me to hold back the crumbling pion. You two need to return back to the place of the people waiting for you. I, too, will head toward the place where there are people waiting for me.
The stagnating space was beginning to rumble once more. Even while staggering, Hajime and Yue stood up somehow, thanks to the healing medicine. The two of them activated the degraded arrow of world crossing that was clutched by Yue's hand while staring back straight at Milady. Milady Raisin, my greatest respect to you. Many months and years have elapsed, yet there is not a single scratch on that strength of will. That determination is the best article under the heaven beyond any doubt. Oscar Orcus, Nays Guryuan, Mail Melgen, Lausvan, Reuterus Haltina, Vandur Shune, I will never forget you and your important people.
There wasn't a single thing of the path of the struggles of you all that was pointless. We will impart it to the next generation without fail. Both of you, what's with you two-o? Like that, I cannot say anything at all. If you said something like that, come on, this is really the limit. Just get lost already, get lost!
Her expression looked embarrassed somehow, and yet it also seemed to be almost overwhelmed with emotion. Milady faced away with a huff, and she waved her hand to shoo them off. The rumbling was getting fiercer and fiercer. The crumbling was beginning to approach once more. Hajime and Yue displayed a faint smile at Milady, who wouldn't meet their eyes while advancing to the edge of the crumbling chalk-white surface, and then they nodded at each other. Goodbye, protector of the world.
Sayonara.
Saying that, the two leaped down toward the crumbling space that looked like an abyss. Milady, that was left behind, sighed, "Phoo."
Protector of the world, is it? Fate feels itchy. Saying that at the very end is just foul. Should I think of it like a payback or something?
While talking to herself, a black whirling sphere was created, with her body as the center. While the sphere was sparking with something like black thunder, Milady quietly lifted her gaze to the center of the black star of calamity. Before she knew it, there, she could see the figures of her important people that didn't lose color no matter who. Many months and years passed.
Everyone!
There was no word that came back. Perhaps this was the revolving lantern before one's death, or just her hallucinating. But such thing was inconsequential.
What, so you all came to pick me up? Then perhaps I should say it. Finally, I guess I can say it. 3?
The star of calamity was swallowing anything and everything at the surrounding. Other magic like Severance Calamity or whatever couldn't compare with this. It swallowed everything and pulverized them inside. Yes, so to speak, this was a black hole. While the golem artifact which was used as the medium was vanishing without a trace, Miletti's soul yelled with a voice and expression that were the very picture of innocence.
Everyone, Pummy.
At the next moment, the white space was soundlessly annihilated, along with all light. The silver angels were falling down to the ground one after another like falling star. The dark red world was rumbling unceasingly, above where the sky should be visible originally. Reversed other worlds could be seen wobbling dangerously. Those reversed, many worlds could be seen starting to crumble from a glance. The end of the world, such words passed through the brain of the people of the Allied force. Even though the apostles who wielded furious might had stopped functioning, but they honestly couldn't feel happy because of the scream that the world raised which they felt. In front of the collapse of the world, the sword in their hand felt really tiny. Everyone was merely staring at the shaking above worlds in a daze without being able to do anything else. At that time, a dignified voice resounded. It wasn't someone like a god that couldn't be seen or anything, but it was someone who was right on their side, the goddess of harvest that had struggled through the line of death together with them, the voice of Hatayama Aiko.
Everyone, there is no need to despair. That person is over there. Right now, even in this moment, he should be fighting that evil god. The apostles falling, the worlds in the sky breaking, they all are the proof of the evil god's suffering. That's why, let's pray. For the victory of that person. For the victory of mankind. Now, match your voice. Let's show our will.
The battlefield fell as silent as grave. Aiko's words weren't something that came from the speech compilation Hajime gave her. The proof of that could be seen from how she was calling Hajime as that person rather than my sword. It was undoubtedly a yell that came from Aiko's own heart. Those words displayed Aiko's will that believed on the safety of Hajime and others, and also of their victory. The one who responded first was Liliana. The lovely voice which was amplified with artifact echoed on the battlefield. And then the one who hailed at that voice with a blood-soaked figure yet powerful yell was Gahard. Continuing after him, Karm, Adel, and Alfreric yelled. A loud chorus of victory resounded in the battlefield. It swallowed the rumbling of the space, numbed the ground, and reached to the heaven. The will of humans swept the darkness and rose up like the light of the sun. Human, demi-human, human from another world. Those classifications were irrelevant. Yells for their victory, and then yells of their faith for the people fighting at the heavens. They were all repeated with impossibly beautiful harmony. Amidst those, one person didn't join the chorus and stared wholeheartedly to the sky, a black angel. It was Kaori who was looking forward to the return of Hajime and others believing in Melody. She kept floating mid-air and continued to stare at the collapsing holy precincts, as though she could see nothing else. And, at that time, Kaori's senses was caught by something. The place was, around the sky, at the collapsed God Mountain. She returned to her senses in surprise and turned her gaze there. The space about 8 kilometers above the God Mountain distorted like jelly. Right after that, an elliptical hole opened with a pop. It was a distance that normal human couldn't perceive. The hole itself was also only as big as several people could go through it, so nobody other than Kaori noticed it. Driven by her premonition, Kaori flapped her jet-black wings. At the same time, with Shupo, silhouette of people flew out from that hole.
Ah!
New 00000000.
White and black shadows. Even from afar, she understood that those were her comrades' figures.
Shia, Tio.
Kaori accelerated in one go. For some reason, Shia and Tio were falling straight toward the ground without any sign of slowing down. Kaori became a black-silver meteor that rushed through the sky. Midway, Shizuku and others flew out in panic, riding their skyboard from the hole Shia and Tio fell off from. But for now, Kaori didn't stop accelerating and rapidly approached the screaming two people. And then, Kaori splendidly caught the two altogether a few dozen meters near the ground. Looking closer, near the ground there was a shining barrier deployed that seemed to come from Suzu, so it really wasn't that big of a matter.
Shia, Tio, welcome back.
Fu A, Kaori-san. PM back des.
Thou saved us, Kaori. Also, PM back.
Shia and Tio clung at Kaori's arms midair, while sighing in relief. Kaori flapped her wings and landed gently on the ground. She then gently put down the two on the ground, where they sat with a flop. There, Shizuku, Suzu, Ryutaro, and Kuki landed down from the sky.
Kaori!
Shizuku-chan.
Shizuku got off the skyboard and leaped toward Kaori. Kaori too caught Shizuku.
Ka! 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 Come in!
Suzu-chan, welcome back.
Yo, looks like you are also safe, huh?
Ryutaro-kun too. Welcome back.
Still hugging Shizuku, Kaori then welcomed Suzu and replied to Ryutaro's words smilingly. And then, she abruptly showed a soft smile at Kauki, who was looking a bit awkward.
Kuki-kun, welcome back.
Yeah, PM back. Really, sorry for everything, truly sorry. Also, thank you.
He had attacked Kaori at the Devil King Castle. Because of that, Kokiki had resolved himself to not receive words of greeting, but now tears were gathering at the corner of his eyes, and his head looked down. He was absolutely grateful that Kaori didn't forsake him just like Shizuku. Of course, he wouldn't make misunderstanding anymore. After nodding once at such Koki, Kaori looked up to the sky, and then her gaze moved around searching for something. It was obvious who she was searching for.
Kaori-san, Hajime-san, and Niue-san are not together with us. Shia, that's...
Don't fret, Kaori. We only separated in the middle because it was necessary. Goshujin-sama and also Yue, they will come us back without fail.
Tio...
Tio called at Kaori, who was looking uneasy, admonishingly. After Milady came for them, Shia and others received degraded arrow of world crossing from her, which opened a hole in space, and they leaped into it. Naturally, when they heard that Milady would go to Hajime and Yue right after, everyone said that they would go together with her. Shia, Tio, and Shizuku were especially determined. Their blazing eyes told that it was impossible for them to escape ahead. However, degraded arrow of world crossing was necessary to cross space. There was no spare for them to go to Hajime and Yue's position. Although there were several arrow-S's that were created because they were failed work, but different from the real thing, these degraded versions could only be used once before breaking, and on top of that it could only open the hole for a few seconds. In addition, the size of the hole that could be opened by the arrow was limited. It was unthinkable that they would have the leeway to pass through the hole in turn under a few seconds in a world that was collapsing with increasing momentum. Thinking that Hajime and Yue would be added for their return home, in the worst case the situation might turn into one where they would need to choose who would escape and who would be left behind. In the end, Shia and others had to escape first. They were really reluctant, though. They could do nothing but understand when they were told that perhaps not all of them could go back if they accompanied Milady. Besides, I swear I'll send Hajime and Yue back without fail. The state of Milady when she promised that was unusually filled with determination. That was also a factor that pushed their back to escape first. Even so, there was no way their worry toward Hajime and Yue, who were still in the collapsing holy precincts, could vanish. Shia and Tio also looked up wordlessly to the sky. Shizuku and others were also similarly praying, while looking up to the sky. At the battlefield, the people of the Allied force were still resounding their prayer powerfully. It was unclear how much time passed. It felt like an eternity, but surely, not even dozens of minutes had passed. It was at that time that happened.
Ah!
The one who spontaneously raised that voice was Kaori, Shia, and others. And then the Allied force too. Ahead of their gaze, a pillar of light that was a mix of golden and crimson suddenly pierced the space and stabbed at the sky. That torrent of magic power which couldn't be expressed enough, even with the word tremendous, and then the undulation of the overwhelming will that was filled in it, caused the war cry of the battlefield to stop unconsciously. Everyone without exception gazed in enchantment at the dichromatic magic power which ascended to the sky in spiraling motion.
Hajime-san! Yui-san!
Shia yelled with a voice that overflowed with joy. Right after that, the golden and crimson magic power began to converge back like in a playback. And then, a scream of death agony reverberated in the world. Immediately after, although the volume wasn't to the degree that tore the eardrum, but that voice of the end was certainly heard by everyone throughout the world. Without any reason, anyone thought that it was the blood flowing out from the god. Before long, a muddy silver light was dispersing toward the empty sky, and silence returned to the world. What happened now, in the middle of everyone thinking that, with their breath caught, the distortion of space covering the sky and the collapsing world of heavens that was visible in it, suddenly they were all shrinking toward one point. It was as though something was sucking them all, or possibly it was like they were all being compressed. The next moment, the world of heavens that was gathered into a point scattered. There was no sound. There was merely several layers of ripples, with a vibrant color like the blue sky, radiating silently unnoticed. The rumble scream that shook the world stopped. The scared trembling of the ground also stopped. Ripples were spreading through the world. Not only the color of the blue sky, the color of the evening or possibly sunrise, the color of the midday sun, the clear color of the moon, the color of vivacious plants, the color of powerful earth, the color of enveloping night, they all laid on top of each other. The beautiful ripples of 7 colors spread to the end of the earth. Before long, cracks began to enter the dark red world. That change wasn't something violent that gave the impression like the crumbling just now, but a gentle change that guidedly repainted the world. The world was recovering its color. It was truly a splendorous scene that should be called as a legend. The dark red world was shining sparklingly while becoming broken fragments. The ripples of the sky were gradually weakening in intensity, however. They didn't vanish, as though watching over the people who were silently shedding tears drops by drops. It became a rainbow aurora drifting in the air.
Hajime-kun, Yue.
Amidst those, a voice that leaked out from between the clenched teeth resounded. Kaori clenched her hand so tightly it was bleeding, while glaring at the annihilated holy precincts.
Hajime! Nagumo-kun!
Shit, what's going on? That idiot...
Nagumo!
Shizuku, Suzu, Ryutaro, Kauki, they gritted their teeth while facing the sky with a grim gaze. Tio too was looking up at the sky with narrowed gaze without averting her eyes, even for a moment. The dark red world vanished. The sun began to illuminate the world with its natural radiance. They waited for a long time, but the figure of the people they waited for couldn't be seen. Before long, that fact became unbearable, and Suzu whispered,
This is Ellie, right?
Ryutaro gritted his teeth hard.
Damn it!
Kuki opened his mouth in a daze.
Don't tell me. Both of them. Really? Won't kill...
And then, when that worst assumption was going to be said, half unconsciously,
It's all right, Dazu.
such electrifying loud voice interrupted. Kuki and others returned to their senses suddenly and moved their gaze there. Over there was the figure of Shia, her rabbit ears standing straight while she looked straight to the sky. Shia didn't avert her eyes from the sky and spoke with a voice that was full of conviction.
Right now, Hajime-san and Yue-san are together, Des. That entangled golden and crimson magic power is the proof. As long as they are together, they are invincible.
That was why they would blow away a mere difficult situation like this and came back with a smile. Those words which contained Shia's immense faith became a power of words that resounded in the world. Mysteriously, the heart of the people who were driven by unease became light.
Yep, that's right. With those two together, I cannot imagine any difficult that cannot be smashed through.
Kaori was in agreement. It wasn't a voice that was blurred with unease like before, but a powerful voice filled with conviction, like Shia.
Truly, surely if those two become serious, the word fail will be erased from dictionary. Rather, perhaps they are busy flirting right now that they are late to come back.
Tio jokingly said such thing. And as expected, the grimness in her face was taken away and changed into conviction.
Isn't that right? They might No, they are absolutely flirting right now. This is their emotional reunion after all. Perhaps the matter of us is already thrown to the beyond by them.
While smiling wryly, Shizuku nodded, thinking that it was probably the case. The way they talked also softened the expression of Suzu and others. Right after that, as though to proof that the words of Shia and others were correct,
Foo-foo. See?
Shia pointed her finger. Over there was, naturally, the rainbow aurora hanging in the sky. A small hole was opened between the veil. Woo!
1.
A silhouette of two people glued close to each other flew out from there along with shocked voice. It went without saying they were Hajime and Yue. Hajime firmly held Yue tightly with his one arm. Yue too also circled her hands around Hajime's neck, clinging to him. Like that, go-go, while feeling the howling of wind on their ear, the two of them began free-falling, leaving it to the gravity. Based on the height, it would be 30 seconds until the ground. Hajime, who was falling with his face up, saw the mystical aurora they were rapidly distanced from, and the distance to the ground that he confirmed by looking across his shoulder, and instantly calculated it seemed that the place they were going to impact was a spot slightly distanced from the Allied force. Yua, can you fly?
Impossible. Magic power was used up from the arrow's activation.
Well, I guess that's true. It's going to be a bit rough, so hold on tight.
NN, I catch you. Absolutely won't let go.
While experiencing a skydiving without a parachute, Hajime and Yue conversed, filled with composure like that. Listening and seeing Yue's bewitching voice and gaze from very near like this, it couldn't be helped that Hajime's words got caught in his throat. While being exposed against awful wind pressure mid-air, Hajime ignored his slightly ringing eardrum to the best of his ability, and then rolled his stance while still holding Yue. And then, his body became clad in faint crimson magic power. With that, he somehow controlled his badly balanced one-armed body that was toyed around by the wind. Although he had drunk recovery medicine, but the healed amount was insignificant. In the first place, there was the effect from the depth of the damage he received and the creation of the concept magic that caused his magic power recovery to be slow. There was also a limit to the number of times he could use Air Force. While he was controlling his posture, he had to land down on the ground by perfectly dropping his speed. Honestly speaking, the Air Force could only be used for 10 odd times more. Furthermore, in his current condition that could only use Air Force, which couldn't be said to be displaying its complete effect, making a skydiving from altitude of several kilometers to succeed was nothing but a superhuman feat, but... So the end is me skydiving with Yehung. It's not bad. Hajime said such thing. Something of this degree wasn't even a danger. Hajime gently straightened up his body. Immediately a crimson ripple spread below his feet. It collapsed instantly. However, he was definitely decelerating. He repeated that. The people of the Allied force also noticed them. Crimson ripples were spreading and scattering many times from between the aurora and silhouette of people was descending like a comet. At that moment, a deeply emotional voice resounded. The voice of the goddess.
This is our victory.
A beat. At the battlefield, no. At the New World, the people raised shouts of joy that sounded like an explosion. As though to reply to that cry of triumph that was like the first cry of a newborn raised by the world, glittering light particles were raining down from the rainbow aurora covering the sky. The light of the sun that recovered its radiance shined, making the world to gleam like a diamond. Surely that was the blessing toward the new world. Amidst the raining shower of light, Hajime kicked on the last ripple and splendidly reduced his speed. He kept embracing Yu and landed on the ground. Even so, the wounds on his both legs still weren't healed. Using Air Force also finally exhausted the magic power for his recovery, so like that he collapsed limply on the ground with his face up. The finishing is totally messed up. Hajime wryly smiled, while eyeing down with his body unable to even twitch. His expression somehow looked refreshed. Yue, who was embraced all that time, then straddled Hajime and flopped down on top of him in a tight embrace, and then with a really close distance where it looked like their face could touch each other any time, Yue shook her small head while staring at Hajime.
Not messed up. It was the coolest.
Is that so?
Hajime, thank you. I love you.
Like that. With bewitching and melting smile, Ye pushed those soft and sweet lips on Hajime's. Ye enjoyed to her heart's content Hajime, who could only lie spread-eagled without being able to move, where he could only let Ye do whatever she wanted to him. Although, even if he was able to move, but if this was what Ye wished for, then there was no way for Hajime to resist. Yue's appearance was still in her adult form, although the charm that was brought about from the gap between her external appearance and her mental age had gone. Now, she was emitting sensual pheromone from her whole body. Perhaps the brutality of her sex appeal had increased instead with this. Her adult appearance was most likely due to metamorphosis magic. In that case, perhaps when her magic power recovered, she would be able to change between woman and girl appearance freely. It felt like he could see the future where he was toyed around by Yue's demand. Although Yue's heart was also captured by Hajime to the same degree, with his heart captured by her though. The endless kiss erased even the cheering of the allied force, forming a world of only the two of them. But a voice that the two couldn't ignore reverberated into that world.
As expected, you two are flirting. You two don't even care about other people's feeling. No, rather than that, Yu-san is...
She's turning a dueled. Yue is attacking Hajime-kun with adult charm.
Just as expected. No, the adult appearance art outside expectation, though? Let's see.
What amazing sensuality, but there is no option for retreating. A maiden can only charge ahead.
Shia, Kari, Tio, and Shizuku, those four people. Behind them, Suzu, Ryutaro, and Kauki also rushed to hear. With a lively state that was unthinkable for a deeply moving reunion, Shia and others leaped at Hajime. Yu, who separated her lips saying, "TM back," got dragged into it, and Hajime became piled with beautiful women and beautiful girls. And then, hearing the words, "Welcome back," filled with a flood of emotions from their mouths, Hajime also spoke, "Time back," like you. Diamond dust rained down from the sky, making the world to sparkle. Around him were the important people with teary eyes and joyful smiling like blooming flower. From afar, he could feel many existences that dashed toward here while calling his name. The warm enveloping him, the welling up senses of accomplishment, and then the content feeling caused Hajime to smile. It was a mysterious smile where fearlessness and gentleness were entwined tightly, while that smile of Nagumo Hajime caused a tightening to happen inside the girl's chest. Hajime entrusted his body to appeasant fatigue and slowly closed his eyes. Legendary Great War. The people naturally called the battle like that. A month had passed since that decisive battle where the fate of the world was staked. After that decisive battle, the gates that were set up at every place were opened once more, and the voices of a lot of people that celebrated their reunion and victory filled the prairie in front of the capital. A few days after that, although there was some chaos due to the healing of the wounded, the confirmation and burial of the deceased, and the annihilation of the capital, which caused the people to lose their place, due to the hard work of every representative that worked together for a common cause, the post-treatment of the war was carried out relatively smoothly. Due to the collapsed God Mountain, the Harihi Kingdom capital was also destroyed by getting swallowed into it. The non-combatant that was unable to participate in the legendary Great War, especially the craftsmen, were wholly mobilized for the reconstruction. In addition, the merchants and the common citizens also gave their maximum support, and the work which caused the progress to move rapidly. On top of using magic, there was also the goodwill and proactiveness of the people all over the world, which crossed over race or country to reconstruct the capital. It was to the degree that they calculated the capital might be able to recover its former appearance within half a year. At the prairie where fierce ravages of the battle remained, using the wreckage of the fortress, a lot of temporary residences were established that were mainly used for the people that engaged in the reconstruction to lodge at. There, kitchen and inn, general store, and the likes were created one after another, to the degree that it might possibly turn into a part of the capital by linking it with the city's expansion. Surely the city would become even livelier, even compared to when it had the God Mountain behind it. The temporary establishment of the Holy Church was also created in that temporary housing town. At that battle, the story was that the enemy was an evil god that pretended to be the god Ahitoru Jue, so the people still had their hearts supported by the Holy Church, which worshipped Ahito as a god. Although the God Mountain in the Holy Church's headquarters had disappeared, but suddenly taking away that support would only make the people uneasy. Having said that, for the people who knew the truth, they felt more than a little reluctance for the Holy Church to keep using the name Ahitoru exactly as it was until now. There, with the speech of the goddess of harvest Aiko, this kind of story was dispatched to the world. It said that the true name of God, Ahito, was Ehiklibere. For a long time, the mad god Ahitoru had stolen this true name. It said that the rebels, or rather the liberators, who knew about the danger to the world from Ahito once challenged the mad god in order to regain the pure faith, but because of the mad god's foul play, they were unable to defeat him. It said that in order to grant their own power to people who could possibly defeat Ahito, the liberators slept at the bottom of the great labyrinths. And then, the chosen people who were summoned from another world by God were awarded this power. Aiko was the spokesman of these people, while the person who received the most power was the goddess's sword. It said like that Hajime and others splendidly defeated the mad god Ahitoru Jue that was hiding in holy precincts. However, due to the last resistance of the mad god Ahitoru Jue, it caused a collapse in order to take along the world to accompany him in his death. In response to that, the last liberator, Milady Raisen, who made her soul to possess a golem and had watched over the people all this time, she exchanged her soul for the world's salvation. A complete lie. It was not. The story matched the gist of the truth. By the way, the name Ehiklibere was a coined word with the meaning of 7 liberators put into it. It was the consideration for them that they would surely felt unpleasant to have the story of them cooperating with Ahitoru to be taught to the future generations. If it was asked whose consideration it was, then it must be the one who thought of this story, which was not a lie, but also not the truth, which was complicated in various meaning. A certain white-haired, eye-patched man somewhere. Due to this speech of Aiko, the historians who were excited to leave this time's legendary great battles record in writing at once raised the name of Milady and others to the front stage of history once more as the 7 great wise men who saved the world. Regarding the new top brass of the church, it was composed of the priests of the remote region, the people who participated in the choir, squad at that battlefield, and managed to survive, became the core of this new top brass. Most of them were people who clashed with the central church and then got exiled to the remote region, so their thought and ideology were also exceedingly sensible. Many of them were a man of character, so it was thought that there wouldn't be any particular problem. Regarding Raisin Great Labyrinth that was left behind by Milady, Hajime created a living golem as the replacement of Milady Raisin and stationed it there. It was equipped with Gatling cannon, missile pod, and even pile bunker, so the difficulty level might be jumped up there. Hajime didn't particularly do anything to the other great labyrinths. Perhaps it had no more meaning, but his stance was that if anyone searched for power and wanted to challenge it, then just challenged it. Regarding Hajime's duality artifacts that were lavishly used at the legendary Great War, after Hajime awoke from fainting, he destroyed all of them. Gahard and some other people yelled "Stoop!" while clinging to him, but Hajime turned everything into garbage right in front of their eyes. Hajime created an artifact to gather all artifacts that had his stamp, so there wouldn't any that got overlooked. Of course, the artifacts that Kam and others of Haria possessed were left alone in their possession, though Hajime applied various work on those first. It was irritating for Hajime when Gahard's resentful eyes, or rather the eyes that looked like a child whose important toys were taken away, were staring fixedly at him. So while he was at it, Hajime gifted him with a small version Fernier. And at the next day, for some reason, Hajime became the best friend of His Majesty the Emperor. It seemed that Gahard was really pleased with Fernier. In preparation of the worst case that Gahard used Fernier to invade another country, Hajime made Liliana and Karm carry the remote switch for the self-exploding artifact. If Gahard knew of this, just what kind of face he would make. Hajime was really curious about it, but with an effort, he endured to not ask. Regarding the relationship between demi-human and human race, not only the people from the Empire, the other humans were also in the process of changing their feeling toward the demi-human with whom they had fought together with through the legendary Great War. As expected, the fact that they had entrusted their lives to each other was enough to repaint their discriminatory view. Of course, if it was asked if the two sides could immediately join shoulders together, it wouldn't be that easy. But even so, none was holding animosity to the degree where they could act hatefully with recklessness. There was also how they had witnessed the gallant effort of the dragon race, and above all else, there was the fact that a rabbit-eared girl and a dragon woman were among the comrades of the savior hero who stormed into the holy precincts. The demi-human weren't called as the abandoned race that didn't possess God's blessing anymore. Rather, it was obvious that the two demi-human would leave their page in history as a great person that stood side by side with the hero. No word of contempt could possibly be directed to such people. Due to such reason, the social status of demi-human was beginning to be re-evaluated rapidly among the human without anyone even needed to do particularly anything. As one part of that process, the Holy Church wouldn't call them as demi-human race anymore. From now on, they would formally name them as Beastman race. The official notice for that had been created. Because of that, too, the necklace of pledge that had been attached on the royalty of the Empire had also been dismantled. After reaching this stage with great pain, where it might be possible for an amicable coexistence, to keep holding the life of the Empire royalty would only break the equal relationship, causing a halt at the compromise between the two sides. Although just because of that didn't mean that there was no more guarantee from the Empire side to stop the persecution to the demi-human and making them ass-slave. At the occasion where the necklace of pledge was dismantled, Gahard asked, "Do you believe that the Empire won't move for revenge?" with a fearless grin. And the sentence that Hajime gave back to him was, "Meteor and sunlight laser, or fully equipped Hauria, which one is better?" It went without saying that after that, all the close aides of Gahard swiftly demanded for a handshake of friendship. The Empire was based on strength supremacy doctrine. Now then, talking about equality between races, there was the matter of the devil race. They were invited into holy precincts and made to sleep at the lower strata domain, but for some reason they escaped the collapse of holy precincts and got thrown out at the wasteland, at the outskirt of the devil race capital, which was far away from the battlefield. After that, they were discovered there, still continuing to fast asleep. Even at the present, a month after the battle, that situation still hadn't changed. Most likely they could be awoken immediately if regeneration magic was used on them. But right now, everyone was busy with the post-battle treatment and rebuilding. There was really no leeway to wake up the existences that could possibly become a seed of conflict, so now they were sealed at a corner of the Devil Capital under strict monitoring. The seal was using Hajime's artifact. By the way, regarding the Devil race, people who were deeply carved with the terror of Hajime at the Devil King Castle, Hajime only said a word of troublesome and put them to sleep too. It would be troubling if they said something like, "We are going to save our brethren," and rampaged, so Hajime quickly took measures. Although, for them who had been planted with a lot of terror by Hajime, and furthermore, after they knew that Hajime had even accomplished the destruction of God Mountain and God-slaying, it was really unthinkable that they would do anything stupid. Now then, Hajime and others had busily moved around doing things like the kingdom capital reconstruction, the artifacts withdrawal, driving in the wedge to the Empire, fabricating history, restoring the honor of the liberators, and various other things. But that didn't mean that they were lending their hand in this and that of this world because of mere whim or sophistication. Naturally, their first objective was to return home to the birthplace, Earth, Japan. During this 1 month, they continued to stay in this world, and moved around was also doubling as killing time, and that was merely because they couldn't go home. Having said that, it didn't mean that they didn't have the method to go home or anything, and it wasn't also because they were unable to create the concept magic. The reason was simple. There was no material to create the compass of guidance and crystal key. Concept magic was powerful, even though Hajime was able to enchant mineral, but using average material would cause the item to explode when activated, because it wouldn't be able to endure the effect. Before the difficult undertaking that was crossing the world, they didn't want to take any risky venture like it should be usable if used only for one time. Besides, even though they were taking along Mew and Remia together, but as expected, Hajime wanted to prepare a return path home to this world for them, regarding Shia and TO2, Karm and Adol, and many other people were remaining in this world. Hajime thought that they would want to go home here sometimes to meet with their family. And so, an artifact that would break after just one-time use would be troubling for that. Having said that, speaking about a mineral that could endure concept magic and also had high affinity with magic, Hajime couldn't think of anything else but the God Crystal. But they had finished confirming that there was no God Crystal anymore at the Abyss. Now that they didn't have the compass, it wasn't realistic to search for God Crystal around the world when there was not even any guarantee that it existed.
And the idea that Hajime got when thinking of that was that if it didn't exist, then he just needed to create it. God Crystal was the crystallization of magic power, where magic power accidentally piled up for a long time of 1,000 years. It was the solidification of the magic power of nature that was so vast it was absurd. The process was like water drops that bore a hole on a rock.
But Hajime had no interest at all in staring at water drops boring a hole into a rock. Therefore, he just needed to twist such theory with foul play. And then what he did based on that was creating an artifact that converged natural magic element in high speed, using gravity magic, which was a magic that interfered with the power of star, and then he used space magic, which was a magic that interfered with boundary to pump the gathered natural magic element into artifact. Added with that with Hajime, who was a possessor of inhuman magic power, as the first in the list. The Otherworlder cheat group pumped in their magic power every day into the artifact. As the result, after a month passed, they succeeded in creating a God Crystal with diameter around 15 centimeters. It only had around half the size of the God Crystal that Hajime first discovered, and it also didn't produce God Water, but it was still an amazing material that could endure concept magic satisfactorily.
And then finally today, Hajime started making Compass of Guidance and Crystal Key. The place was the Fountain Plaza at the outskirt of Faya, Belgium. It was that place where Shia's feeling came to a realization. Hajime and others, in this 1 month they were using this Faya, Belgium, which was the easiest place to spend time in as their base. So Aiko and the classmates were also staying here. They were human, but the Beastmen were in great joy with the hero party's stay there. At the plaza, Shia and Tio, Kaori and Shizuku, and then Mew and Remia were there. Other than them, all the classmates had also gathered to look at the moment when the artifact for going home was completed. In addition, Liliana, Karm, and everyone else from Haria clan and others were also there.
Yosh, let's do this, Yue.
Hajime and Yue were facing each other at the center of the plaza. Yue's appearance now was her original girl figure. Sometimes she also turned into adult mode depending on her mood of the day. But this girl mode was used a lot because it was convenient for sitting on Hajime's lap or getting hugged. Hajime too now had his new artificial arm and eye back. The vampirization from Yue was also undone. Until they returned to Earth, Hajime planned to get his hair turned black and coated his artificial arm with skin and so forth. As much as possible, he wanted to return to his original appearance. The excessively lovely Yua, whose body was wrapped with chic goth lowly outfit, and Hajime were closing their eyes in concentration with the God Crystal between them. The classmates who were watching over them at the surrounding gulped. In such atmosphere, the ceremony of concept creation finally began. Inside the forest of Fiebergain, golden and crimson magic power calmly began to twist up. From the beginning, the magic power of two colors was spiraling. While mixing with each other, it looked as though the two color was getting intimate with each other. Before long, the leaves of the trees were blown and scattered around. While a torrent of magic power was climbing to the sky, a clear will began to reside in it. Regardless that it was unseen by eye, everyone who was there felt it, an overwhelming will that made the skin to have goosebumped. At the same time, the God Crystal began to shine. The stormy torrent of magic power was focused and absorbed into the God Crystal with amazing force. Calmly yet sonorously, Hajime spoke. The power of words. Transmute. Immediately, the god crystal split into two. The ores other than god crystal that had been prepared beforehand instantly mixed and they were forming shape. Unnoticed, the stormy magic power was shining like a star between Hajime and Yue. The forest of Feybergen and the surrounding people were illuminated. Their heart was charmed by the spectacle. That radiance was also getting smaller bit by bit. Here and there a sigh of admiration was leaked. It was unclear whether the cause of that was because of the artifact's creation, or else if it was because Hajime and Yue, who created this miraculous spectacle while snuggling close to each other. And then the light finally settled down. Yue and Hajime gently opened their eyes. Ahead of their gaze was a compass and crystal key that were sparkling bright.
Hajime, test it.
Okay. Yue said that while separating their hand gently. Obeying that, Hajime tried activating the compass. There was no problem. It seized the location of Earth intuitively. And then the crystal key was also operating on space properly. Looking at Hajime, who reacted to Kosuke's call, several of the classmates gulped loudly. Hajime ran his gaze around the classmates, whose expression was stiffening from nervousness, and then he grinned widely and wordlessly gave a thumb up. The meaning of that was obvious. Joyful cheers exploded. Words of thanks rose one after another. It felt like there were some dangerous words mixed in, but it would be troubling if perverts came out even from among the classmates. So Hajime beautifully ignored it. But the guy who made a strange request to Yue would be strangled later. While making that vow, Hajime sat down with a thud from fatigue. Yu also sat on his lap in a tired state. He circled his arms around her slender waist to support her, and then she snuggled in real close. There, Sutere! Cute footsteps resounded. Hajime skillfully caught Miyu's small body that jumped energetically and placed her on the knee opposite of Yu with his support. As expected, Miyu was also snuggling in real close on him.
Hajime-san! Me too.
Shia jumped pion like a rabbit. The place that she embraced was Hajime's right shoulder. His hand that was supporting Yue temporarily let go and patted Shia's rabbit gar. Shia happily snuggled close to him.
Hajime-kun, you did it.
The one who was saying that while Gaitli snuggling close was Kaori, and it wasn't with an apostle body. Now she was in her original body, thinking of the difference of lifespan between her and Hajime and others. It would be better if she stayed inside apostle body. Kaori herself thought that, but Yue, who had comprehended the secret technique of apostle creation during the time she was possessed by Ehito, said that it was possible someday to turn Kaori's body into apostle and surpass the limit of her lifespan. So in the end, Kaori returned to her original body. In actuality, she was already able to change into apostle mode temporarily, where in that state she was able to use silver wings and disintegration ability, and also handled twin swords art. That Kaori clung tightly on Hajime's left shoulder. When she got her head patted, as expected, she then snuggled close to him.
Gushujin-sama's world is surely fun, isn't it?
Surely you will be shocked by it there. Tio and Shizuku arrived. There was only the back that was left open. The gaze of the two crossed. A spark scattered between them. When they were about to aim at the last clinging position,
My, a good place is left open here. Ufufu, dear, please excuse me.
Remiya, who smoothly cut in, clung tightly to Hajime's back.
Hey! As...
Tio and Shizuku's voice was raised, as expected from a widow. She couldn't be made light of.
Shia-san, haha, let's get along well with me.
Gee! Altina!
Unnoticed Altina appeared behind Shia with her breathing getting rough. She was walking unsteadily like a zombie while approaching Shia's back to cling there. Shia, whose rabbit ears stood tall with shudders running through them, separated from Hajime to repel back Altina. To take advantage of that opening, two more female approached with a jog.
Aiko-san, what could you possibly be planning to do?
Liliana-san yourself. What business do you have with him?
Here too sparks were sparking off. Hajime's surrounding became noisy suddenly.
Even the classmates who cheered joyfully with each other began to notice the commotion. Amidst all that, Yue sighed toward the female camp, who was noisily quarreling for Hajime. Hajime tilted his head, asking, "What's wrong?" with his gaze. Immediately after that, Yue's atmosphere changed from sweet to bewitching, and then Yue's body shined flashily, and at the next moment, the adult version Yue appeared. Right after that, the adult version Yu easily tore off Kaori and Remia from Hajime. Because of the sudden growth, the length of the clothes became comparatively short, and with that amazingly risque and seductive clothing, she hugged Hajime's head onto her breast, and Hajime's head was buried into those splendid twin hills. The quarreling female camp raised "ah" voice, while Hajime leaked out a muffled voice, "unmu." Miyu was still supported in one of Hajime's arms.
By the legal wife's authority, the noisy child will be prohibited.
Gushing out sex appeal, the devilish beauty that would charm anyone without distinction of sex. The words of the adult mode Yu that was the personification of bewitching made everyone's breath taken away. The female camp immediately tried to object, but when they were forestalled by the sidelong glance Yu sent them, immediately their cheeks reddened and their words, "ooh," got caught inside their throat. Even Yu's self-acknowledged rival Kaori was like that. Speaking clearly, there was no one that could go against Yu. By the way, if it was asked what was the prohibition was referring to, it was referring at the permission to enter Hajime's bedroom. In this 1 month, Hajime and Yue, and then Shia too, had passed through several sleepless nights, but that was something that didn't happen every day. And then, even at night where Yue and Shia were not there were still women that warmed Hajime's bed. It went without saying just who those women were, and it also went without saying just who was the one that was holding the baton of command. It could be easily guessed from the words, legal wife authority.
As punishment, I will monopolize today.
Why? You, Umu. Hajime, who became gutless from getting buried in the Twin Hills, was raised up by Yue, and at the same time he received a hot, and not just normal hot, but a scalding hoot kiss from Yue. The female camp suddenly became noisy, and then the classmates also became overdosed with sweetness, and got flustered, including a part of the female students who became excited in a dangerous sense. Kaori and others raised a voice of protest and pleading toward Hajime and Yue, whose lips separated with rough gasping.
That's not fair, Yue. I too with Hajime-kun.
Me too, with Hajime. Gushujin-sama, please be with me.
My dear. Please take care of me too, okay?
How na, Nagumo-kun. Me too.
Hajime-san, please.
In addition, Shiaya, who had just finished burying Altina to the ground with a backdrop, was wordlessly sending Hajime a moist gaze. Miu was tilting her head because she was not really understanding what was going on. There, Yue opened her mouth while smiling softly.
Hajime, with whom you will do it.
If Hajime was mischievously asked that by Yue, then his answer could only be one. Yue is the only option.
Kufu then. I'll be kidnapping him.
Saying that, Miu was then enveloped gently by the wind and handed over to Remia. Then Yue's figure vanished with a whoosh while still embracing Hajime. It was the magic heaven existence that Yue ripped off from Ehitaru Jue. In truth, when Yue kissed Hajime, she recovered by taking Hajime's blood. The plaza of Fia Bergen was once more filled with the protesting voices of the female camp that was in love with Hajime.
God damn it, I'm so deathly jealous. Yeah, me too. I want to get kidnapped by that kind of beauty.
But this me who is feeling that, if it's Nagumo then it can't be helped, it feels like I already lost something.
Tamaya Tsushi looked up to the sky and whispered, while Akawa Noboru was earnestly in agreement. Nimura Akito shrugged and exposed an expression that couldn't say anything.
Oh, I totally understand you. It feels like I cannot make any word.
Well, it's Nagumo after all. This sentence is the recent popular phrase, ha.
Nomura Kantaro and Nagayama Jugo that heard the conversation of Tamai and others were smiling wryly while nodding. To that, Nakano Shinji and Saito Yoshiki also made a dry smile that similarly couldn't say anything.
Ha-ha! I want to be stepped on by Yue-san. I want to get ground down hard while getting scorned by those eyes. You're going to the hospital right away after we go home, okay? Have him look at your head.
Amidst a part of the boys that were turning perverted, the other boys were smiling wryly while feeling envious and understanding, while also feeling complicated because they could be that understanding. Nearby those boys, Miyazaki Nana was similarly leaking out. A voice was filled with envy.
Magus, how envy yours?
Which one that you mean?
Rather than which one, I think I'm more envious of that kind of relationship itself. I really get what you mean. Certainly that's envious, isn't it? Envious, isn't it?
Sugawara Teiko was making a girly expression while leaking out an admiring sigh. How? Yuuka smiled wryly toward her two best friends that didn't even hide their longing while staring at the Demon King harem members who were rushing into the forest to chase after the vanishing Yu and Hajime before she opened her mouth.
How should I put it, Kaori-chan and Shizuku who stepped into that relationship, and then Ai-chan who got over various things. They are amazing.
What's with you all getting like this? Crap, Nagumo-kun is seriously Demon King-sama. Ha, Hajime-sama, please make me your slave. Let's go to the hospital together when we go home. You need to get your head looked at.
The conversations of the girl classmates came into hearing too. They expressed their feeling that envied Hajime and Yue's relationship, while also giving their praise at Kaori and others who entered the harem. At the same time, their cheeks reddened from knowing that the harem already did it. Actually, quite a number of them harbored the feeling that if Hajime asked for them, then they would respond to him. But Hajime wasn't asking for them, so those feelings didn't come into realization, though.
Suzu is not going after them?
No, I'm not going. Just what are you saying so suddenly, Ruitaro-kun?
Suzu was staring at the progression of the commotion while cackling to such Suzu. Ryutaro, who was at her side, asked her that for some reason, to which Suzu tilted her head as though to say, just what is this person talking about?
No, if you ain't going, then that's fine. See, you're inside as a perverted old man, yeah? So I thought that somehow you would get carried away saying me too and charged into there or something.
Oi, are you calling me a pervert without integrity, you bastard? I wonder, do I actually need to have a talk with Ryutaro-kun regarding your impression of me?
No, because you see, fundamentally, you are a pervert after all.
Okay, you are asking for a fight, right? You want to fight, aren't you? I'll let you eat to your heart's content, this evolved barrier burst of mine.
Ryutaro scratched his cheek lightly while speaking his honest opinion. Hearing that a vein appeared on Suzu's forehead while her hand reached toward her restored iron fan. Looking at that, Kuki rushed in panic to stop her.
Suzu. Calm down. Ryutaro doesn't mean anything bad with what he said. Rather...
Bope. Koki-kun, shut up! This muscle brain who had forgotten the concept of delicacy inside her mother's stomach, he had to get talked strictly with at least once!
Suzu cut off Kauki's words and howled fiercely. However, if Suzu talked about him until that far, then it would make Ryutaro wanted to at least object.
Oh, I don't want to be told that I get no delicacy or whatever by the girl who wanted to go peeking at the bedroom of Nagumo and others at the middle of the night. You yourself, you actually had thrown away this thing called a woman's shame at the roadside around there, ain't you?
That's because I just got bothered. This is the love affair of one Sama and others, It will be a loss of your life if we don't burn that scene into our eyes at least once,
Who give a damn? Besides, if you want to see it that much, then you could just go alone. Think about my feeling who got woken up at night and got taken along to peep.
That was my kindness to the no-good Ruitaro-kun. Understand that?
Don't bullshit. Something like getting invited by a girl of the same age to peek at the arrow scene of the classmates, there is a limit even to being awkward. Or rather, I don't get what you mean.
The giant and tiny girl quarreled noisily.
Ja. The surroundings set lukewarm gaze at the two who recently caused this kind of spectacle relatively often. And then, the gazes toward Koki, who was completely flustered around the two, was also lukewarm. The shining charisma when they were first summoned here was already gone. In this 1 month, Kuki had earnestly lowered his head to everyone, and his former impressive presence was thoroughly disappearing. The gaze of the surrounding to him was still cold, filled with wariness and suspicion. Kuki, who had resolved himself, was merely accepting those emotions silently. His expression was constantly hard, smeared with guilt and regret. The classmates who knew the former Kuki, who always helped people without distinction, although at first they held suspicion at Kuki who betrayed them, but seeing Shishuzuke and others who had staked their lives to take him back, and their own feeling who simply didn't want to lose any more classmate, and then looking at Kuki who felt more regretful than anyone else, working hard trying to change himself, caused the classmates to try to accept him for the moment. Kuki, who lost his former smile but at the side of Ryutaro and others, he was showing a slightly soft expression, even while looking flustered. Seeing that expression made the classmates feel a bit relieved, because even though they had lost a lot of things, but somehow, the important thing from before they were summoned was coming back for a little bit. They felt such feeling from that expression. With the commotion of Ryutaro and Suzu as the center, coupled with the confirmation that they could go home, the classmates also started making a ruckus with a bright expression. The smiles of them who knew firsthand that in life, there were times where they had to fight with their life on the line, were really powerful. Now then, if it was asked where were Hajime and Yue who teleported went, currently both of them were under the great tree. Hajime asked for a place where no one would intrude, and also had a tasteful atmosphere, so this was the designated place that fulfilled both conditions. Hajime was holding hand with Yue, who went back into girl mode, their fingers interlocked with each other. The two of them were relaxedly walking toward the base of the great tree. The weather today was clear. Sunlight brightly poured down through the trees in this place where mist didn't enter. Yue, use regeneration magic.
Understood.
If the entrance to the great labyrinth was closed, then the great tree would return into a dead tree. Presently, the great tree in front of their eyes was withered. If regeneration magic was applied, it would recover its green color. Yue understood that, but she didn't understand why it was necessary when they had no plan to enter inside. Yue tilted her head with slight doubt, but she somehow guessed that Hajime was merely wishing to see a more beautiful scenery. She smiled while applying the magic. Instantly, the great tree was overflowed with green while emitting light. The sunlight that shined through the branches and leaves were creating several angels' ladders. If the tranquil atmosphere was combined with the splendorous great tree that could be associated with the world tree Yggdrasil in myth, the place would become something beautiful that was even more fantastical or even mystical. Hajime nodded in satisfaction before he took Yue's hand and led her to the base of the great tree. And then, like that, he sat down and put Yue on his lap. It was a posture where he was embracing her from behind. The Yue in girl mode settled snugly on Hajime's chest. While feeling each other's warmth and pulse for a while, they tasted the silence. The sound of leaves rustling that was audible sometimes and the breeze that caressed the skin felt pleasant. Before long, after enjoying the nature enough to their heart's content, Hajime softly opened his mouth, whispering into Yue's ear. You. There is something I want to show you.
Something to show?
Yeah, actually, this is something that should be shown to you faster, but it's something important, so I was looking for a good timing, but it got postponed until the end like this. Sorry.
I don't really understand, but if Hajime thinks that now is the right time, then that's fine.
Hajime's eyes softened at Yue, who looked up from his chest to stare at him, and then he kissed softly at her beautiful golden threads that rustled in the wind while taking out an artifact. That was a small, transparent ore that looked like a diamond, the image-recording artifact that he discovered at the sealing room in the abyss. Hajime kept embracing Yue tightly and lifted the artifact forward before activating it. The artifact shined, and suddenly an image was projected. Seeing the person that appeared there, Yue opened her eyes wide in shock and murmured in a daze.
Oji? Sama?
Hajime wordlessly strengthened his arms that were embracing Yue. It was unclear whether it was unconsciously or consciously, but Yue was also gripping tightly the hands of Hajime around her waist. In front of those two, the person in the image recording, Yue's uncle, Denreed Guardia Vesperatirio avatar, slowly began to talk.
Aliatia, long time no see. I wonder if saying that is a little wrong. I think that you are surely hating me. No, surely word like hate will not be enough at all. What I did, that's not it. This is not what I want to say. Even though I have been thinking of various things, now that the time has come to leave my last will, I cannot speak.
While making a self-depreciating wry smile, Denreed pulled himself together by clearing his throat.
That's right. First, let me say my thanks, Aliatia. Surely, right now, on your side, there should be someone who you are trusting from the bottom of your heart. At the very least, that person must be a strong person who can obtain metamorphosis magic and able to challenge the true Orcus. A person who didn't abandon you from the Guardian that I prepared and rescued you.
Hajime's eyes were closed, as though to listen to those words, or possibly to lament the departed.
You there, who is close to my beloved niece. I wonder if you are male. Or else are you female? For Alicia, what kind of existence are you? Are you her lover? Are you her friend? Or do you become her family or her comrade? I apologize that I cannot meet you directly to say my thanks, but I still want to say it no matter what. Thank you. For saving this child, for being close to her, thank you. I offer you my greatest gratitude in my whole lifetime.
Yue didn't even twitch. What Hajime could see were only her glittering golden threads that were sparkling from reflecting light.
Aliatia, surely many questions are flooding inside your chest. Or else perhaps you have already know the truth, just why that day I hurt you and buried you inside that bottom of darkness. What kind of existence are you, and who is your true enemy?
The story that was talked from there was the facts that they already knew, and speculation that didn't miss from the truth, namely, that Yue was born as a Miko, and she was aimed by a Hitoruja. Denreed, who noticed that, pretended to kill Yue in his coup d'etat with the disguise that he was blinded by greed. He then sealed her in the abyss. The room where she was sealed itself was a hidden place that could fool even the god. The sealing of Yue was also a bitter choice for him, so that her presence couldn't be possibly detected even for a bit.
I was hesitating whether to tell you the truth or not until just before that day. But, for the sake of deceiving those guys with certainty, I judged that I shouldn't tell you. I also thought that if you hate me, then that would be a motivation for you to live.
Surely Denreed also couldn't stay for long in the sealing room. That was why, after pretending to kill you at the palace, there was no doubt that there was also no time for him to talk with her. Just how filled with bitterness that choice that he made, it was shown by the strength of his hand clutching at the other side of the image.
Even so, it doesn't change that I had hurt you. I won't say anything like your forgiveness after this late. However, I want you to please believe only this. I want you to know this.
Denreed's expression changed from anguish into an expression of smiling while crying. That look was overflowing with gentleness and kindness. At the same time, it was also filled with a hopeless sadness.
I love you, Aliatia. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I have never thought of you as bothersome, not even for once. I thought of you as my daughter.
OG Sama. Denergy Sama. I too.
Thought of you like a father. That feeling was flowing down along with the tears that traced through her cheek, unable to form into words. But the strength of the hand that was clutching Hajime's hand conveyed that feeling more eloquent than anything.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry that I couldn't do anything but to entrust you to someone in the future. I'm sorry that I act like a pathetic father.
such things.
What was in front of their eyes was a recording of the past. It was nothing more but Denreed's last will, but such thing was irrelevant. You couldn't help but yell no matter what. Something shining was gathering at the corner of Denreed's eyes, but he didn't let that flow by any means. While enduring tightly, he spun words toward his beloved daughter with all his heart.
I wanted to be at your side, seeing your figure when you grasped your own happiness someday. It was my secret dream to punch the man standing at your side once, and then, after that, I wanted to exchange sake with him and say, please, take care of my daughter. It was the partner that Aletia chose. Surely he would make a firm promise with a serious face.
Denreed was looking at far away, as though seeing a dream at the other side of the image. By any chance, there might be the UA of the past at the direction of his gaze.
It will be the time soon. There are more things that I want to talk, various things that I want to convey, but with my creation magic, I can only make an artifact of this degree.
No, I don't wanna. Ojisa, Oto-sama.
Denreed smiled wryly at the approaching limit of the recording. To that UA reached her hand while crying. Her uncle, no, her father's deep and deep affection and that tragically tough resolve fiercely shook UA's heart. Indescribable feelings were overflowing out. Hajime hugged UA even tighter.
I cannot be on your side anymore, but even if this life is about to run out, I'll continue to pray. Aletia, my beloved daughter, I wish for infinite happiness to shower above your head, for you to walk a path that is warmer than sunlight and gentler than moonlight.
Oto-sama.
Denreed's gaze wandered. Surely that was because he was imagining the person who was being close with UA.
To you, who is very close with my beloved daughter, it doesn't matter what kind of shape it is. Make that child to be the happiest girl in the world. Please, I beg you.
Naturally, I swear it with my life. There was no way Hajime's words reached him, but without any doubt, Denreed was smiling in satisfaction. Surely he was convinced of how the person in the future who listened to his words would answer. In various senses, he was a preposterous person. Perhaps it was just as expected from Yue's father. The recording was fading down. Denreed's figure melted into empty air. It was as though his soul was going away. Yue and Hajime were snuggling to each other so close that they wouldn't separate no matter what while gazing straight ahead. There, the last words of Denreed resounded.
Sayonara, Aletia. I wish that the whole world that is surrounding you to be filled with happiness.
Inside the deep forest, a crying voice was echoing. It contained sadness. However, that was not all there was to it. It was a voice that was choked with warm tears of gratitude. That warmth gently enveloped Hajime. Yu rotated her body and clung to Hajime's chest. There she vented her emotion to her heart's content. It was unknown how long time passed like that. Before long, Yu quietly lifted her face that was wet with tears. Hajime's hand gently wiped on those cheeks. Yue.
Nin.
While holding Yu's cheeks, Hajime spun his words along with a gaze that was filled with love and resolves. I am the happiest man in the world. The proof of that is inside my arms, like this right now.
Then, I too is the happiest woman in the world. The proof of that is how I'm embraced like this right now.
In a distance where their lips could touch any time, while feeling each other's breath, the two of them stared at each other. It felt funny for some reason. Both of them chuckled a bit. While chuckling like that, Hajime suddenly took out a ring. It was a simple silver ring. There was no special ability that was enchanted in it. If he had to say what was special about it, then it was a staggeringly tough ring. That was it. That ring, which was glittering brightly from reflecting the sunlight, was stared by Yu, whose eyes were similarly glittering brightly.
Proposal?
Once, those words were said jokingly when Hajime handed her the accessories of magical bright stone series in the Orcus Great Labyrinth. At that time, Hajime spontaneously retorted, but that's right. This time, he responded straight back. His serious gaze was seriously conveying his feeling to her. As expected, Yu got shy and couldn't even say her usual, Her cheeks were already bright red like an apple. At Japan, the custom is for the man to say, "Please give me your daughter," to the partner's father. That's why I thought to say it in this place where Yue realized the true feeling of your father. Because the one these words should be said to have gone, Hajime said it to the person herself. "I want you, everything of you. Give it to me from here on until the future ahead too." You writhed. Things like a reply or whatever were obviously decided already. A flower bloomed, the loveliest flower in this world. If there was a flower language for it, then the meaning would be unquestionably happiness. You answered, along with a smile that was gloriously blooming in full. The ring that indicated eternity was fitted into the ring finger of the left hand that you presented forward. There was one more ring. This time you was the one who fitted it into Hajime's ring finger. They showed the ring to each other, and then they chuckled together. After a while, you floated a mischievous smile while asking,
Then, how many rings Hajime are preparing after this?
"Yeah, I think asking that in this kind of time is problematic."
Give it to Shia next.
That's why, enjoy the afterglow a bit more before saying that Hajime was about to protest at Yue, who was leaking out a teasing smile, but then his lips were blocked by a finger. Like that, Yue directed her gaze to the beyond. Hajime, who got lured by that and followed her gaze, caught the sight of Shia and others running from inside the sea of trees. It appeared that Yue made such question because she noticed their presences.
Foo-foo, if it's Hajime, then you can make everyone happy together.
If looked with common sense, I'm just a lowly bastard, though.
Common sense doesn't work for the Demon King, Sama. Besides, no matter what shape it is, if the people themselves are happy, then there is no problem.
Well, I have determined and resolved myself, so I have no hesitation anyway. Everyone is mine.
That's my Hajime. But
Yu's eyes shined, and then,
I won't hand over the special position.
Saying that, Yu seized Hajime's lips. From afar with Shia, Tio, Kaori, Shizuku, Miu, Remiya, Aiko, Liliana, as the first on the list, people were gathering one after another. The quiet and mystical place immediately became noisy like in the middle of a city. While half of his sight was filled with the lovely vampire princess, Hajime looked at the girls at the other side and thought, "Now then, when I introduce to Tucson and Kasan that everyone is my wives, what will happen, huh?" It seemed doubtless that even in Japan, Hajime would be in a whirlpool of turmoil. However, surely Hajime would overcome everything of those, crushing irrationality with irrationality, rewriting absurdity with absurdity, and if needed, even fate would be destroyed, together with the precious that he obtained in this world. While making a gentle and also powerful smile, like now, the tale of the young man who was summoned into another world, gifted with nothing but the talent of a common job, getting rid of even God while arriving as the world's strongest, had the curtain lowered now with this, after returning to Japan, due to the turmoil that was caused by the return of the group who got spirited away, the wives' problem of Nagumo family, the rabbit-ear legend of Akihabara, etc., etc. It went without saying that Hajime and others would go through uncommon every day filled with turmoil. Those stories would be told at another chance someday.